Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, everybody. Welcome on in. Shout out to Frank's first in the chat. Hopefully, Nightbot will behave and your command will work because Nightbot can be temperamental, as we all know. Shout out to Candace. Haven't seen you in a while, my friend. How have you been doing? I hope everything's going well for you. So let me just make sure my audio things are set here. So, wow, what a big day. Lots of surprises, full of surprises, full of surprises. Yeah, so like in case anybody missed it, since this is the murder trial, there was a second murder that happened today in this case, and that was Georgia Kappelman cross-examining that defense witness today that we're going to get to. That was absolutely incredible. What a crazy day. Candace is still recovering. What are you recovering from, Candace? Were you sick? I must have missed it if you had let us know something was happening, or did you have a surgery? But we're glad you're here. Happy to see you. So yeah, as far as the second murder, we will get to it. But right now we're going to pick up where we left off, which is at the very end of day 4. And we're prioritizing the most important and key parts of days 4, 5, 6, 7, and then I think today's day 8. So, okay. So where we are is we are here with Pat Sanford. So let's jump right on in. Hey, Kelly, nice to see you.
I do.
Are these fair and accurate photos of the vehicle once you found it for this second time after Rivera?
Oh, right. I think we're getting to the pictures of the vehicle when they, the Prius, when they shot the hole in it.
Yes, they are.
Believe
So
so.
at this time, it has to do with the evidence states 48 and 52.
An objection?
No objection.
There are no.
Not published.
Yeah.
Publishing states 48. Had the vehicle changed hands by this time?
Yes, it had been sold by the rental company.
And had it been repainted?
It had.
Were you still able to see at some of the seams of the vehicle where that silver pine mica color, you could still kind of tell was the previous color?
That's correct. Like in the door jambs and under the hood, there was some clues of that.
All right. States Exhibit 49, were you able to confirm this was in fact the correct vehicle by the VIN number?
That's correct.
States Exhibit 50, what does this image show?
It shows the passenger side of the vehicle. It has a directional rod put through where the bullet hole traveled. Shows the direction of travel.
I mean, it's honestly unbelievable that no one noticed the hole. They just put the floor mat over it, and they were none the wiser. It's mind blowing, and it's mind blowing. They didn't even like try to patch the hole, right? They fixed the hole that it put through the gas line or whatever, but like they didn't even try to like put some black duct tape or anything to cover up this hole. By they, I mean Sigfredo, aka Alfredo, and Luis. Wow, it's just crazy.
Hole was still there under the car.
I think that's crazy is that, you know, when you think about this vehicle being a rental vehicle and then it's AAA, like when you think about whether it be rain or just like going through the car wash, what's crazy is that they didn't notice issues with like water coming into the car, right? Because like just covering it up with the floor mat wouldn't prevent it from like getting soaking wet. Did it not get soaking wet? Like just the whole thing's crazy.
The hole was still there in the carpet. Correct.
Published in 651.
Opinion.
Did the hole actually puncture the gas line as Rivera
All right,
described?
Candace is saying that's good Lord, that's quite a hole. That's what somebody said.
That's correct. That is the fuel line that you see there with a with some kind of mechanical piece attached to it to put it back together, make it run again.
States Exhibit 52.
And there it is again, just a close up.
Stinks.
Crazy. Like, how did it not get soaking
Couldn't
wet?
make it any better. So this little piece that's attached to the gas line is the repair that was done on it.
That's correct. You can see where the bullet would sever the line, and it took that piece to connect it back together.
Kelly, I'm in clutch.
Anything else that Rivera told you that you didn't already know?
Yes, he told us about that the homicide had to take place on the day that it occurred because he was traveling out of, I'm sorry, Mr. Markel was going to be traveling out of town the following day.
And were you able to confirm that Mr. Markel did in fact have plans to travel out of town the day after he was killed?
He did. He was planning to go to a conference up in, I believe it was New Jersey.
And Mr. Rivera's proffer also enlightened us to the June trip, right? But there was a second trip that preceded the July trip in which Mr. Markel was killed.
That's correct. He talked about the June trips also.
And were we able to corroborate that through the testimony of Sergeant Corbett that we just heard from?
That's correct. We had several instances that we're able to corroborate that.
All right. Are you familiar?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the wiretap that was conducted back in 2016 in reference to this case?
I am.
Whose phones were tapped?
It was.
Okay, so now we're getting into some background here for the wiretap. Okay. All right.
And her purchase of a house. Are you familiar with
Here we
the
go.
fact that Wendi Adelson had a contract to purchase a house in 2013 here in Tallahassee?
Yes, I am.
All right. And that she pulled the plug on that house on Halloween of 2013. You familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And are you familiar with the evidence that Catherine Magbanua gave regarding being approached on that same day by Charlie Adelson about what ultimately became this murder for hire?
Yes, I am.
That was a really, really well done there by Georgia, because this is something that, you know, they're going to argue at closing, but this is really well done, the way that she was able to ask this question, but also tie together that date for the jury, because the jury may have, you know, at this point, it'd been a while, right? But tying together the timeline, like I said on the last live stream, right, that the significance of Halloween was never so clear as it was in this trial. Because before, all we had in the previous trials regarding Halloween was like, okay, well, that's when like Katie and Charlie, like that's when he approached her about the hitman, right? But there's been so much more that's come out, and I've got it on that timeline that I started working on last time, and we will continue to work on it. And Halloween being such a central part, and part of that is this whole thing about Wendi with the house. And so the way that Donna was able to, you know, in other words, she's asking a question, but she's also, you know, tying together and connecting these dots so the jury can remember the significance of it. So
Familiar with the evidence that Catherine Magbanua gave regarding being approached on that same day by Charlie Adelson about what ultimately became this murder for hire?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And have you reviewed oh gosh, let's strike that. I'll come back to it. I also wanted to ask you about meddling in reference to Wendy's dating life. Did you hear anything about that on the?
okay, so basically what's going to happen here is we're going to get into these calls, and she's going to like ask him questions intermittently. That's just like, did you hear about this thing? Did you hear about that thing? And it's just like, yes, yes, yes. And then we hear the calls. So we're going to go. So in other words, these questions are really for show in a way, if you will, because, you know, evidence has to come from the witness stand, right? So I mean, for the most part with these calls, right, he's just sitting there, you know, for like hours and hours and hours. But so she's asking him these questions that really don't mean anything in terms of like, it's not like you're going to get information from it, because all the information that she's asking about is going to be in the call. So we don't really need to hear this. It's just, this is the foundation so that you can get the call in. Okay. So we're not going to listen to all of the calls, but we will listen to some of the calls. Oh, wait. And now they're on a break. Hold on. Go past the break. Okay.
Thank you, Judge. Sorry about that. Agent Sanford, in
Oh, yeah.
front of you
That's when they lost power.
is a copy of State's Exhibit 85, the wire call summary,
Okay.
Mostly it's chronological order.
the dates that
Okay. Again, we don't need to hear this. Okay. They're giving copies of the transcript to the jurors. They get headsets, da-da-da. There's Donna, obviously, with her. Okay.
What's that?
Okay, so we're gonna just try to hit some of the highlights here with these, because they go on for hours and hours and hours. Okay, here we go. So this is what's really funny. So we heard some of this in Charlie's trial. This is Charlie's, and we heard, I think, even more of this bit with regarding Dave in Charlie's trial. But Charlie seems to have like a man crush on Dave. And so here we go with some of the glowing and, you know, just whatever you want to call it, swooning over Dave from Charlie. It sounds almost like, you know, if Wendi doesn't want Dave, like he'll take Dave.
Even more, and that's, you know, that's how I talk to her, because what happens is that that's what she needs to do. So we understand where I don't ever offend her, because I talk about her. I just say, Wendi, listen, if you put a 37-year-old Victoria's Secret model in front of me, I wouldn't want to get serious with her. Why would I have to do it with 25-year-old? I said, a 25-year-old's going to be 18 in 15 years. I go, you want to buy a car with high mileage and low mileage? I go, listen, Wendi, you don't want to date a guy that's 50. You know why? Because he's too old for you. And he's going to be 60 in 10 years. And 10 years from now, you don't want to see yourself as a 60-year-old. I get it. So it is what it is.
But you can't what we ask her why she's not going out with things because she was there with the clean feeling of her.
I know. Of course. But just hear me out. I can talk to Wendi differently than anyone can. But even when I do, I don't reference it saying, Wendi, in a million years I would date a girl like you with 2 kids. Because it's true. In a million years I would. What I would say is, Wendi, the Victoria's Secret model, I wouldn't have you set me up with the shoes 37. And that's just, it's a double standard, but that's life. She knows about double standards in life. It is what it is. So all I can say is, like, when I talk to her and I put it in those terms.
That's actually not the right definition of double standard.
She gets it, but, you know, obviously it doesn't help that she's fucking trying to tell her that you deserve the Superman with some guy who's a doctor who's single, who's just dying to take over the responsibility to kids who aren't his. Like, and there's tons of very wealthy, successful, young, good-looking guys wanting to date her because nothing's more fun than having a 6-year-old fart in your face while you're trying to talk to your girlfriend when you get home from work. That's awesome.
Yeah.
And that's
cool.
Okay. So basically, they talk about Ted for a bit here. Some more people. They're just talking about people that Wendi could have been dating. You know, gossiping basically. Okay. And again, okay, so this here he just explains that when you hear the intermittent noise, which is the beeping, it means that the agents are like noping out of the call basically because they're like, this isn't relevant, so they don't have like legally that would be infringing upon, like that would be going up past the bounds of the warrant for these calls. They can't. Well, let's just hear him explain it. How about that?
That's correct.
The idea. Okay. All right. Let's play a little more. Sort of pop in and out of the conversation when we hear that noise.
Exactly. There's not a big pause in between. You'll hear the noise and then the conversation will pick back up.
All right. And am I correct?
Well, basically, because it's like they're not just given access to listen to all the conversations, you know, not that they would want to anyway, right? It's like they can't just like listen in on private conversations because they are private conversations. They are there, as in the FBI are there to and are allowed to via the search warrant with the wiretap Title III to listen to and record information that is pertinent, right, to the investigation. So sometimes you can tell it's on the fence. So like, is this going somewhere? Is it not? And sometimes it does go somewhere. And sometimes it's like, oh, now they're off on another tangent. And then they know about.
But the people that are being intercepted do not hear the noise, the beeping.
That's correct.
The idea. Okay. All right. Let's play a little more.
One. And I'm wondering if two that one. Honestly, yes, your kids are a blessing to you, they're important than somebody else.
Yeah, that's right.
But I mean, listen, do I look like the kind of guy that wants to go home from work?
He's back talking again about kids farting in the face. Okay. We're just going to go forward a little bit. These go on and on, as y'all, I'm sure, well know. Right. So now here's the bit they're talking about Dave, right? That Wendy's been given an opportunity. They really are big fans of Dave. Like Donna's like, yeah, this is not only the perfect guy for you, but a dad for these boys. My God. I mean, it's just. And then, right, this part. Well, now they're all talking about wanting to hit Wendi. I can't blame them for that, to be honest.
That's what
I mean, I do share that opinion with them.
And I could have been minutes, go, wake up, wake up.
Trust me,
Smacking her, hitting her,
let me say this.
punching her.
As much as you feel like knock her over the head, I feel like punching her in the head, knock her over the head.
Sure.
So trust.
Yeah, I mean, I do share that sentiment.
So what I'm telling you is that I'm off to her.
Okay, so we're going to go forward a little bit here. Okay, and now the Dave business.
Investigation.
We did. He's Dave Atel. He owned it. He was a successful businessman and lived in South Florida.
And is this the only call that happened to be captured on the wire in which these two are discussing Wendy's love life?
No, it wasn't.
They talk about Dave quite a bit.
They do.
They did several
They
times.
really loved it.
All right. And they talk about Wendy's career options too, don't they?
They do.
And does the defendant, Donna Adelson, enlist Charlie to convince Wendi to do her bidding in reference to Wendy's career as well?
Okay, so now they're going to listen to another call about that. I think we can kind of skip that one. It's, some of these, they're just kind of going to the meddling, and again, I'm sure you guys have heard them. Okay. Okay, so now finally, guys, we have the bump. All right.
Black George, what is it? Yeah. Okay, I'll get that.
I think that beyond even just this showing the bump, what also this is doing for the jury is just a bonus, is they're seeing Donna and how Donna was like at the time of this crime, right? To any extent that the defense is, obviously she's aged in prison. Obviously she doesn't have hair dye, but dressing her up, making her just seem super matronly, grandma, all that business, right? She's just a nice, normal grandma, which we're going to talk about that during the defense's case in chief as well. And oh, she couldn't do anything terrible, whatever. When you see her here, you would not know. She seems young, fit. Anyway, so I think it's good that the jury's getting to see a snapshot of, and again, this is 2016, so this is 2 years after the actual murder, right?
Yeah, listen, I just wanted to know that we know that your family has been taking care of Katie and her friends for quite some time after your problem of war that resolved. And I wanted to know that my brother, he's incarcerated. He helped your family with this problem you guys had up north. And we want to make sure that he's going through some rough times. We want to make sure that you take care of what he's going through, the way you're taking care of Katie and Susan. Well, this will explain it. Thank you.
Pause it, please. Does the defendant remain under surveillance for some time after this?
She does.
Okay, we see her take the paper from the undercover and fold it and put it into her purse. Does she ever take it out and look at it before she gets back into her building?
Not that we ever saw, no.
And does she make any phone calls once she goes back into her building?
When she goes back into her building, she does.
And who is the first person that the defendant calls after the bump?
Charlie Adelson.
Right, is that call A?
It is.
Okay, publish call A, please.
Hey, hard.
His face is great. So I do love these series of calls, even though we've heard them in the other trials, but these calls where they're literally discussing the bump. I think these are priceless, and these never get old to me. Yeah.
Because on tonight after work or some other or in the very near future, I'm going to move to people.
Okay.
Here we go.
Did someone write a letter to you or something?
I love
I've
this.
got some paperwork. Hand delivered to me.
You're being sued?
No, that's what I thought it was, but I'm going to talk to you.
Okay.
Okay, so, I'm gonna have to, you have to figure out something. You can tell us that we, wherever you are.
Well, I'm in Mitch Klein's office on Park Boulevard.
Okay.
So I'm right now in Silent Chili, and I'll be at his office in the afternoon.
Okay. So the boys will finish their, piano lesson around 4.
Now, this is great. Charlie's first thought is that it's the IRS.
The gap is okay. Fortunately.
Good thought.
What's is it IRS?
You know, the IRS people, they're kind of foggy sometimes, but, unfortunately not now.
Okay.
So I will talk to you. I'll give you a heads up on the next job up that way. Okay? And,
Does Wendy know that? Is it involved Wendy?
No. So let me just talk to you later, and,
Is that help okay?
Yeah.
Does it involve me or other people?
So this is one thing that really surprised me, that the state was allowed to do this highlighting. I was really surprised because I feel like that might be, I mean, I don't know. If I were the defense, I'd be like, hell no, you're not just highlighting the most incriminating parts, But anyway, here is one of the more incriminating parts of all of it. And also, I will say, there's not a whole lot of evidence, in my personal opinion, that would affirmatively, could possibly be an affirmative piece of evidence that's Wendy's not involved. But the only thing that comes to mind for me in terms of an affirmative piece of evidence of Wendy is not involved, when they're just talking amongst themselves, right? Not being asked directly on the stand, or when they know people are listening, but when they don't know anyone's listening, right? It's the part where it's it's the two of us, right? That to me, when Wendy gets charged and she goes to trial, if I was her defense, I would definitely, that would be key in terms of hammering that point home whenever. I think it comes up a couple times here, right? The both of us, the two of us. I mean, it's extremely inculpatory, right? Obviously for Donna and Charlie, literally, but it also literally is the one piece of exculpatory looking in evidence, in my opinion, for Wendy.
What's that?
Although having said that, I mean, after this, Donna goes right on ahead, as we're going to see here, and completely just destroys this anyway, with some of the shit she says to Wendy. So
you probably got general idea what I'm talking about. So let's just find some time to talk to each other and take the boys for a run, okay?
You're gonna take the board up there?
No, they can get from home. We can get it for about 7.
I already actually got some of it.
Or tomorrow, and it's important.
All right. Well, I'll be up at Mitch Klein's office. You want to talk? Oh yeah, literally.
I'm just concerned that we just have to get up there and get back in time for them to get them. Sometimes she gets out a little earlier. Here.
Guys, in question, who's paperwork set up?
I see that, and it's great.
I mean, and this is great, right? This goes on, and it's just hilarious. The whole thing of Don's yeah, we can't talk about it. We're not going to talk about it. And Charlie's but I want to know. And he keeps asking her questions. And I mean, she should, the smart thing to do if you're Donna would be just hang up. Because if you stay on the phone with him, this is going to keep going. And anyway, and then it's just all this self-snitching is great.
Is it right with it anonymous or?
No, not anonymous.
Oh my God.
Not anonymous. I just don't want to discuss it. I'm sorry.
So, if you want,
I wouldn't bother you, trust me.
yeah, you want me to come down to see you tomorrow after the day off?
later tomorrow, because at 1 o'clock, we both look out at the gym from 1:30 to 10:30.
And again, here we have Charlie saying, again, I hope it's not the IRS. I mean, again, I don't blame him for thinking that. Like, it's the first thing it shocks me that the IRS didn't come for them before even being charged with the murders. Cause like, clearly there was good reason to be afraid of that.
So,
Whatever it is, I'll take a look at the paperwork.
Yeah.
I hope it's not the IRS.
Okay. So we're going to skip past this when they're trying to figure out what time they're going to meet. Okay. Love you, honey. Love you. Bye. Okay. Now we're going to have another call. Okay, they're establishing that they never said the name Dan Markel on the wire, but the paper had the picture, da-da-da. Okay, next call. So it's 20 minutes later. 20 minutes later.
So you can try to bump you down to the lower bracket.
oh, okay, so it's a good idea to do that.
So I might as well stay with them and hope that it's actually true that they can do what you said, putting you in the lower bracket.
And again, they're just discussing, I mean, not all of this is completely relevant. They're just discussing a check here, call Pam Hall, whatever. Okay, now Charlie's like, I'm not worried. It's
I wouldn't worry too much about anything.
Okay.
I mean, so someone can write whatever they want to write, someone can say whatever they want to say, and I'm not worried.
I'm not worried.
So, was it another bad review on Yelp?
I love this because he's not just like asking, was it a bad review on Yelp? The fact that he's like, was it another bad review on Yelp? Like, how many bad Yelp reviews do you have? Adelson Institute. Oh my God. The Yelp is just amazing. The other thing that's so interesting is like Charlie just questions, talking. And Don is either like, basically either not talking or just, it's clear she doesn't want to answer these questions. And she's even like, anyway, Charlie just doesn't take the hint.
There's reviews come in. Sometimes they are bad reviews. This is a particularly bad one.
So I'm not being sued.
No.
Okay. All right. Honestly, it's whatever it is, and I wouldn't just judging from what you're making it sound like. I wouldn't stress it out too much.
Judging from what you're making it sound like, she hasn't given you any information, but clearly there's something up. But this is, I mean, he's really trying to comfort himself here, right? Every time he says to Donna, I wouldn't worry about like as if he's trying to comfort. He's really trying to comfort himself. Let's just be honest. But I love this part coming up here. Charlie says, if someone says you're a bad dentist, it doesn't mean you're a bad dentist. How many people on Yelp have said that you're a bad dentist, Charlie? It's a real question.
Oh, yeah, listen, people can always write, people can always say anything they want. It doesn't, someone says you're a bad dentist, doesn't mean you're a bad dentist. So, anyway, I'll definitely come down. It actually works out perfectly as a day off.
Okay. So I'll make you take me out to dinner, so make sure you bring cash with you.
All right.
Okay, so now they're going to talk about bringing cash. Okay, now here we go. Charlie's finally getting closer. Can I ask you, is someone blackmailing you?
Okay, I'll see if I can Okay.
Is someone blackmailing you?
Now, I think Donna's answer here is really interesting. That's always a good possibility. Are there other things that you would be being blackmailed about? Like, what are the other skeletons in the closet, right? For that answer to make sense to Charlie. Like, if I heard this, I'd be like, what all could you huh? I mean, how many people do y'all know that's like at any point in time, someone could be blackmailing them, like for any purpose that's like legitimate and not just like, made up. I mean, also, just to note, there's a difference between blackmailing and extortion, right?
You think someone's trying to blackmail you?
They're not saying extortion, they're saying blackmail.
Maybe.
Big difference.
No. That's crazy. Is there, I don't know blackmail before, but is there any way I can
So now he's getting nervous. He's like, wait, there's no reason to stress, but like, hold on. Can you come up here? Because anyway, he's like not wanting to wait.
You can't come up here at all.
It's really difficult because they don't finish the parent appreciate me to about 4:15. And even if I came up there and got there at 5:15,
The audio's terrible, guys, right? But like, you know, obviously we've got subtitles on the screen, we've got the transcript, and I'm trying to stop and point out some of at least my favorite moments and also the more important moments here.
You don't necessarily get back here in time for.
We don't have the special cut.
Was this, can I just ask you this? Is this anything government related, or is this like a whack job writing a letter to you?
A whack job.
Like who?
Is it like a whack job writing a letter to you, or is this government related?
No, I don't know.
So it's not government or military or anything like that?
No.
Charlie.
Who is the letter addressed to? You. That's crazy. Does you know who sent it to you?
That's a pretty good idea.
So I'm gonna, again, this is so hard here. I'm gonna read this part because this is really crucial for the case, right? So, you know, sent it to you, and then Donna says, I have a pretty good idea. I have a pretty good idea. Like, that's huge. And then, but, you know, we'll talk later. I'd like to try to get to see you today. It's Donna has a much better instinct clearly here than Charlie, because she's like really trepidatious about talking about this on the phone, obviously, and he just will not let it go. But the fact that she's like, I have a pretty good idea is huge, right? Because she doesn't know who Tato and Tuto are. And obviously it was a complete stranger, obviously an FBI undercover agent who delivered her the letter. So with all of that, where you don't know who the names are, you don't know the dude who gave you the letter, the only reason that she could have any type of good idea what this is about is because of the picture of Dan Markel, right? I know, military, right? I know, wild.
I would like to. I will definitely. I'm just to know if I'm get back here in time for them to
I mean, and again, Charlie says, so, is it so? So whoever sent you the letter sent an anonymous letter. Yet again, Donna says, no, it's not really anonymous. Remember, the only identifying factor here is that picture of Dan Markel, because she doesn't know. I forget if they use Tuto or Tato in the letter. She doesn't know who those are anyway. And yeah, so this is huge. And then did they sign it? Charlie asks, and then Donna says, it's hand delivered, honey. And then he's still, dude, Charlie's just not taking the hint, man.
So whoever sent you a letter sent you an anonymous letter. And did they sign it?
It's hand delivered.
So someone showed up with it like by process server?
Hi, Mary.
That's what I did was.
Welcome.
It wasn't.
Popping in.
Where did they come to you at?
When I walked out of the building, and there was a light, and the passport driveway with the icon.
Right.
And I walked in about 5 feet from pressing the button so that I could cross the street to pick up the guys after me.
Right.
And just as I got on the sidewalk, yeah. Okay, Judy, so you stay up here, okay? You stay up here. I'll look on the computer and then.
Okay, so now she's talking to the kids. I love this part though. Donna here says, well, Charlie asks, was it a young guy, old guy? Donna says, I'd say probably mid-30s. I wouldn't forget that face. So imagine what it was like for her then to be sitting right across face to face with him at trial.
Old guy?
So probably mid-30s. I wouldn't forget that face.
Really?
We'll skip ahead a little bit. Now they're talking about some other things. He says, that's crazy. Someone handed you a letter like that. Yeah, I know, it's crazy. We got to talk tomorrow. Not now. Not now, Charlie. And then again, now Donna says, actually, let's just listen to this part.
Usually they just keep it tomorrow, that's what it's changed to 21.
Is the person like threatening you?
Person threatening you or anything.
You never know how to interpret it.
I love this. You never know how to interpret these things. So let's not worry and let's meet tomorrow. I think that's better. Let's meet tomorrow afternoon. Amazing, man.
Let's not worry. Let's meet tomorrow. I think that's it. But let's meet tomorrow afternoon.
Let's meet tomorrow. At that point, it should have been like, okay. But no, not with Charlie. Charlie says, all right, well, let me ask you this. Do you want to take a picture and send it to me? Dude, I can't with Charlie.
All right, let me ask you this. Do you want to take a picture of the letter and send it to someone sent you?
Yeah.
You can't handle
So it wasn't the government or the military or something, just some random person.
the military.
Yeah.
It was the Navy SEALs.
That's fucking crazy. How long was the letter?
Well, it was just a copy of all the great stuff that's written in the letter. That was written, a copy of that letter.
Is the person threatening you?
And some of them should.
Actually, I mean, it's kind of thing. If there's a threat, you go to the police.
Yeah.
But anyway, let me.
So here, this is where they're talking about the back and forth. If you're being threatened, go to the police. And she's like, it's not a good idea.
Well, let me people threaten you, gotta go to the police. So let me see what it is. Let me see what nonsense it is first. Well, it won't be the first time I've been threatened.
It won't be the first time I've been threatened.
I can just see what you think.
Okay, so now she's back to talking about playing with the boys. And then Charlie says, all right, if it's something serious, I'm going to recommend going to the police. So, and then she says, oh no, I know. That's what I'm tempted to do. She's just trying to get him off the fucking phone. Okay, finally they get off the phone. And now they're talking about the Yelp. Again, his testimony here is really not the important thing because, yeah. Okay, now this is great. Consciousness of guilt, right? Oh, one thing I was going to tell you, obviously, don't talk about things in the apartment or any place. And then she says, oh, obviously. So again, awareness that maybe wild. It's like, oh yeah, I wonder if we're being bugged, right? If the apartment's bugged or we're on our person, because he says any place, don't talk about things any place, like as if somebody's like got some sort of wire on your person. Completely oblivious to the calls. You can't make this shit up. And then here we go with the hat and the sunglasses, which is great.
What?
And they just came up to you and
Hat
they
and the
said,
sunglasses.
name and handed you favor.
No, didn't take it right away. First to me for a while, and then him gave it to me.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
And they weren't hat sunglasses or?
No, nothing. Nothing. You could describe him to a T.
What's that?
You could describe him to a T. No, nothing.
Was the person nervous or angry or?
No, calm could be. Totally calm.
That's really crazy. Are they trying to ask for money or something?
Yeah.
If someone trying to,
Yeah, they are.
if it's something like that, I'll probably like go to the police, but
And they have to, but they'd rather talk to you first and then.
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't, there's scumbags out there all the time that try to do stuff like that.
Oh, no.
So,
That's why.
They're saying, don't tell dad, essentially here. And then she's like, that's why I suggested after he goes to work tomorrow. And then Charlie, did the person give you any kind of like time frame or anything? And she says, no, but it's clear. It's clear what they wanted, or it's clear what's wanted. Amazing, man. And then Charlie, can I just ask you, what did they ask for? For fuck's sake, Charlie, can't you take a hint? No, he can't. Okay, now here we have a highlighted section, but then we also have bold within the highlighted section when it gets to the part about the TV being 5. Again, I'm shocked that this was able to come in like this, but it is. Here it is.
okay. What is it, kind of exactly what did they ask for?
I don't know, this TV is probably about 5.
They asked you for $5,000.
And again, tying together the whole thing about the TV being connected to the murder, and then you've got the alibi, Wendy's alibi with the TV, and the fact that he immediately knows what the hell she's talking about when she says that the TV would be about 5 is obviously significant.
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
You mentioned, ex-girlfriend.
And there's the ex-girlfriend. Okay, so now she's going to go back to I think she's pushing the kids on the swings. Okay. Maybe we'll go for a walk on the beach or something if it's going to be nice tomorrow. All right, sounds good. Love you. Bye-bye. Love you. Okay. That's the end of that call. And then sidebar, I think this might be the end of the day. Okay, so now they're talking about how funny, the irony, right? Let's watch this part. Okay.
And she says, obviously, right?
That's correct.
Why?
Hi, Cece.
That's a good question.
Did you have the apartment bugged?
No, we did not.
Did the gang member have
But
the
he's just laughing the same reason we're laughing because the irony about it, right? It's like, dude.
apartment bugged?
No, we didn't.
And next, there's a statement, this TV is probably going to be about 5. Was there anything to do with the TV in this?
We know all this. Okay. Katie and Tuto. Right. We know all this.
Just talk right now, let's talk.
Okay, you got some further.
Now here's where he calls Katie, right? And I mean, we don't even need to listen to this call. The point here being, right, that they're trying together for the jury, as the jury has heard about in testimony, but now they're seeing it happen in real time, where the only reference is ex-girlfriend, and he immediately contacts Katie, even though he's had other girlfriends after Katie. So, and he's like, I'm gonna go down there and talk to her, referencing to his mom. Okay, let's listen to this part.
But something regarding her son, something regarding his ex-girlfriend, and the person asking my mom for some money.
What?
Yeah.
What?
So I
She
said,
said that was really funny.
I'm like, but first what you're saying, I thought it was like something involving IRS or something.
Yeah.
IRS.
Something like
Or the
that.
military,
I don't know what the
obviously.
fuck it's about at all.
So somebody like bumped into your mom like that?
And I do love this part here where Charlie says, I guess she brought them to school. I don't know. They must know her routine and must know who she is. Yeah. So he's just summarizing this. They're like, what? Who is it? What's going on? Da da da. Okay. Somebody's stalking your mom. I don't even fucking know. He's like, we'll find out more tomorrow. What's interesting here is right? Charlie says, I thought when I spoke to my mom, she said it involved, they mentioned your name in it. What's really interesting is her name is not mentioned, right? Or no, wait, sorry. Now I can't fucking remember. No, they don't mention her name, but he assumes it's her.
Just the white male in the 30s, wherever she was, the dresser. So, but anyway, either here or there, I feel like an idiot if it's some other act. But anyway,
Yeah. Did you have any fight with him over there or something?
I don't know. I mean, maybe I should be calling everybody today.
No, yeah, you should try to find out.
I thought when I spoke to my mom, she said it's involved, they mentioned your name in it. That's why I was calling you, but I'm gonna feel like an idiot if they did. So, but anyway, are you working tomorrow? What's the story?
Yeah, but you can always talk while you're there.
Now they're talking about their work schedule.
Tells Catherine McDaniel that the man that approached his mother said, quote, something regarding her son and his ex-girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
Did the undercover say anything about Charlie Adelson or Donna's son?
No.
Did the undercover reference Charlie Adelson at all?
No, he did not.
When Donna Adelson relayed to Charlie what the undercover did she say they mentioned you?
No.
But he deduces that he misremembers that it was just about him.
That's what it appears, correct.
Did he proceed after this call to call any of his other ex-girlfriends?
No, he did not.
Did he speak to anyone else about this other than the family members that we're going to hear in Catherine McDaniel?
No, he didn't.
Right. There was discussion of an in-person meeting between the defendant and her son, Charlie Adelson. Did that take place?
It did.
When did that take place?
The following day at about,
Now he's going to describe how they couldn't get any audio of this because they were too far away and they were doing their walk on the beach. But they have this picture. Okay, and that's the end of the day. Okay. Why does Donna wear headphones? Well, right now everybody's wearing headphones to hear the audio better, but she's been wearing headphones the whole trial because, they offer those for people who are hard of hearing or whatever you want to call it, audio challenged. we've seen it in lots of other trials. And I mean, my personal opinion is that it could potentially be a defense strategy, again, trying to make her seem old and matronly. Like, she may not be all that hard of hearing, but like trying to make it out, you know, exaggerate it, make it seem like she can't hear without the headphones. I mean, there's plenty of times where she takes the headphones off, and Judge Everett, which I love, actually says, you know, I'm paraphrasing, he basically is like, look, you said you couldn't hear without the headphones, put the headphones back on so you can hear the evidence. Sort of like calling her bluff, like, you can hear it just fine, right? But like, you want to say you can't hear without the headphones, then you need to wear them because you have to be able to hear the evidence in your own case. Okay, so we're moving on. We're moving right along on to day 5, picking right back up with Pat Sanford on the stand. And guess what? More calls. Although right now they're outside the presence of the jury.
Agent Sanford, when we began your testimony yesterday, we talked about the wire, and one of the things we talked about was that
Probably not.
Charlie and his mother, the defendant in this case, would get together to talk about certain things regarding Wendi. Do you remember that?
I do.
And one of the things that they would sometimes talk about was Wendy's career, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and I tried to play a call on that subject, but we had the wrong call attached, so I'm going to publish that at this time. Judge, this is on State's Exhibit 99, call 2873. If we could start at 7.
So this one's less important. I thought that the prosecution could have done without this. I mean, it's not like it was problematic in terms of like, did I feel like this was overly prejudicial? No, I just don't think it was all that important when there's so many calls. You know, if you really want the jury, I mean, hours and hours, right? And you want the jury to make sure if you're the state, you want to make sure the jury is listening, especially to the most important ones. So if it were me, I wouldn't add any calls that are not really crucial to proving the elements, you know, here. But basically, this is just going to be them gossiping about Wendy's job, and it's just it just goes to the meddling. But I think the meddling has been made very clear at this point. And again, I wouldn't spend more time for the jury to have to listen to this with the crappy audio and Charlie droning on and on. And this is quite a long one, so I'm just going to skip past this because again, it's just not okay. So now we have a picture of Katie and Charlie meeting.
Vehicle back here, the one that was previously in the name of Harvey Adelson, transferred over to Mag Van Long.
Correct. The timing of this photo was during the wire. That vehicle was during the wire, I believe, was still currently registered to Charlie Adelson or Harvey Adelson.
Okay.
Adelson.
But we've heard evidence of it being transferred over to Catherine Mag Van Long at some point, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's the car.
That is the car. So that's.
And then the meeting that we're about to talk about was at the Dolce Vita restaurant. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
And were some images taken there as well?
Correct.
Publishing 137. Is this in front of the Dolce Vita restaurant?
It is after the accident.
Publishing 140.
Yes.
Right, and we heard from some agents yesterday about the attempts to capture and clarify their audio conversation.
Again, so this is the Dolce Vita. The Dolce Vita is really unlistenable to me, and I think in most people's opinion. You know, so we're just going to hit some of the highlights here by looking at the transcript where, you know, Charlie just the lack of self-awareness, right? For example, here's Charlie. So my point is, how do you get people to talk? You throw smoke grenades, and then you get all the cockroaches to run out. There's smoke in the house. There's smoke in the house, and everyone's running and talking. And then, you know, you throw a smoke grenade, and he's basically describing what literally is happening to them. It's great. You throw a smoke grenade, and what do you think? Listen, if that's what it was, it's very smart because that means my mom hasn't told my dad anything. My mom knows my dad's going to flip out, da-da-da. So much of this is just wild. You see the irony here. So again, this is Charlie and Katie at Dolce Vita, but this is the one that's maybe one of the worst of all of these wiretaps in terms of the being able to hear it. So I'm glad we have the transcript. Charlie tries to brag about being that like, oh, I'm carrying a gun. I'm even packing heat, da-da-da. I'm going to start carrying, whatever. This part here, when the guess what? When the fucking police show up and there's a doctor, there's an oral surgeon trying to bump up his own ego there, standing there with a dead gang member in his fucking driveway. They're not going to come down too hard on me. So he's like, yeah, they're going to make assumptions, dude. And I'm not going to talk anyway. I don't know. I don't trust them. Charlie again fixating on the beard. Do they have a beard? He's like, I don't talk to cops. Well, if you only knew. I mean, you do now. If you're going to charge me, charge me. He's like talking real big, right? Again, I think trying to seem like he's not worried. And I do love this whole topic of conversation that comes up in these calls of like the whole thing about like, I hope it's law enforcement, right? Like if it's law enforcement, no problem. It's like, what the fuck? It's just great. I mean, I wish I could have been a fly on the wall, right? These FBI agents listening to these calls in real time. I mean, it must have been wild. I mean, Charlie says there's cameras everywhere. You know how cameras look. You know how many cameras are in here? He's talking about the fucking restaurant they're sitting in. And it's like not the camera that's the problem. I mean, amazing, right? Amazing. Okay, then Charlie says, well, because it's one of two things. Okay, Charlie, what else could you go to the cops and you give information. Okay, I'm going to tell them that my brother did it. I'll go right now and tell them. They're going to say, can you prove it? Oh, right. So here he's going to give her incorrect legal advice. They're going to say, can you prove it? And I'm going to say, no. Did you know what kind of gun was used? I say, no. Did you see your brother do it? No. How did you know it was him? He told me. Okay, he told you. That's called secondhand knowledge, and it's not even admissible. I mean, y'all. Secondhand knowledge, the legal standard. Pretty true. Okay, he told you. What did he tell you? He said, I did it. Even if I went in and, I mean, I could sit here and pick apart for days how incorrect legally all of this is, but, I think you guys are probably well aware. But how funny, like he's trying to define hearsay, but he can't define it correctly because he doesn't know what hearsay is. And he also doesn't understand what hearsay is. So he doesn't get the term right. He doesn't understand the meaning, and he's just, all this is a mess. And then I love this part. You've got to put the person on the scene. Nope, also incorrect. In order to prove it, you have to put that person at the scene. Nope, do not. Where does he get this information from? I mean, and he's going to go on about just giving completely incorrect scenarios to Katie. Now they're talking about Tuto. And back to the glasses and the hat here. Charlie says, with no glasses. I said, no glasses, no hat. Fixated. And then again, oh, he's a thug. No, she said he was wearing like a shirt, kind of like a little vest, or kind of like a little jacket. Why are they all little? And so I'm just scrolling because, again, the audio here is completely useless. Without the transcript, you wouldn't really know what the fuck's happening. Then Charlie says, they didn't mention my name, which makes me think that these people only know part of the story, or that they think they know part of the story. Well, they didn't have to mention your name because you went ahead and again, the end of day 4, you went ahead and assumed it was you. So, that ship has sailed. Oh, more terrible legal advice. The question is, how do you know? So if you didn't witness it, you only heard a rumor on the street that this person did something. Do you know what that's worth? 0. Then what do? Is you wear a wire. Oh my God. Get this person talking. And if you can get the person to confess on the wire, then you have something that you're charging. You have a confession. You have an admission of guilt. Now here he's actually speaking a little bit of sense. But then he's back to this whole thing. You have to prove that they were there, and you have to prove all this and that. That's not correct. And then now we're back to more scenarios with Charlie. Now this part's interesting, right? They needed to talk to someone who knew what the fuck went on. And so wouldn't it make sense that your connection to my family is me? Your connection to my family is not my mom. Like, yeah, you work for the office now because the checks are from there. But that's just because you come in and work on the weekends, which I trust that you're doing because I'm never there when I see you. You tell me you do it and the place looks clean, you get your checks. You clean up, whatever. I mean, but that's neither here nor there. This person knows information. And even if they are cops, that information said your name. And they also know that they're claiming that somebody who had something to do with it is incarcerated. I don't know anybody in jail, says Charlie. He keeps going. My point is, I don't want this coming back. I don't have a problem helping the community out. But I don't want this community to come back next month. He says they're going to come back again and again. We'll take this route. We already addressed it if it's a cop. If it's a cop, I'm happy because we have nothing to hide, okay? Amazing. And then if it's not a cop, so again, this whole thing. They're only worried, according to Charlie, he's only worried if it is not a cop. Oh my God. Oh, this is great. If it is a cop, I think it would be easy to do. You've got to understand something. And they sit down and tell the police what happened. First, they're going to ask my parents to take a lie detector test. Nope, wrong, which they didn't do, just for the simple reason that those things give false positives all the time. True, but they're not visible in court anyway, which unfortunately makes you look bad because it's like, okay, we're just, we just feel that they have something to hide. But 99% of people, if they have something to hide, take a lie detector test. It makes you look bad. They're like, Katie, you want to take a lie detector test if you shot JFK? And you're like, yeah, I'll fucking take the test. And I'm going home afterwards. All right. Make it quick. Oh my God. The point is, okay, I don't like cops and you're not getting my dick pics of myself. So have a nice day. That's my answer. Okay. He's basically like, I'm not going to talk to you. And then me as he's talking, I mean, again, it's just the irony is insane. Keep going. Now he's talking. Now this is interesting where he's referencing a deal, right? He's like, if they take this guy down and he'll proffer 10 years because we have you on the tape extorting somebody and now tell us everything you know or else you're going to serve 10 years in prison. Is it worth it? Next thing you know, this person is singing. Other people start singing. And as soon as they have him, he starts calling your name out. Oh, my parents are going to have to say, yeah, the guy came and he said that. They're going to ask the story of what happened. There's going to be police at your door, at my door. It's going to be, and then Katie says my name. And then Charlie says they're going to check out anybody who got bailed out of jail. Wow. I mean, it's funny how like he's really on point with a lot of this, not a lot, with some of this, right? But like just completely in the opposite way of like just no self-awareness, right? So here he's trying to kind of convince her to be the person to make the call. This is what I want you to do. I want you to call up this person and say that I got a call from some friends of mine who said that you reached out to them and that you mentioned my name. And remember something, protect your name recently. So what you're going to say is, I got a call from some friends of mine who said you'd reached out and that you mentioned my name. These people want to go to the police because they had nothing to do with what you're talking about. Okay. And frankly, I don't know what you're talking about, but the name sounds familiar. And now here's one of my favorite parts because he's going to, this whole charity thing. I'm going to give you something as charity to help the less fortunate. Oh my fucking God. Welcome, Kid Smits. How are your lessons? I love the charity part. And then he continues on and the name sounds a little familiar. So I'm going to help you out with some charity. And don't ever contact me. Oh my God. And this is charity to help somebody out, less fortunate. You believe in karma, and that's the only reason it's being done. If it happens again, they're going to bring it to the police. This is just insane. But that's it. If you don't use anything other than the words, quote, help and charity, end quote. Oh my God. If it's the police, they can't take the money. Wrong. They can't take the money, he says again. Also still wrong. They won't even come to meet you. That's fucked up. Dude. He's referencing Nazis again. Now they're talking about Sigfredo, right? So Charlie says, he doesn't have any bad feelings towards me, does he? Our paths never crossed. I didn't know that the two of you would be working out, kind of like, and then she says it's not like that. And he says, you know, it's not where it's like I fucking was around when you guys were together and then I hopped in and you walked out. Like, that's a different story. That's disrespectful. So here he's expressing concern that maybe Sigfredo is trying to get Charlie back, if you will, seek revenge on Charlie. If Sigfredo would have thought that Charlie sort of stole Katie away from him, but he's saying that's not what happened. That would have been disrespectful, but that's not what happened. So essentially, he's kind of ruling out. He's like going through the possibilities and ruling out. Well, and yeah, it can't be Sigfredo. Okay, now he's talking about giving Katie the Lexus. A lot of this is very repetitive. Also, beyond the fact that it's like unlistenable, a lot of it is repetitive, as you guys are well aware with Charlie here. I'm just skipping ahead, going through a transcript here. I want you to take it back, write the number down. I'm going to give you the cash. And then I want you to talk to 712 what? There can't be too many people. So trying to figure out a time here. For her to come by the house. Katie, I mean. And again with the glasses and the hat. He says, I mean, the guy didn't have glasses or a hat. What the hell? But when you're blackmailing someone, he says, someone's got a couple options to either take care of you or, hey, okay, you're blackmailing somebody who had no problem possibly doing bad things. Blackmail somebody who were banging their secretary. Okay, not blackmail somebody over fucking like what, murder? Is that what you were going to say? She cuts him off, Katie does, and what she says is unintelligible, unfortunately. So I filled in the blank with murder there. Charlie says, my office in the morning, and then I'm in Weston in the afternoon. Again, so now they're talking about the logistics. And then he says, it's like if you're going to blackmail someone that's cheating on their wife. There's a whole other tangent here. Like, that's the only time you would blackmail somebody. Oddness. And this is what's interesting here. If this is what it actually, unintelligible, This is what I'm saying here. This is what it's actually revolving around, okay? It's actually revolving around this horrible. And then again, she cuts him off, and what she says is unintelligible. Again, yet again, in my head, I'm filling in the blank there. Murder, right? So this is what I'm saying. If you're blackmailing, okay, he's just still, now he's back to just cheating on the wife thing. Now he's talking about how he doesn't know who Tuto is. If you pay, they'll just keep coming back. And now he's back to harping on the facial hair. They didn't have a beard. But this is pretty funny. Here he is the first time he references the FBI. Tell them what you know. I'll tell them what I know. Nothing, because I don't. Unintelligible. FBI. Unintelligible. And then again with the facial hair, y'all.
Ever hear
I'm going to take a break and listen to a little bit of Pat Sanford.
either of the parties in this recording say Sigfredo Garcia?
No, did not.
Was he referenced in this recording?
With that.
Was he referenced?
Yeah. Who did they mean? He would be happy I have you on salary.
Yes, that's who they were referencing at that particular moment.
No bad.
Again, this is all completely fucking pointless. They just, have to make it seem like he's not just sitting there doing nothing. And now we have more. Now we're back to Charlie and Donna. Okay.
Talking around relationship advice stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We should make my mind sooner tomorrow, actually, too. She had to go back to work. So I think she's gonna come, maybe to my office tomorrow or another office at his office. I gave her some good advice.
Yeah,
She's just sleeping on it.
okay. Okay.
So,
Yeah.
relationships are not easy.
No, they're not. They're not.
So that's it. So everything's fine anyway. It's without a doubt. It's fine. Yeah. No question in the world. I would not. No, I can talk to you more about it, but
Yeah.
I mean, if you want, you can always come up to the office. You're gonna hang out with that tomorrow, right?
Yeah, what's tomorrow? Tomorrow Thursday, yeah, tomorrow. Yeah, we're gonna be doing a lot of stuff for the holiday.
Okay, so we're going to skip ahead a little bit. We're talking more about the lobsters, and now we have more Dave talk. Boys, us and Dave. That's awesome. We know he loves Dave. And then he goes on to a long tangent talking about June being talented and trying out for the Dolphins and her dancing skills. Again, they could have left this out, this prosecution. I mean, again, just because it's like, it's a lot to ask the jury to listen to these for, it's so many hours, man. He goes on and on and on. Now Donna's talking to the kids. Okay. Call ends. And now, let's see. Okay.
So I'll talk to her tomorrow. Which is that's a lot.
Yeah.
Anyway.
You think she'll be okay?
Yeah. I told her.
It seems like from what we know, June never makes it on the Dolphins, right?
So maybe one or two of us.
Yeah.
Okay.
How you want it? Yeah. So we got stuff. Yeah, fine. You can. Fine. All right, Charlie. I'm not like all
Yeah. So I
yeah.
Here's the swing set.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Because I like him to have a good night's sleep. So he works a long days.
That I truly would not worry about.
Wait a second. Listen, honey. Just put a brother on it. Come here, honey. Wait till she finishes and then you'll go on. Don't think so.
Yeah, no, without a doubt.
Okay. No, so.
Okay, again, now this is all completely not pertinent to anything. They could have skipped this, the prosecution. which route is quicker to take between Miami and wherever the fuck he's going. Who cares? She's pushing the swings. And then yet again, they're saying to each other, I wouldn't worry. Okay, here we go.
Well, listen, if you have to realize something, it doesn't look good.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, there's nothing, you're not gonna get anything, it's gonna be changed. It's not like, listen, it's not like you've ever threatened anybody or hurt anybody, so.
No.
You know, really, the thing is that they're not hiding who they are. Right, not at all. Not at all. So.
That's an undercover.
What's that?
They're not hiding who they are.
Yeah, it's not really hidden who they are. The whole thing is weird. I mean, the whole thing is very weird because it's the kind of thing that they can easily be traced. They can easily be caught. And they easily will have charges against them for that. Honestly, extorting people is like up to 10 years.
It's not like a secret. It's something that can be dealt with it's not that bad. It could be a lot worse.
Yeah, I don't know, why they maybe, just make it so easy to.
Could it be much worse? I mean, I don't know.
It's not very cheap. So, no, I think it's something that can be dealt with. It's not that bad.
Okay.
It could be a lot worse. Right. Could be like that.
Yeah.
So.
All right, sweetie pie. I will
Sweetie pie.
talk to maybe tomorrow during the day or night, so let me know if I can have everything is fit for the
Okay, so they're going to see each other at dinner. The call is over. Okay.
It's at 8:17 in the morning.
Publish call H, please.
So this is Katie and Alfredo, aka Sigfredo.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you something right now, and I'm gonna make it very clear. I'm gonna make something very clear because you're talking belligerent bullshit. I'm gonna make something very clear, okay? Why? Because you don't know how to apologize because you were wrong, okay?
So I have to just
Same
say,
thing that happened last time. Listen, I haven't worked.
this one also, I think, to me is less pertinent. I mean, they're just fighting. It's sad to hear couples fighting for me. We were so happy. You have to leave me. I mean, it's just fine. Go do whatever you need to do to make yourself happy. I mean,
God, all right, man, all right. Then fine, then go, whatever. Fine, go. If that's what you need to do to make yourself happy, then I'm not gonna hold you back.
I mean, I don't know. Again, I don't know. I guess they're getting to the highlighted part. I was about to say, I don't know why any of this is relevant, but then you're fucking me over. I'm going to make a phone call. So basically, nobody wants to be the one to make the call. Understandably so, right?
Okay, phone call. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I'm pretty sure somebody will buy the food, you know, so that. Just say, listen, listen. I just want you to fucking have a pussy between your legs and act like you have. If you want to fucking do what you want to do it. I'm gonna take care of this fucking problem. And then.
You're not even listening.
So to let you know the better of the plan. Man, just stop talking on the phone, man. Bye. Bye.
Wow.
All right. Is there another call between Mariano and Garcia that day?
There's one
Just a couple minutes later.
a couple minutes later, almost immediately following them hanging up. It was at 8:36.
Okay. Publish call I.
Hello?
Yeah.
I don't remember if it was, I think just in case, I think like you have to pay for it for the balance is $65.70.
I have to make it.
Like, I think, you remember that I wrote it down, the one you're supposed to put,
You got it.
but I'm not sure if it's
Speaking in code here.
$65.70.
I'm trying to do a security credit. Is there any way to keep this book?
I'm just telling you, I don't remember if it's either one of those numbers.
Well, you're picking them up today, so.
Huh?
Yeah,
The what?
you're picking them up today, so you'll find out when you get it.
The amount that I gave you on a piece of paper. I don't know if it's $60.57 or $65.70.
Got it.
So then that's it. Oh, hi, Twiz.
Okay? So it's no price
Twiz,
that
I
can
sent you
give
your text. I sent it to you right when I went live. I sent it to you.
So it makes no sense. Got it?
Understood.
Okay, so the call concludes. So yeah, so that's code for the phone number. Everybody's playing chicken about who's going to call the undercover FBI agent. Now here, the significance of this one is just basically they're talking about a little bonsai tree, which apparently is they're talking about weed, and this is basically a gift he's going to be giving to Sigfredo. Again, this is just going to the whole thing of like trying to keep everybody happy. You know, with their ongoing gifts / payments for the whole thing. Okay, now it's just some more logistical stuff here. She's asking for some more money, it looks like here. Okay. So now he's speaking in code because he's like, so Charlie's like, yeah, I was just telling you before, I don't think that's like a good idea regardless. It wouldn't be a good investment. And then she goes, oh, I see what you're saying. So this is, I think, where they start doing the code, the real estate code. Dude, all right.
I forgot I did call it. I'll put another call today. Tell me some recommendations for it.
Yeah, but I was planning before, I don't know if it's going to regardless of the future investment.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like that, I was seeing this on properties, and then I would say, I was asking, what happened, I was like, oh, this is going to be a good investment, and he's like, no.
The low bar, right? Better.
All right, I understand.
It's, but he is gonna look into a couple of things, a couple of properties regarding that, and find out.
Properties, quote unquote.
What's going on. And then we'll go from there, because, you know, you can't just jump into like, that's just, you know.
This is just going into more code language. Hilarious. Now they're using a different analogy. Before it was the cockroaches with the smoke. Now it's chum with the fish. Again, total lack of self-awareness going on here between both of them with what's happening. To see who bites. I mean, my God. Now here is where Charlie's like in the middle of surgery, I believe, or he's like with a patient while he's on the phone with Katie.
Hang on 1 second, Danny, that's me question. Sorry about this.
And he wonders why he gets terrible Yelp reviews. Am I right? Come on. Can you imagine being his patient? Like, hang on, sorry, hold on. Let me just talk to my ex-girlfriend / you know, co-conspirator in a murder real quick while you're sitting there prepped for surgery or in surgery. Your mouth cut open.
Right, and I give you 150 on top of it.
Oh, yeah, I love the check. Yeah, I love the check up here.
Oh my God. So here he's talking to a coworker or whatever. Dude, it's just wild. To pressure clean the thing first to get the dirt off. Oh my God. Katie says, I want food. Wonderful. And now they're back to the whole real estate thing. Okay.
And then I'm like, I try to ask advice too, you know, like coming from somebody like it's telling you, there's a case where like if somebody is offered this amount of money, like, you know, I start looking at the listings, I start looking at like possible scenarios or locations somebody could be at. And then, you know, hopefully I'll leave.
Was someone shocked that that listing came up?
Of course, especially if I'm around.
Y'all. The two scenarios. So clearly Katie is Charlie's whole two scenarios thing has resonated with her because now she's echoing that same sentiment. Again, using this code, real estate code, to talk about their whole thing of like, how are we going to handle this undercover FBI agent that we are self-snitching in front of. It's just hilarious. Like right here, right? He's like, Charlie says, this is the thing. You buy a property like that. It's like that duplex that you're talking about. Katie says, uh-huh. Charlie says, it just becomes a headache for life because it doesn't stop. You know, referencing if you were to pay someone who's blackmailing you. I mean, it's just wild. It's just, you know, it's what's funny is like, what? Okay. The fact that they're talking in code on these calls at all, that they've bothered to come up with a system of talking code. Again, they've already shown in these calls awareness that they're worried about being bugged at the apartment. They're worried about being bugged like on their person. But the fact that they're also using this code language on these phone calls, right, that are being wiretapped, shows that they have some concern that maybe these calls are being, oh, I don't know, wiretapped. Yet they somehow think that they somehow think that this is going to be effective in terms of being able to talk about all these things that are criminal and that no one's going to be the why. Like, they thought this would be good enough. It's just insane.
Where it's like, it's a false advertisement.
Like they thought this would just like people. It's like, oh, you know, maybe our calls are being wiretapped. Oh, I know. Here, let's just use this quote unquote code, these code words, right? Let's just reference the real estate property, right? And that way, just in case these calls are being wiretapped, no one will have any idea what we're talking about. I mean, it's just hilarious.
Oh yeah.
And
It can be one of two things. This is what happens if stuff doesn't get the all
Yeah.
sorts.
For sure. We haven't gotten to that part yet.
Yeah. The real estate beforehand. But what ends up happening is that, okay, saying you get that property, it's a great deal and everything. It becomes, if you get the wrong people in there, it becomes a problem for life on having some other properties.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's just more with this real estate analogy. It's not like they're actually getting anywhere in terms of figuring out what they're going to do. They just keep repeating the same shit, talking about it. You get the wrong tenant, great. I mean, you know, they just are talking in circles, right? It'll be like a leash that never leaves you. Dude, on and on and on. Now he's talking about completely unrelated, irrelevant things here. He had to kick somebody out of a property. This is actually not code. This is like an actual rental property. So all this is just, again, I don't know why all this came in. Poor jury. Charlie says he's becoming a workaholic. Good one. Okay, now he's saying he's going to help Katie out, get her. Now they're talking about all the new shit he's going to buy her, right? All the new shit. She's going to get new tires. He's going to help her out. Now they're going to talk about a new car. Okay.
So, so you think you can come by and see me tomorrow, or?
Yeah, for today and this is the plan.
Yeah, that's cool. Print out more of those
listing?
the multi-unit family properties that I want to look at. If it's just a pocket listing, I don't know, investigate it, but don't print out any pictures or anything. I'm not that excited. I just need to make sure that we're dealing with good people. And I think a lot of times we're gonna end up with a fucking another beer bar park being money.
Yeah. Which is a big headache, but, okay, I'll look
Roger that. All right, look up stuff, print it out. Have a great day at work.
Okay. Your pricing?
Oh my God. Now they segue into talking about Miami. Charlie's practicing his Spanish, y'all. No, let's listen to this actually.
I know, but it's universal.
Why is it not? Okay, I don't know.
I've been practicing my Spanish.
There you go.
I can say hola, I can say shalom, motherfucker.
Oh my God.
Shalom, motherfucker is not Spanish.
Wow.
I know, but it's universal.
Why is it not?
I'll see you tomorrow.
He says, I can say hola, I can say shalom, motherfucker. And she's like, shalom, motherfucker is not Spanish. Okay. It looks like they're going to take a break. Excellent. Let's moving right along here. And then we're back to another one that is completely inaudible. Okay.
No, I was talking to my parents about my day. So,
Now we're Charlie and Katie again.
Of course, but I'd rather word now.
Yeah, it was painful. We're not listening to all of it, not even close. We're just hitting some of the highlights.
Okay, is everything okay?
Yeah, I just want you to come down here so I can see it. They're already in the car.
We're just hitting the highlights, relying mostly on the transcript here. It is painful. It's painful in a lot of different ways. I mean, here, Charlie says, I still need to talk to my parents for another 5 minutes, and then I'm going to leave them, and I'm going to come to wherever you are. You know, the train cars, right? There we go. Now there's reference to WhatsApp, using WhatsApp. Okay. Now we have another call between Charlie and Katie. Standing by the boats. Again, not all this, some of this they could have just done without. Okay, now I think we're back to Charlie and Donna. Okay, great. Charlie and Donna for a change. We haven't heard from Donna in a few minutes here.
Are you
still Wendy? Charlie asked her.
So you're walking from.
Yeah, I'm not in LA right now.
Oh, you're not LA. Okay. Everything I come to LA.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you talk or?
Yeah, it's one. You want to drive by Wednesday, so I can come down?
Yeah, drive by the distance and Dad will go downstairs. And we'll meet him at the gate.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
Also so cool. That's it. So yeah, well, that's it. Yeah, exactly.
We meet there by the gate downstairs, the entry gate, or do you want to actually come in?
No.
Just he'll go downstairs now, and we'll wait by the gate.
At the gate out front.
So this is where they're going to go have another conversation.
Next to the toilet and gate, make a U-turn. So you're going up front, so you can just come out of the corner and on the side street there. Dad will wait right there.
I know, so you're not behind the side gate, right? Not the main gate, but the side that faces like right in entrance.
Again, we can skip through a lot of this. There's a lot of talk about the gate, meeting people, but Charlie's going to meet, blah, blah, blah. Did you walk or did you drive? Great. Okay, who is this one? Hold on.
Right, and shortly after this call, we have one involving June Mchinda. Is that right?
That's
Oh,
correct.
okay.
Okay. Publish in point 2, please.
Sure, you didn't know way, how are you, honey?
Oh, sorry, how are you?
Oh, I'm good, I'm sorry, we're keeping him way too long. I promise I will send some home at 1, 2, 30.
It's fine, I'll just contact later.
Okay, hold on one second.
I'm sorry, I tried calling you like 10 minutes ago.
No, it's fine, just, I'll talk to you later, you know?
I really need to call you again in 10 minutes.
It's okay.
I got a bunch of things with the office going on. I'm trying to sort out. This became a bigger deal than I thought it would. Keep your phone with you, okay?
Just call me when you can later, okay?
All right, keep your ring on.
So I want to jump to the next day, April 26, 2016. Call O, please. We're going back to Garcia and Magbanua here.
That's correct. The last call was at 11 o'clock at night. This call is at 9:48 a.m. the next day.
Publish O, please.
Amazing how these calls are all like in such a short period of time. Like, and how many more calls, like it's amazing. The other thing is this, the amount of it's amazing that Charlie has so many conversations, and it's been like, because these are all going in chronological order. Like, it's wild. Like, how does he have that? It seems like there's not enough hours in the day for all the phone calls that he's having in that time period. Again, it's like impossible to hear. Money for the kids. Okay. And Sigfredo's like, don't text me. Okay.
Time as evidenced by the calls we're about to
We did
hear.
the bump. Let me back it up. Okay.
Back to that bump letter that was sent on April 23rd to the icon. Did the bump letter arrive around this time as evidenced by the calls?
By the way, there's Joel right behind Georgia. You can see him clear as day there. Shout out to Joel. Shout out to SDS.
We're about to hear.
That's correct.
Okay, and in the bump letter, Tato is mentioned. I think in the original bump, Tato was mentioned. Who is Tato?
Tato is Luis Rivera.
All right, publish call R, please.
Good morning.
Hey, how are you?
Donna.
Good. Yeah, what's going on?
Not a whole lot. Picking up some things in the house. I was, Vicky's got me the alley, so I'm working on everybody's salary for tomorrow.
Again, we don't need all this exposition, dude. Just going forward here. Oh, here's where Charlie talks about the dental implant failing. Jesus Christ. Oh, this is really funny, though. Hang on. Can you take an x-ray for me? This is wild. Let's hear this part.
Yeah, everything's fine. It's just after the day off.
Dad's not too well, actually. We didn't go to bed until 5:30. So it's don't stay at 5:30. I got up actually at 6:30. And he said, look at me and said, I said, no problem. And I told the girl that he didn't feel well. His patients are all being seen Wednesday, Thursday, and
Hang on a second. Hang on a second.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, can you take an x-ray for me? Okay, I'll be there in 1 minute.
Can you take an x-ray for me? I'll be there in 1 minute. And then my favorite part is the person says, sure, or whatever. And then Charlie says to Donna, okay. Or so then he says, sorry, go ahead. Apologizing to his mom that he had to interrupt her to say to an employee, can you take an x-ray for me? Insanity.
Sorry, yeah.
It's not like, oh, sorry to the patient because I'm taking a call. It's like, sorry to his mom on the phone that he had to not entirely neglect a patient. Dude.
So that was, he could not remember her, so we didn't go to sleep.
Yeah, no, Did you tell like what I told you yesterday? I mean, it's not.
100%.
I mean, he agreed to see if we was like that. I mean, it's not.
It sounds like it would be fine.
It's just about 1,000%. I know what you worry about is when you don't know.
Right.
Who's doing
No.
it.
No, it sounds like this company usually fixes those bridges pretty quickly, so they should be fine.
It's not like a fucking office, because I really don't want to come down there anymore. I need to distance myself from it. I mean, just hear me out and listen to me.
Right?
Just hear me out.
Right?
If you don't know who the person is, it's a much bigger problem. If you know who it is, it's very, very easy.
It's just wild going to hell a little bit here. It's not anything more than nonsense. Famous last words. Y'all. We're making good headway, though, on these calls. Moving right along through them. This was a long day in court. It's fucking crazy. It's stupid. And again, you can't see 3/4 of their face and they'd walk around with a big floppy hat and glasses. Again, wow, Charlie. An Abraham Lincoln beard. Okay. It's nothing to worry about. It's being looked into. I mean, it's just it's so repetitive and so redundant. It's really crazy. I feel like they played more of these in Donna's trial than they did in Charlie's trial. Like I feel like in Charlie's trial, these wiretap calls went on for like maybe 2 hours. And like this was like a day and a half, I think, in totality for Donna's trial. So but I think part of that might be because they said that they had gotten some of them enhanced since Charlie's trial. So maybe they would have played this many for Charlie's, but they didn't because they were too shitty, although they're still really shitty. Nobody would show their face. Nobody would da-da-da. Oh, you mean they would be wearing an Abraham Lincoln beard, basically? That's just not how it's done, Charlie says. I mean. Okay.
It's about maybe 15 minutes after the call we just heard.
Play call T, please.
Charlie calls Katie. I mean, I will say also, it is really establishing the pattern, though, right, of communication of like cars.
Hey,
What's going on?
well, I don't know what to talk like. For some reason, I know you're like telling me something about the money, but I gotta miss out the number.
Right.
And I'm calling 4 numbers, but nobody's picking up.
I mean, again, just to point out again the irony, right, that they're using this quote unquote code language because they're worried that someone's listening to the calls, and it's just blows my mind that they think that this would be enough to where it's like, oh, they're not taught, like no one could figure it out. It's just blows my mind. Like they thought they were that sly about this. Right? I don't know how to do that, but I'm sure
like a really
the
good
chat
client.
does.
If they're gonna write the post. I actually have the number at home.
Are you listening? We need you.
Well, I can talk. I wish I was.
I tried to, remember it, and I just couldn't. I've been calling so many people today, so
She's making excuses. Nobody wants to call that fucking number, right? So everybody's lying about having tried calling it and all that.
I'm gonna be home in probably 2 hours.
Number wrong.
Hopefully they haven't like looked at other properties yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no way now.
Let me,
Before I get out of work.
It's like not that hard, dude. Well, let me do this. Let me see if I can get the number. I've got the number at home on my desk. Let me see if the number might be some other place. Like, how hard is this, man? They end up repeating this number so many fucking times that it's just not plausible. Like, they must all have it memorized and just to try to pretend like, wait, what was it again? Oh, I tried calling, but like the number didn't go through, or like it's just
Well, let me do this. Let me see if I can get the number. I got the number at home in my desk.
The best part though is you have to
But
come.
let me see if the number maybe some other place, okay? All right, I'll call you right back.
Okay, next call, Charlie to defendant.
That's correct.
Okay, call you, please.
Hey, Charlie.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay. Do you remember the number that was written on that paper the other day? Because I have it at home.
Again with this fucking phone number. Okay, we're gonna skip past that. Don't put it in your contact list. Do put it in your contact list. Debating about that. Think she can get the number in 30 minutes. Okay.
Okay.
This is Katie and Alfredo.
Because I also, I had like,
I know you gotta do.
Remember, Katie's telling Charlie that she's going to be calling it, right? Like she's like, yeah, I'm doing, because he asked her to do it specifically. But she's asking Sigfredo to do it. See, nobody wants to do it.
Yeah, I get it. So the listing for the places,
is it real life happening as well? 6570.
5570.
So again, confirming the phone number. She's tasking it to Alfredo. Okay, now the Matsuri restaurant conversation. Okay. Okay, now this one is maybe the worst of all. We're going to just skip past this entirely. The Matsuri conversation, we're going to get to where we got a transcript. Okay. I'm going to leave a coupon, leave a gift card. Now he's complaining about having a long drive. Again, and now we're back to just things that are completely not relevant to the trial or to anything for that matter. He's had that show for years. Now they're talking about a reality show. Again, this is wild. Okay, we're going to finish that call. Great. Moving right along. Okay. So now Charlie is telling Donna that a call was actually made. Now, this is not true. This is what Katie told him. This is wild.
No. So, just understand.
So Charlie believes Katie. Katie told him that she tried calling and nobody picked up. So now Charlie's telling Donna that he says they actually called the person, but we know it's Katie, that saying she did, and nobody picked up. None of this happened. None of this happened. In fact, if I recall correctly, and we're getting there, the first and I think only time that anybody dials that number is actually Donna. So all of this, and it's really funny how this goes on and on, this whole charade of everybody's calling the number. Nobody's calling the number. Can you imagine, again, just sitting there as these agents listening to these wiretaps being like, you got the phone sitting in front of you. It has yet to ring. Nobody's fucking called it. And you're hearing all these people going back and forth, talking to each other. Yeah, I called it. Yeah, I called it too. And and so and so. And it's like, wow. And like, they would be the only ones privy to like just how much everybody's lying to everybody else. It's pretty fucking funny.
Maybe another time, just not listening.
All right. No. Literally everything else is being taken care of. Just so you know, they actually called the person. And nobody picked up. Really.
I love the part coming up. Charlie says, you've got to find something new to worry about. To Donna, you've got to find something new to worry about. Oh.
Yeah, really happy. Well, that doesn't matter. I mean, it's really nothing, so it's listening. But no one picked up, it's got a couple times. I wouldn't worry I would not. worry at all. I worry about other things.
Okay.
And that's, you gotta find something to worry about.
No, I don't want to believe me.
No.
All right, find something to worry about. Great. Got laundry to do. Got to go to the Publix. Okay, great. Now we're on to just completely irrelevant, even more irrelevant conversation. Again, nothing to worry about. Great. Throw a fishing line out there to see if they can catch something. Charlie. Okay. Okay.
The person came to you is laying a message, and then some dumb idiot wants to go ahead and they want to follow up with a letter. Like, and the truth is that the number was called, they didn't pick up. And then she tried calling it.
So here he's saying she called the number. She being Catherine McBanoa. Did McBanoa call the
Nice,
number?
Cece.
No, she didn't.
And they're saying, well, the number was called, but nobody picked up. Would the FBI have seen if that was the case?
We would have.
And that didn't happen.
It did not happen.
So Garcia said he called the number. Katie's saying she called the number. Charlie's telling Donna that Katie called the number, but nobody called the number.
That's correct.
Right.
All right, let's go to the next day, April 28th, 2016. Do we attempt another bump?
We do.
And what is this one?
We had the undercover call the Adelson Institute and asked for Mrs. Donna Adelson.
All right.
And what time of day was that?
It was 9:22 a.m. on the 28th.
Publish that call at this time, Judge. It states Exhibit 117.
Please proceed.
This should be the first call on that exhibit.
Good morning, thank you for calling the Adelson office. This is Erica. Can I help you?
Yes, good morning. May I speak to Mrs. Donna Adelson?
May I let her know who's calling?
Sammy?
Sammy
Oh, I met her last week.
I love this. So I met her last week. Again, just to keep it in mind that we really sped through these calls, right? I mean, we scrolled through, fast forwarded through. It's so many calls just of what they're playing this trial, and it's been less than a week. Crazy. But here's the first time where we get the made up nickname. And I think the made up nickname is hilarious. Like Sammy. It's Sammy. And then the way that they're just, I don't know, for some reason to me, it's like that seems like they could have come up with something better. Like that maybe that should have been a clue. Sammy. I mean, have y'all ever known anyone named Sammy? I have not. And I also don't know that it seems like a very appropriate name for someone who's supposed to be, is and also is playing a character for undercover purposes of somebody who's like Puerto Rican, I think. Sammy, I don't know. It's.
Some paperwork.
You met her last
You know what it reminds me of, like in The Office, the TV show? It's like, what was your dentist's name? Crentist. Your dentist's name was Crentist. It's like that, right, to me. Anyway.
You gave her some paperwork regarding.
Oh, she knows what it's about. It's important paperwork.
Oh, okay.
The poor lady answering the phone who's just like completely unassuming, like, oh, okay. Like, dude, thinking it's like a regular person.
Yes.
Do you have another phone number you can be reached?
You have a last name?
My number is 305-712-6570.
Okay, so she's not available right now.
It would have been interesting though had she asked that question, and she should have. Like, if you're following up with somebody, like there could be more than one Sammy, right? It would have been interesting to see what happened if she said, "Oh, and what's your last name?" Right? Because if he provided a last name, potentially, right? These fools here could have then, when the receptionist says, "Oh, Sammy, whatever, Wilson," let's just say, called, right? Or whatever. Like then you actually, now you have a full name where you could actually try to, like, if you're them, try to like verify who is this person? Is this a real person? You know what I mean? Like you could actually do a little bit of a digging there to see if it's a real person or not, or if it's somebody connected to Tuto or what have you. She doesn't ask the question.
have her maybe give you a call back.
Okay, just tell her it's very important. We need to find out immediately what she thinks about the paperwork.
Okay. I certainly.
I'm at the last week. Yes, thank you so much.
All right. Have a good day.
All right.
Missed opportunity there.
A moment to confer, Judge.
Okay, a moment to confer. One.
Z, please.
Enjoy.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, are you in office or home or room?
Okay. Now, now things are really starting to heat up. I love this. Now Donna's relaying what happened. She got a message from Sammy.
What's up?
Well, Erica called me this morning, and the guy on the road. Yeah, Erica called me and she said, she didn't want me to bother you with this. She said, I don't think dad called or what, but.
So the receptionist or whoever, Erica, apparently that answered the phone, thought maybe it was a sales call.
Somebody called this morning, he said his name was Sammy, and he gave you some very important papers last week and he hasn't heard from you. And he wants you to call him back and hear from him. So.
Okay.
So I want to verify the number, that it's the correct number that I told you that. So obviously I'm not going to call the number, but did you get the sales call?
Okay, so now and again, it's impossible to hear. They're talking about, is it the same phone number as the other time on the paper? And then they confirm that it is. So now they know it's the same person that has now called. Charlie reiterating yet again. But I wouldn't, Mom, trust me when I tell you, I wouldn't worry at all. Is he going to be telling her that when she's also spending life in prison? Charlie says, I'm going to call and take care of it now. Thank you. Love you, sweeties. Okay.
Sorry.
That was me imitating Donna, by the way. Just in case anybody's zoned out. At Sanford's face, though.
You have reached the voicemail box of 78656413112.
Hey, it's me, reporter calling.
Message?
Yes, he did leave a message.
Okay, thanks. And then after that, did he attempt her a couple more times?
He did. He called and did not reach her.
Okay, so we've got, I think, 9:49, 9:51, and 9:54. Does that sound
So he's
right?
blowing up her
right.
phone.
Okay, does he ever get up with her?
Yes, she finally calls him back.
All right, and what time is that?
10:43 a.m.
Published BB, please. Pause it for a minute.
What happened?
Judge, this call is 7 minutes in duration. Would you like to break for lunch after the playing of this particular call?
I'm sure the jurors will agree.
Very sure they would as well.
I actually think that.
All right, let's play BB then.
So Charlie's saying somebody called like Dad's office. Oh my God. So he's relaying this to Katie. The guy's name is Sammy. And basically Katie's still sticking to her story. Like, I've been calling, but like the number's not working. It's great. Katie says, that's a non-working number. It's like a Gmail number. Oh my God. So she's trying to be like, yeah, this isn't like a real thing. And he's like, look, why would they go through all this effort? Like, now they've contacted the office. Like, this is real. And then Katie's like, it's a fucking joke. Now, again, with the number, confirming the number. Here's the number. Exactly. That number is like a non-working number, Katie says again. And then Charlie says, okay, can you? And then Katie says, because I tried. She didn't try. Charlie says, can you find out? And then she says, okay. And then it's like, what? I don't fucking understand. Oh my God. Charlie says, find out who the fuck it is because the other phone call is going to be the FBI. I'm telling you. The irony, though. The irony. Can you imagine listening? You're the FBI listening to this. I want to hear him say this.
Trying to get something out of you.
Okay, find out who the fuck it is. Because the other phone calls will be the FBI. I'm telling you. Well,
I mean, I don't know. I don't even know how you, if you're listening to this, if you're the FBI listening to this, how do you even continue on? Like, oh my God.
And then when they do catch the person, they're going to be asking lots of questions about who's taking
But they have to be listening, right? So like they can't just like crack up laughing because they have to be listening. How do you not though?
We already spoke about this. It's like not even like a fucking joke anymore.
It's not a fucking joke, Katie. It's not.
Are there smart people?
And it's like,
Take it further. Find out who the fuck it is. That's all I'm asking.
no, I'm not on my fucking cell phone because it's fucking bullshit and fucking somebody trying to fucking twist like some bullshit. Like it's getting aggravating.
Yeah, it is.
So she's really trying to play up this whole thing as if she's really tried to reach them and she can't. And she's really aggravated because why is their phone not working again? None of that's the truth. She's not calling. She's not called at all. Nobody's called the number yet. But again, she's really trying to convey to Charlie like that she's so aggravated because the number's not working. It's wild. This is wild. And then Charlie's like, I'm going to handle this my motherfucking self. This is bullshit. And then Katie. She's trying to outdo Charlie here, guys. Let's listen to this.
Bullshit.
Find out.
That's right, bro. I'm not going to fucking FBI. I'm fucking
Right there. I know it's hard to hear. She's trying to one-up Charlie with the irony of with the FBI. She says, that's threats, bro. I'm about to go to the fucking FBI, you guys. She says, it's either the FBI is fucking playing games or fucking whatever it is. Ding, ding, ding. We have a winner. Although they're not.
fucking playing or fucking whatever it is.
No.
I'm fucking getting pissed.
Alright, we'll find out. All I'm saying is, okay.
You're an idiot. You
I
didn't
mean,
want the number. Get the
how
fucking number.
many times that the thought has occurred to them, you know, obviously from the very first phone call, they're already paranoid that they're being listened to. But then now that you've even got them saying out loud, the FBI multiple times, and that they just continue talking. It's like, how is it not dawning on them that yes, they're right. Their calls are being listened to. And also they're right. It's the FBI. And they're literally saying these things and they just continue on. It's mind blowing every time.
Okay.
And fucking like, I didn't fucking give a shit about all these fucking bullshit, whatever shit anymore.
Okay.
I'm pissed the fuck off. I'm gonna fucking go to the hospital now.
Okay. Well, either you go to the cops or we go to the cops.
Yeah, so Twiz asking a good question for the timeline. So Lewis was in prison, but for unrelated federal charges. I don't even know what they're for. It might have been just gang or drug related, but Lewis was already in custody, but yeah, in federal custody for just completely unrelated stuff. So no one had been arrested in this case until after all this shit with the wiretap calls. Like that's when they made the first, or like after all these calls, right? That's when they go and talk to Lewis because he's already in custody. He tells them everything he tells them. We watched the proffer. The proffer's amazing. And then Sigfredo is their first, you know, Lewis pleads, and Sigfredo is the first actual arrest. Since it doesn't really count, they didn't arrest Lewis because he was already in custody and he pled. But yeah. This is what they needed, right? In other words, probable cause for the arrest, right? They had a lot before this, but they felt like they didn't have enough and they wanted to make sure they had enough before they brought forth charges on anyone. They should.
We'll find out who the fuck this is. Because this person evidently knows you and knows your family.
Yeah, exactly. And you don't think that I'm fucking scared shit out of me? Like somebody fucking saying my name out
Well, if someone's messing with you, they're messing with me. Someone's messing with me, I'm messing with you. It's the game.
There we go, Katie again. That number doesn't fucking work. If you can get a unintelligible, you go to different offices, call the motherfucking number, see if that number works. So now she is basically essentially daring, if you will, Charlie to call from one of the other dental offices where he like, you know, he's always going to the different dental. She's like, try it. Why don't you try calling it? Again, no one's called it yet. This is hilarious. She's like, because I tried myself and that shit does not work. Unreal, man. And then he's like, Katie, call them. Find out who the fuck it is now. Trust me on this. Find out who the fuck it is. So he didn't even listen to what she just said. And then Katie says, get the number. Listen to me. Get the number and stop playing all these games. And then he's like, I already gave. He was going to say, I already gave you the number, which he has. He's given her the number a bazillion times. And then she says, unintelligible, with your parents to the fucking FBI, whoever the fuck is doing this shit, and fucking go and fucking report whoever is harassing. That's it. And then he says, all right, Katie, I got to go get back to a patient. So all this time, there's a patient sitting there in his chair with their mouth open, and he's talking like, this is insanity. And he verifies, do you have the number I gave to you the other day? And she says, I have the fucking number. Okay, good. Call it. And then she says, but I called the number. Now we're back to square one again with this. He says, I know you. And she cuts him off. It's not a working number. Dude, why? Like, we've had this conversation a bazillion times, guys. Like, this is just hilarious / pitiful. Fucking A, bro, says Katie. I'm going to fucking fuck up whoever the fuck is fucking with me. That's a lot of fucks in one sentence. I'm impressed. Charlie says, I'm going to call my mom and have my mom call the office. Katie says, get that fucking number. Wait, I thought you said you already had it, Katie. Charlie says, which number? Katie says, the number I've been calling is not a working number, for fuck's sake. It's either somebody's playing games, somebody is tapping into some shit. Oh, you mean like wiretapping? And somebody is just trying to aggravate somebody. And I'm aggravated, she says. So then he's like, let me have Erica go look at the caller ID. Oh, for fuck's sake. Do me a favor, try the number I gave you the other day. Charlie is saying to her. And then he's like, meanwhile, I'm going to go see if Erica could give me that number from caller ID. Wow. And now they feel like they've got some sort of a plan. Incredible. Yeah, I agree. I'm with you on that, Twiz. I mean, I like I said, I was thoroughly impressed. Like, that's, you know, y'all know how often I use that word. That might be like, you know, in terms of how many times can you naturally get it into a sentence without just like inserting it for the sake of inserting it. Like, she naturally said that. Like, that is really impressive. Actually, I want to count how many times, just real quick. And then they're going to go to lunch. So we have so fucking A, bro. I'm going to fucking fuck up whoever the fuck it is. Sorry, let me try that again. Fucking A, bro. I'm going to fucking fuck up whoever the fuck is fucking with me. I mean, just class act right there. Okay, so they go to lunch. Excellent. And then they come back from lunch for more of this. Okay. All right.
Back to Donna to find out if the number was on the device at the office.
Correct, if the caller ID showed up and what it read. So CC is on the same day, Charlie to Donna at 10:50, which is about just a couple minutes after, a minute or two after the last call.
All right, let's publish CC, please.
So I want to point this out. Kits is making a phenomenal point here. She's saying it's also a good example of how Katie actually talks, which is important later with the jailhouse snitches. Absolutely. Yes, very good point, Kitsman. Thank you.
Hey, Mom, do me a favor. Please. Does Erica have caller ID at the office?
And after they thought they had this brilliant plan, they don't have caller ID at the office. How do you not have caller ID at the office? Oh, dear.
There is no caller ID.
Wow.
Is there a way of looking up what number it was that called? I don't even have that caller ID in the office.
Wow.
Stop working. So
the epic failure. Welcome to
Okay, if that number was a non-working number, I'm gonna have someone try and call it again and find out maybe it's working now, okay? All right, I'll call you as soon as I hear something. I'll call you within a minute, okay?
Okay, I'm sorry, DD, please.
Oh, double D. We're not teaching you yet. But double D.
Yeah.
Okay. There is no caller ID at the office. Call the fucking number that I gave you the other day. I know it was not working the other day when you called. Call it again.
Just oh man. Call the number again. And we're back to this. I know it was a non-working number the other day. Call it again. As if it would just now be a working number. I mean, really? This is just. She's back to saying it's a Gmail number. I'm fucking telling you, bro. Oh, Lord. Call it. Whoever it is, or she says, whatever it is, it's either somebody's fucking with your family, fucking with my family, and fucking setting somebody up. Charlie says, okay, fuck it. And then she says, I don't play that fucking game. And you know what? You're thinking. You're not thinking. You're not thinking. Charlie says, what do you want me to do? She says, you want me to call my fucking phone? And then she says, you want me to call from my fucking phone? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, Katie? He's only asked you about a trillion times to call. Why are you like, oh, the problem is my what? Yeah, he says this is an appropriate response from him. I could care less where you call from. Right. The problem, as she has repeatedly said, is not the phone she's calling from. It's the phone number that is a non-working number. Of course, that's bullshit. This is insanity. And then she's back to, it's not a working number. I swear to God, y'all. Katie says, if you go ahead and fucking find a fucking phone and you call and find out what the fuck is going on if they pick up. Because look, they're obviously not. I mean, this is, how does he not figure this out yet, right? Because here's what she says. She's only said a zillion times it's not a working number. But then she's like, you call. And find out if they pick up. Red flag, Charlie. But then she follows that up yet again with it's not a working number. Well, then how is anyone going to pick up? This makes no sense. Whatever set, this is Katie still. Whatever setup this bullshit is, it's somebody that's trying to fish for fucking some shit and just fucking throwing out names or whatever. Charlie says, okay. She says, or for all you know, fucking somebody's already fucking listening to everything. Finally. Okay. We're making some progress. Can't you guys are they part of the trouble with these guys, besides like murder, is that they seem to not ever be listening to what they are saying themselves. Like Katie, listen to what you're saying. Charlie, listen to what you're saying. Listen to the words coming out of your own mouth or the other people's mouths for that matter. Just say this and then just keep talking. I just will never get over it, man. Okay, so Katie says, or for all you know, fucking somebody's already fucking listening to everything. Charlie says, okay, well, there's nothing. They can listen to whatever conversation they want, you guys. They can listen to whatever conversation they want. Can you imagine being these agents? The movie, when they make the movie of this, is going to be amazing. That's all I can say. It's going to be, all of us who are like, I want to be in that room when they're listening to these calls and we're trying to picture it. Like, I'm picturing it. I've got a really good image in my mind of what this looks like. I can picture the furniture. It's probably all not correct, right? But from the beginning of these calls back when we first started hearing them, at Charlie's trial, like, I had a very vivid picture in my mind of what this room looks like. And it'll be really interesting when they make the movie. Will my vision be the same as the movie? But anyway, we'll get to actually see this play out like we wish we could have in real life. I'll call from the office, and then from there, I'll call the FBI.
From there,
fucking amazing, man.
All right, let me know that.
okay, they're still in.
Good point.
Okay, what's next?
You did not miss the end.
Next is EE. I'm sorry. E1.
No, I think we have EE still.
Okay. EE's Charlie back to Katie again. 37 seconds. 11:17 a.m.
Where to publish, this is Adelson, if you need your amplification device or your.
There it is. One of many times where Judge Everett is like, look, you made a big fuss about can't hear anything, so you put that shit on. Paraphrasing.
Headphones, please wear them. It's very important that you are able to follow all of the evidence.
Now, I love this part, guys. All right, check it out. Watch Donna feebly try to put the headphones on. And actually, if you pay attention, whenever she has the headphones off and puts them on, she really tries to play up the struggle. And I can't remember if it's this time. We're going to make sure we watch them. But it's either this time or another time that her, like, the paralegal actually assists her. Like, she can't even put the headphones. Like, this is it. If I was on the jury and I saw this, I'd be like, oh, come on. Like, it's just, you're just overdoing it. Just overdoing it.
Please wear them. It's very important that you are able to follow all of the evidence as it takes place during the trial.
Yep. Like, I can't figure out how to, y'all. She's not handcuffed, by the way. For anyone who might be thinking, oh, maybe she's handcuffed. I thought that at one point too, at like, not this point, but there was a point at which I was like wondering, oh, she's not handcuffed.
As it takes place during the trial.
Really, though? You just put them on your head. That's all there is to it. Y'all.
Hey, I'm gonna start 6-7 and see if there's and see what it is.
Okay, yeah.
But if you haven't heard anything from McDonald's, have you?
Sorry?
You haven't heard anything from any of the offense?
No, obviously we're on the page.
Okay. Let me do that. See where we are.
Okay, now we go to EE1. Is this the same day?
It is the same day. It's like 1 minute after that phone call.
Of course it
We
is.
just heard.
Of course it is.
Starts at the start.
Hey, the number there, it said, was it 712-6570? Yeah, the 305 area. Okay, what I'm gonna do is this. I'm going to call them and star 67 my number. Okay? And I'm gonna, I have a, this is right, I have a strong feeling what I think it is. Okay. I think it may be either some private investigator, or I think it's the FBI, or somebody just trying to fish around and stir the pot and see how people react. You know, I think it's what she said was. I think it's one of the two. I mean, I'll tell you why. It's a last ditch effort to probably try to stir a pot and see what comes out. Because the thing is this, it's not done like this. It's not. I mean, you gotta understand, like, I think
I love this is one of my favorite ones. It's not done like this. As it's being done like this. Amazing. He almost deserves an award, honestly, for this.
Playing games, because you gotta understand, it's not done like this. Listen, you've done absolutely nothing wrong. I've done absolutely nothing wrong. You know, and I think it's someone that may think they know something. So since they think they know something, they're trying to stir the pot. So it's somebody really stupid because we don't have any information, or if I did, I could let my reward. So I don't know of anything. You know, the fact that you're being extorted, sometimes people react differently to different things. Some people are extorted and they're like, you know what? It's like agents who extort you all the time. They're like, give me my money back, or I'm going to the board of entry. Well, I've done nothing wrong, but if I go to the board of entry, it's a bigger fucking headache than anything else. Right. So even though I'm 1,000% right in the dentistry I do, in the work that I do, I don't really deal with the board of dentistry. I don't want to walk in there and have them say, you didn't tell me, yeah, that's funny, I was talking to the dentist yesterday about it. That's what I'm, but I think that's what's nonsense. I really think it's somebody who thinks that they're like going to try to solve this case and they think it's with a family and get something somehow to do with it. So they're going to go ahead and be like, and make some demands and see how we react. Well, if you like, oh, we did demand, they did react. It's just very odd. It's just, we've had nothing to do with it. I don't know who the hell this guy is. I'm sure you guys have no idea who the hell this is. And you pick up a newspaper and you see a last name, and it's, in the old days, you have the, in the old days, you have the, there's no way of looking anything up unless you look to the CIA. Nowadays, a homeless guy with his cell phone could go on the World Wide Web, put a name in, and 3 seconds has addresses, addresses, locations, and then for $19 you can find anything. So, that's the thing is, it's like, me, my house is not listed. So if you went that search route, you would have found it. But that's like,
one of my favorite parts is coming up right here, guys. Charlie says, what's even odder is they're not bugging Wendi. I hate that the prosecution didn't highlight that, right? Because they've highlighted a lot of stuff. The fuck, why did they not highlight, like, this one? This is huge. And he's talking to his mom. Charlie's talking to his mom. He says, what's even odder, though, is that they're not bugging Wendi. And Donna says, So you remember when I said earlier, the part about when it's like, oh, it involves the two of us, and they make it seem like it's just the two of us. And I was saying how, like, if you're Wendy's attorneys, whenever she has her trial, it's like, you're really going to harp on that, right? Like, they just said it's the two of them. But when we talked about this at the beginning of the live stream, and I said, they say that thing, which is really definitive sounding, but then they contradict it a million times after. This is one of those times where clearly they're both in agreement. Why the fuck, like, they're not. And then the other thing is, we don't really know yet still, and we will not until her trial, what all they have of Wendi in terms of her phone and whatnot, right? But we know she wasn't wiretapped, but we just don't know yet, right? Could it be that they were, they could have had somebody following her, taking pictures and whatnot. We wouldn't have learned that yet. We didn't learn that yet. We would learn that at her trial. So anywho, but the point being, here they are both in agreement that it's odd that they're not bugging Wendi. So first, they're making that assumption and they are correct, but regardless, they're like, that's even odder than anything else.
That's the weird thing that they're not bugging her.
And then Charlie says, because that would be the first person I would go to. And then Donna says, And then Charlie says, that's the weird thing, that they're not bugging her, y'all. And then Donna says, and then he's trying to make some sort of hint here about a headache. He says, that's why I just kind of like don't want to have a headache, And then Donna says, I know what you're saying. And then Charlie says, because you don't want to trade one set of nonsense with the other set of nonsense. Now, that sentence is nonsensical to me, and I don't even know what nonsense he's even referencing at this point. There's just too much utter nonsense in general. So when he's trying to get specific here, let's trade one set of nonsense for the other set of nonsense. Like, this is all nonsense, so I really don't know what he means there. Let me know if you guys have figured it out. But all of this is in reference to freaking Fireball. Now Charlie says, so I think I'm just going to call them up and see what they want. So he's finally like, yeah, maybe I should just call. You guys. And then Donna says, and it's funny. So she's believed what Katie has told Charlie. Donna says, well, if it's a non-working number. And then Charlie says, well, that's what I want to see if it's non-working. So it sounds like to me, Charlie's starting to doubt Katie's, that she's being truthful about this. He's starting to doubt it. He wants to see if it's non-working. So does this mean he doesn't actually want to talk to quote unquote Sammy? He just wants to see if it's non-working, just to see if she's lying to him. That's what that sounds like to me. Then Charlie goes back. He sort of takes a step back and he's like, it may not be working the other day. So now he's sort of like, well, maybe it wasn't working the other day, but then it could also be working the next day. That makes no sense. Like here, it sounds like he's going back and forth. Is Katie lying to me? Is Katie not lying to me? That's just my interpretation of this nonsense. And then Donna, yeah, maybe it's working now. Y'all, I'm saying y'all to them. This makes no sense, people. Are they not listening to what they're saying? And then Charlie says, so I mean, let me see what they want. But I don't think, let me see what's going on. And Donna's like, okay, hun. Wow. Oh, Lord, mercy. And now they're back to confirming the number again. How the fuck? I don't even know. Okay, here we go. Does Charlie call the undercover? Yes, he does.
All right. Does Charlie call the undercover?
Yes, he does.
Okay.
He does.
On what date? This is the first call to the undercover, right?
This is the first call to the
Right,
undercover
Donna's
on
the
28 of 16.
Okay. Please publish FF.
That's it right there. Yeah, appropriate. FF. All they need is an S, for fuck's sake. FF. S. Yeah, just talk to the wire directly, right? They may as well just go and sit in the room with all the agents and have these conversations in front of them at this point, right? Here we go. Okay, so this is a huge moment in time. So finally, this is the first time somebody actually calls the number. So just to reiterate, up to this point, we have the initial bump, right? Where Donna, the undercover agent, intercepts Donna, gives her the letter, right? Then we have a whole lot of them fucking around trying to figure out what's going on, being fools for almost a week. And then we have, quote unquote, Sammy, the undercover, calling the dental office and speaking with Erica. And then a bunch more tomfoolery from all these fools, right? Katie's telling Charlie she's called, it's not working, all this, right? And now Charlie's like, you know what? This is enough of this bullshit. I'm just fucking calling it. So this is the first time this number has been called by anybody here. Charlie's calling. Here we go. Big moment.
Hello? Hola, Liga. Hello, Liga. Who is this? Who's this? Someone's been calling my family and trying to figure out who this is. Well, in reference to what now? Someone by the name of Sammy call? Yeah, that's me, man. What's going on? Well, what's going on? My brother thought. Okay,
We have it incorrect here on the transcript. It says Charlie again. That's supposed to be Sammy, the unidentified male speaker. And Northwest saying, yeah, that Sammy just repeats the same 5-ish bullet points. And there's a reason for that, because part of the whole thing is they can't give any more information than what they've already given, because they chose the information that they provided when they made that letter, right? For this bump, they chose really carefully, really specifically, to where it would leave enough gaping holes, right, in information, so that way when that information is discussed, it could only have been provided from them, right? So, and the other thing is you would have to worry potentially about entrapment or whatever too. Like the point being, right, that they gave very little information, and they're going to stick to that same information, and any new information that is discussed was provided from them because they know exactly what the situation is, right?
So that has not been taken care of. The Sammy's not been taken care of. I talked to the banker's office. Why are you calling me? Who are you? I gave you number to a lady.
Again, the consistency here, right? Never says Tallahassee, because if the word Tallahassee comes up, they want that to come from the mouths of one of these fools. Every time they reference Tallahassee, it's the same thing. Taken care of up north. The point being that if you say taken care of up north and they automatically know it's Tallahassee and say Tallahassee, right? Y'all see why that matters. So again, but it is all the same things. They say Katie, Tuto, problem taken care of up north.
don't know something.
You don't know Taco?
No.
You know Katie? And Tuca? They've been taken care of since family's father was taken care of up north.
I don't know.
I don't. You don't? Well, it's not going away, my friend. Because let me tell you something. I was driving with Taco, and he told me the whole story. He told me nobody was taking care of him, nobody was taking care of his family. The family was taking care of Katie and Tuca, and nothing was taken care of Taco. So we know what's going on. And Taco needs to be taken care of. Do the right thing. The lady over
I love this part here from Charlie coming up. He says, all right, let me look into things, dude.
here, the paperwork, you know
Okay, Charlie.
We know Katie, we know Tuca, we know we've been taken care of. Let me look at no more fucking around, man. No more fucking around. This ain't going away. That's what you guys need to do the right thing for that. That's my brother, man. That's my brother, and he needs to be taken care of. His family needs to be taken care of, just like Katie and Tuca have been taken care of.
I've never met these people, but let me call you back, okay?
That's bullshit, man. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You know this lady. I don't know your relationship with this lady, but we know what the fuck is going on.
Now, I will say, to Charlie's credit, he does a good job of not answering all these questions, right? So the goal here of the FBI is when they're like, for example, just as one example, I don't know your relationship with this lady, but we know what the fuck is going on. Because they want it to come from Charlie, something about the mom, right? It's his mom or what have you. There's other examples of this, right? It's like, again, it's just very little information, but just kind of like conversational. And given what they've heard of Charlie, it would be very reasonable for them to believe that Charlie's going to just actually respond and fill in the blanks, right? But he does actually, to his credit, a good job here of not providing any information and just saying, like, let me call you back. I've not met these people, and that's it. And he like keeps it short and sweet. If only he had handled it like this on all of the other calls.
Yeah, I don't know your relationship. Take care of that. Just like you take care of Katie and Tuca, man.
Prior to that call, did Charlie Adelson hit star 67 in an effort
Right,
to
trying to
camouflage
get
his
Charlie.
number?
He did.
Yeah.
And then when he hangs up from the undercover, who's the first person he calls?
Catherine McMahon.
How many calls does he make to her?
At least 3, if I recall.
All right. And does she eventually call back?
She does.
Is that our call Gigi?
It is.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Publish Gigi, please.
Double gangster, double P.
Hey,
Yeah.
okay. Hold on a second. Can you
Huh?
give me 2 minutes? Hang on 1 second. I called the number. It rang like 7 or 8 times, and then somebody picked up. And it sounded like he goes, who is this? And I said, I'm returning the call.
And now
This is
we're
right.
we're back to classic Charlie, where as he just recounts his story, he's gonna just add in just brand new details. You know, it's like the proverbial like the fish story, right? Where it's like the size every time someone retells it, the fish is bigger than life. It's kind of like that. Like, I mean, we're already watching it morph, right? We have Charlie say, he says, it rang like 30 times. Oh, I thought he said something about it rang 6 times and then he said it rang 30 times. Anyway. And the part about the name of Simon, I don't think he ever said Simon. Anyways, a lot of elaboration on his part.
It rang like 7 or 8 times, and then somebody picked up. And it sounded like he goes, who is this? And I said, I'm returning the call. And he said, what is this in reference to? So the guy that called my office this morning said, this is Simon. So I said, someone by the name of Simon placed a call this morning.
What?
And I go, what's this about? He's like, who are you? I go, that's not important. Well, what do you need? You there?
Yeah.
So I said, it's not important who I am. I said, what can I do to help you out? What's your need? And he said, listen, man. He's like, oh.
And again, he's adding in all these details. Broward was never mentioned on the call, but Charlie's going to add that in.
He's like, someone did a really big favor for you and was there for you. And we know, I'm Tuco's brother. And I was with him in Broward, so I don't know if this guy's in Broward or whatever. He's like, I was with him down in Broward, and he hasn't been taken care of. His family hasn't been taken care of. He's like, it's fucking bullshit. He's like, you know, after I'm letting him talk, as he's talking, hearing a little bit of a New York accent.
Mm-hmm.
You know, as he's trying to, you know, he picked up the phone. He didn't sound like a tough guy when he picked up the phone, but it was like as he was talking to me, like the tough guy routine sounded like it was coming out. So he's like, listen, he's like, I know you guys sit there and you're taking care of Katie and Tudo, and you're taking care of their family. Now he needs to be taken care of. And I was with him in Broward, and he's done a big favor for you. And I go, sir, I go, I don't know. He goes, I know you've been giving money to Katie and Tudo to take care of their family. I go, no money's been given. I said, I don't even know who these people are, and I don't know what you're talking about. And he was like, who are you? I'm like, listen, it's not important. I said, I don't know what you're talking about. No one's paying anybody.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, well, listen, man, it's just not fucking going away. You gotta fucking do the right thing. He's like, it's not going away.
Oh, we heard any bad words?
What's that?
Oh, we heard any bad words?
He made it to that. He made it close.
I don't
But he
know.
left it with me. He goes, this made it up the shit or whatever it is. It's just not going away. And you need to help Tudo's family, whatever his name is, family out the way you're helping out Katie and Tudo. And I go, I don't know who you're talking about, and I don't know what I can do for you. I said, he goes, well, it's not going away. And he says, do the right thing. You gotta help him out.
Broward was mentioned from the Undercover. I know what Broward is, but I didn't remember hearing him say Broward. But there's a lot of words happening here at the present time.
Which
You should be like, who are you? Number one.
He told me he's just obviously nothing to get his real name. And I was being really polite with him. I said,
Yeah.
Hold on a second. You gotta get me.
I thought Charlie added
I was
Broward.
being really polite.
Okay, you said he's a brother from Broward?
No, he says I know him from Broward. Or I saw him down in Broward.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if like this guy they're talking about was incarcerated in Broward, or held in Broward, or whatever. The guy A referenced Broward.
Mm-hmm.
B referenced Katie and Tudo.
The same name again.
Yeah, so your name and some other guy's name, I don't even fucking know.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so these things we were talking about Tudo, which I don't fucking know who that is. That's two people I don't know. And he's talking about your family, saying your family being helped out, which I don't fucking know, other than the hours I give you.
So, okay, here's where it gets contradictory. So Charlie initially says the phone rang 30 times, right? Now he's saying it rang 7 or 8 times and then it picked up. And he recounts the story to her a bazillion times. Goes on and on and on and on and on and on. He didn't sound Latin, says Charlie. And he sounded like he had just, there's a little bit of a New York accent to his toughness. Oh my God, I cannot. This is just, Charlie says he didn't threaten him. Now, again, lovely. Charlie says, it sounds like a fucking cop that's fishing or an investigator or someone playing games, but I don't. He's coming up with a lot of fucking details, which is hilarious because, again, it's like really not any details at all. And he says, and I know these details he says, and I, inaudible, know these details because I don't know 2 of the people's names they're talking about. And you may even be the wrong Katie. And then I feel like even more of a dumbass. No, nothing could make you feel like more of a dumbass than you will in hindsight when you see all this at your trial, which already happened. That's me talking to Charlie. Oh my God, Katie says, why, Katie, why? Just one little quick recap, because I just don't want to how did the conversation start? And then for the 10th time, we go all the way back to the beginning. Oh, y'all. Oh my God. Hilarious. Okay.
He said he referenced something that I was with him in Broward.
I was working in Broward.
So I don't know if this guy incarcerated in Broward County, from Broward. I don't know who these people are. But the
Okay, no,
Wendi
definitely.
and your family, and who, I don't know who the dude is that you're with, or if they're just making.
I mean, another highlight. I mean, there's so many highlights here, right? I mean, sorry, I meant that figuratively. It's also highlighted, so double whammy. Charlie says, if we should just go to the FBI and say, you know what, let's play phone tap. Charlie. You know, here's the thing. If you're going to self-snitch on yourself as much as Charlie does, at least listen to yourself self-snitching on yourself so you can appreciate the self-snitchiness of it all. Like, this is... it's just, again, like what everybody's been saying, how completely oblivious / dumb / whatever, yet also simultaneously have, you know, a fair amount of intelligence, you know, to where so many times, time after time, you literally call it exactly what's going on. And yet carry on like as if you don't know what's going on. Like, hello, Charlie says, if we should just go to the FBI and say, you know what, let's play phone tap. And then Katie says, exactly. I don't even know. There's just, what do you do?
Names, or actually, who should go to the FBI and say, you know what, let's play phone tap.
Exactly.
So I don't. You know what I'm saying? No,
It could have been like, while you're doing all this, right? Number one, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Well, he never said he was gonna hurt, and he was, you know, I just wanted him to keep talking. That's why I wanted.
That you get a feeling of who the person is.
Yeah, because he wasn't like, you know, he was one, I remember who I was, I was kind of bored. But when he left, it was, I need him money, he has not been paid, his family hasn't been paid, that's fucking wrong, and it really is wrong, and he goes, this ain't going away. He said, do the right thing, take care of him, he helped you out. I'm like, I don't know, I don't know.
Katie says, did you pull his teeth or what? Is he a patient? You guys have already said who it is a bazillion times. Just listen to yourselves.
Ooh.
So I don't know.
Oh my God.
He's kind of what? Like, what does that mean?
But it'd be a lot.
Patient? It's like you run across so many people every day.
Listen, in 2 seconds, you read something in the newspaper, then you Google the last name, and in 3 minutes, the homeless man today has technology to know where you live, where you work.
Right. But there's not a common man. Now we're going to get that. Okay. Let me find out.
Okay. So now Katie's saying she's going to call. I mean, I don't really, so, I mean, it's just confirming the number. And see now, Katie's whole thing of like, oh, it's a non-working number. She can't go with that story anymore because Charlie has successfully called, right? So this is, I think, where we get into one of my favorite parts where Katie makes up the voicemail. I think that's coming up because that's a really good one. Like that is a whole other level right there of imagination. Oh, okay. Again, Charlie, the only thing I wanted to do is collect my reward from the FBI if I know who it is. Oh my God, you cannot make this up. You cannot make this up. Oh my God.
The FBI!
You tell me, player.
Of course, no. I want these people to go. I want
Hi, James. Happy to see you.
Like, right.
You know what kind of vacation I could get with that money?
Exactly. Right. Let me go ahead.
So they finish up their phone call after all that. They said FBI how many times? Like 12. They wrap it up with, I need a fucking vacation. Guys.
Adelson.
Sigfredo Garcia.
Is this the first time? I know that the Undercover said Broward to Donna Adelson on the bump, right?
That's correct.
But is this the first time?
Oh, okay, right. Okay, so just to clarify, I didn't remember the agent saying Broward. I was referencing the phone call that had just happened. Okay. because Charlie gets off the phone from calling the undercover agent, right? And he relays his conversation to Katie a bazillion times over. And in that and what he tells to Katie is he says Broward. And so I was like, oh, he didn't say Broward. I was referencing the phone call because that's what Charlie was relaying. Charlie was relaying to Katie, here's the phone call that just happened. And I was like, oh, he didn't say Broward. So just to clarify, Broward was mentioned, but it wasn't mentioned in the phone call. But when Charlie relays the phone call, he says Broward. Broward was mentioned in the actual physical bump to Donna previously. So there we go.
And we're hearing the word Broward on the wire.
It is, and specifically to Katie.
And Luis Rivera was housed in Broward, right?
He was,
A
correct.
fact that would have been known by Catherine McBanwell.
That's correct. Her and Sigfredo both would have known that.
Right. And Charlie Adelson says the word tuto on this call, right?
He does.
Tuto, we've learned throughout the course of this
She says
trial.
it's the first. She just said it's the. Hold on, let me back it up and just confirm. She says it was the first time that we've heard it on the wire. Hold on.
Contacts after this call with Charlie Adelson.
Sigfredo Garcia.
Is this the first time? I know that the undercover said Broward to Donna Adelson on the bump, right?
That's correct.
But is this the first time we're hearing the word Broward on the wire?
It is, and specifically to Katie.
Right there. Let me just. Okay, we're at 5:24:50. Hold on, give me 1 sec. I'll come right back to where we were. Don't worry. Okay. Oh, he does say Broward. Interesting. I mean, because y'all heard that, the way that they just discussed it. So it sounds like they're wrong. So Northwest is correct. It was said in the phone call. Okay. It's funny, though, because I missed it in the phone call, and it seems like both Georgia and Pat Sanford, they just referenced it as if Charlie brought it up. I mean, they're actually wrong. I was wrong. We were all wrong. Northwest was correct. Georgia, Pat Sanford, and I were wrong in that he does say Broward here, but that's not how they just discussed it. The defense could object to that because it misstates the evidence, but I doubt they will because they tend to not object to things that they should, and they do object to things that are whatever. Anyways, yeah, there it is. Interesting. Yeah, that's funny though, because yeah. So there it is. It is in the phone call from, because remember, one of those things, right? Like we were saying before, how they want to give as little information as possible so that it comes from Charlie, which is why George is asking this question. But that did come up from the
Charlie Adelson.
Sigfredo Garcia.
Yeah, they're not.
Is this the first time? I know that the undercover said Broward to Donna Adelson on the bump, right?
That's correct.
But is this the first time we're hearing the word Broward on the wire?
It is, and specifically to Katie.
And Luis Rivera was housed in Broward, right?
He was,
A
correct.
fact that would have been known by Catherine McBanwell.
That's correct. Her and Sigfredo both would have known that.
Right. And Charlie Adelson says the word tuto on this call, right?
He does.
Tuto, we've learned throughout the course of this trial, is a nickname for Sigfredo Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any evidence that Charlie did know who Tuto was before this call?
Yes, ma'am, there was.
Okay, so he had referenced Tuto in the text messages before,
There were text messages where he referenced him. Yes, by
knowing
name.
that was Catherine McBanwell's child's father.
That's correct.
Okay. Let's go to HH. Is that a text message?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, tell us about that text.
It's a text from Katie to Catherine McBanwell to Sigfredo Garcia, and it's at 12:57, which is right a couple minutes after she hung up with Mr. Adelson.
All right, what does the text say?
It says, "Baby, call me when you can."
Does she wait for him to call her when he can?
No, she doesn't.
All right, does she make a phone call?
Yes, she did.
Okay, and was able to get him?
Correct.
All right, let's play I, please.
I, an eye for an eye. I.
There's like one meeting outside, I guess one meeting on Thursday, but then I have my own meeting in a conference room. Okay. Cool. I have some more information.
How funny is that though? This exhibit is I, and that's just completely going in order, right? But you know what's so funny? Where they start playing this call, we have Katie saying, if you guys can see my mouse, we have Katie saying I, right? And then right below that, we have Katie saying, when I got a call this morning, like I. Wow, that's bizarre.
Okay. I have more information for you. And when I got home this morning, like, I couldn't even take it. Because I had to step on my knee, because I just heard about it. And I was like, because I got to call back to back. So, hold on, give me 1 second. Oh my God, hold on. I was going to tell you. Okay, so this person contacted the office.
Okay, so basically now we have in our literal game of telephone, we have Katie relaying to Alfredo what happened with Charlie. But now she's like, let me back up. First, they called the office. So she has to go to the beginning of the story about quote unquote Sammy calling the office, speaking to Erica. Erica relays it to Donna. Donna relays it to Charlie. There's a bunch of other stuff in between, and then Charlie calls the number. Now Katie is describing this to Alfredo, and she's still maintaining that it's not a working number. So she's lying to him too. So she's lying to both Charlie and Alfredo, saying that she tried calling the number and it's not a working number. How interesting. That is, if anything, in terms of being a smarter criminal, right? Criminaling less badly. That is one thing of her that is less dumb here, is that she doesn't actually call the number. Like, she has enough sense to not call the number, but she's telling everyone she's calling the number. So anyways, like, in other words, that's her protecting herself and nobody else right there. Or trying to. And then again, we have Katie. Katie says, yes, they said our name and they even have the amount. Oof. She's talking about Broward. The name is supposedly Simon. Sammy. They're a brother of the person that's incarcerated, and they said that name. And I was like, this needs to stop. And then Katie says, it's getting too detailed. It's somebody that you know for sure. And then Alfredo says, yeah. And then Katie says, he said the other person is trying to get him to talk more. Yeah, accurate. Then referencing the New York accent. Oh my God. Now there's Alfredo is referencing calling the cops. Now Alfredo is saying that Katie keeps giving him the wrong phone number. So he's like running the same game that like Katie was running on Charlie. It looks like Alfredo is trying to run on Katie, but it shouldn't, right? Shouldn't work on Katie because she should know this game, right? Is he gonna, he's saying, oh, you keep giving me the wrong numbers. Is he gonna follow that up with the number was a non-working number? Because that would be especially funny, right? And then Katie's like, hang on, literally, this is what I did to Charlie, so I know you're lying. Oh my God. Again, fake number confusion, fake phone number confusion. Like, these people are not that illiterate with numbers. This is just wild. Again, confirming the number for the millionth time. All right. Come on, YouTube.
Anybody do it?
No, they did not.
Okay.
So nobody called.
What happens next?
Sigfredo calls Catherine back at 1:46. Actually, there was a hang-up call to the Undercover, I believe.
I think
Nope,
that's
sorry.
after KK.
That was, sorry, I got my time mixed up.
All right, so
JJ.
about 20 minutes later, we get another call between Garcia and my grandma.
That's correct.
All right,
It's at 1:46 p.m.
Okay, publish JJ, please.
JJ.
Hello. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah. Oh, we're fucking phone again. I was gonna call my phone and then something. I was gonna talk to my phone, bro, and I'm gonna give it my phone.
Oh, right.
I'm gonna talk to my office.
So here they're just discussing, like, Alfredo's like, I want to call from a payphone or a burner phone. See, he's got enough sense here to a certain extent anyway. Or using a friend's phone. It's a short call. That one's done. And then another call, KK. Again, we have Alfredo and Katie. And again, confirming the phone number, which is mind-blowing to me. Alfredo saying he's going to call. Oh my God. Some racial slurs in here. And then, okay, now Alfredo is saying that he did call. This is really funny. Alfredo's saying he called, didn't call, but he's saying he called and that it has an answering machine, he says. I'll just read this verbatim. Defendant Garcia, quote, he says, unintelligible, I'm busy on the answering machine, call me back, unintelligible, right? I guess this is where the whole myth of the voicemail comes from. And then, right. So then Katie says, that's what the answering machine said? Oh my God. And then Alfredo says, yep, that's what it said. I swear to God. Katie says, shut up. You can't make this up. This is amazing, guys. Alfredo says, I swear to God. Hey, Puto, I'm busy. Like, what the fuck? Again, this is complete and utter bullshit. Wow. Katie's like, that's weird. He's like, that's odd. That's what I say. It's odd. Wow. More racial slurs. Okay, moving right along. And guess what? Another call. Now we've got Charlie and Katie. And this is, I believe, one of my favorite parts where Katie makes up the voicemail. Well, sorry. Alfredo initially made up the voicemail, but Katie really fleshes it out here with a lot more detail and pretends like she's the one that called and heard it. It's amazing.
Hold on, give me 2 seconds. Let me just walk off. Thank you. Okay. So weird. I'm hopping on the right, and like I'm in the machine. It was something answer machine now. Like what the fuck? Like some girl.
I think these were glitches in the court feed because that's what it seems like it's glitching. Unless they're, I mean, I don't think they're censoring it. They haven't censored it all. But anyway, so Katie, they got again the names backwards here somehow. Katie's saying, she's saying the answering machine, like what the fuck, like some ghetto guy talking on the answering machine. I don't understand the joke. And then Charlie says, so it was just an answering machine. No one spoke to you. And then Katie says, no, like they didn't pick up. And then Katie says, and then the answering machine all of a sudden, because I can't hardly remember. I wonder why. Like I would have to find out something, you know? And no, I don't know. And it was like they said, I don't know if they said their name was whatever, Tutu or Tatu or whatever shit they said on the answering machine. All of a sudden. Wow. And then she says, now it has an answering machine, like a voicemail, I mean. Charlie says, what does the voicemail say? She just told you, Charlie. I mean, I know it was nonsensical, but she just told you. And then Charlie says, or sorry, Katie says, like, I don't know. Let me find out. What is happening? Because it's like, I can't really talk at work and then I can't get on the phone. I thought you just heard the voicemail though. This is ridiculous, guys. And then Charlie says, when you call, do you call with a call block? And then she says, huh? Yeah, it doesn't matter. She's not calling, right? Hilarious. No matter what phone you're using, it's still, you know. So she's trying to cover her tracks there on that one. Charlie says it doesn't show who is calling though. And then Katie says, I know how to block a call. He says, right. Katie says, that's not the point. Now they're talking about Star 67 again. Okay, now here he's going back to like talking about prescribing shit for a patient. Oh my God.
I'll be there in 1 minute. Without dialogue, Viking is acetaminophen, ibuprofen, it's not dialogue. Yeah. Okay.
You know, it's like fucking lady. It's fuck up a way to get on.
Yeah, I would.
Point here.
I would do this. I would. He should call again later.
No, Lisa, you know what? With all this current money, I'm gonna call from every fucking bloody phone and fucking leaving a message in everybody's fucking phone. From everybody's phone. I'll play games.
But it's really fucked up because they picked up on stuff.
For you.
And they called, and I mean, the only thought in my head is just that one thing. Maybe you could find out, or I'm going to wait a couple days, and then I may call the person back. The person was, when they answered the phone first, they weren't that ghetto, and I could start talking to me, and started talking more tough, but it was more like I could hear a New York accent in there. And it
Yeah,
sounds
no,
like
no,
that.
no, the voicemail finds me working, but I gotta find out what's going on. But I'm saying, I'm gonna call from somebody else's phone, because I don't want my phone, because I don't really phone for work.
Right. And the
That's the
thing
last I
is,
need is like, somebody crack on me.
right, the one thing to do is either maybe that
Okay.
person will want to keep
So
going,
again, this
and
is
talk
a lot more of the same. They just talk in circles a lot here, right? Oh my God. Now he's like, I want to know who in my family owes somebody money. Charlie, y'all, just they just can't figure it out somehow, even though they've already figured it out. That's part of what's amazing here. Back to Broward here. Charlie says, I don't want anyone to go to jail because you know what? People get mad when they go to jail and they feel like they have to get somebody back. Wow. They really can talk in circles. Like, it's really amazing. More confusion about the name. Now Charlie's back to saying Sammy instead of Simon. Now they're back to being like, oh, somebody else is going to have a big problem. So now they've just flip-flopped again from being like concerned about what's going on, who's fucking with us, to now it's the opposite. He's going to have a fucking big ass problem. So now they're the ones who are like, yeah, who's going to fuck with us? I mean, it's just. Katie says, I fucked bitches up for no reason. Okay. Charlie says, let me call you later. I guess he's going to go back to the patient he's been neglecting.
MM, what is the content of MM?
He says, I called 3 times, no answer, and I did not leave a message.
Is there any evidence that anyone called 3 times to the undercover phone?
No, there's not.
All right, and then we go to NN.
Yeah, I'm feeling you with that, Northwest.
That's Catherine McMahon went to Charles Adelson at 7:49 that same date. PM.
And
now, the other thing is, if we want to combine all the other things he was considering, right, we also have to consider IRS agent. We have to consider the military, right? He brought that one up a lot. So can we add that into the mix, right? I do love the 2 raccoons on in a trench coat with sunglasses and a hat and a beard. Can they also be like have like an IRS badge and like some sort of military emblem on their trench coat? And then we can just sort of combine all of his little theories into one conglomeration, if you will.
We've lost track of the date. That's going to be April 28th of 2016.
Correct.
Or Georgia.
Publish NN.
No one's slandering a beard. Northwest, did you draw a sketch somewhere and post it?
Hello?
Hello?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey.
He lying again, saying she called 3 times. This is all made up. So this is where she gets really descriptive, though, with the voicemail. Okay. So Katie, let me drink some water here. Katie says, again, all lies. Hey, I called that number 3 times. The first time he left a message in Spanish, and then for some reason, like that voicemail says puto. You know what puto is, right? Like bitch. Like, oh, this is puto. Like, why would you have that as your voicemail? And then now they have a little bit of a discussion of what that word means. And anyway, and then she says, again, referring to the voicemail that doesn't exist, you reached puto, whatever. And like, it's in Spanish. So he left a message in Spanish saying, what the fuck this is. You need to fucking call me. And he says, stop threatening my fucking family. So, so she's saying, I guess Alfredo called and did all this, which is not true. So, and then I was like, I'll just keep trying. And then Katie says, but they don't pick up. So now somebody's either spooked because what the fuck is going on? I don't know. And then Charlie says, well, that's good. The person is going to, and then Katie says, aha, like other things like running in my head because I'm like, with the names you're saying, I'm like, it's like somebody's trying to be like, you know, try to be an informant or something or whatever. Like, you know, there were so many things like going on. And then Charlie says, yeah, I'm thinking the same thing too. Somebody is playing. And then she's like, yeah, there's people you can trust, people you can't. And now they're back to playing games. It's just really funny. It could be anybody, they say. Well, you guys already named it like 50,000 times who it is, but you know, whatever. And then Katie says it's one of two things. And then now Charlie's getting all tough again. They're going to have a problem with me too. I mean, it's just crazy. Now Katie's saying, no matter what it is, I'm going to handle it. Charlie says, yeah, well, I feel better. Great. He feels better. Excellent. I definitely feel better, he says. All right. I'm just going through. Now Charlie commenting, there was no voicemail before, and now there is. This is just amazing, guys. Katie says, now there is. Their next phone call is going to be freaking, it's not going to be good either way. No matter what it ends, it's not going to be good for whoever's messing around. So she says it's not going to be good, but she means it's not going to be good for them because we mean business. Let's just. Charlie references extortion kind of halfway. I'm not looking to send people to jail, he says. And then Katie says, I don't know. But then it's like, that's what I'm saying. It's like, what is this? Is this like a setup? Yeah, y'all been saying this for forever now, but yet you just keep going along. I guess they're just like, well, we haven't self-snitched enough. Let's just keep going here. Great. Good news is, though, we're almost to the end of these calls, guys. Yay! Yay! Record time. All right, let's see what happens in court.
Well, this is your time. Take a jacket. Hold on, one second. Don't ever let the law when you talk. You know that. You know better than that. Okay.
Sorry. Hit me up.
It's okay, Gigi.
Meet you or pick it up tomorrow.
Do your,
Okay, hold on. I'll call you in an hour. Just give an hour time.
Okay, call me in an hour. Bye.
All right, then the next call we have is OO. Can you set that one up for us, please?
This is Charles Adelson to
it's
Donna Adelson
magic.
at 9:47 p.m. that same date on the 28th.
Okay, please publish OO.
Getting
We've got
close, guys.
a couple different clips because it's quite a long call.
He's all of us right now. I remember hearing this when this happened on that day, and I was like, oh my God. Like, y'all, I mean, we've made record time. We've really done well here. Again, we're not going to listen to all of it.
How are you doing?
Good, good.
Okay, now we're back to Charlie and Donna.
Working out.
Okay. Have you learned your friend?
Yeah.
Charlie says, I'd rather not talk to you on the phone. Okay. So now we're back to talking about other things. Oh, yeah, they go on and on about this food and wine festival. We can skip past all this, obviously. Just, again, I don't know why they included all of it. Maybe the defense was like arguing for completion or something here. I don't know. Hoping that maybe the jury would just tune it out. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe the defense argued like the rule of completeness, hoping that the jury would tune out the important stuff if they played the entire call. Because again, there's a lot of stuff in here that's not relevant. I mean, this is for a while. They go on about this. Where are they going to park? Okay, great. Now, finally, Charlie says, I mean, it's nothing big. I got to tell you, I think it's about, I'll tell you when I see it. It's fine. Donna says, let's talk tomorrow. Will he be able to stick to it? Or is he going to have to just start spilling? Let's just see here. Charlie says, I get yelled at. Where'd it go? Hold on. I get yelled at when I stop working for 10 minutes in the office. I don't even. Now they're talking about 6 wives, whatever. Okay, then Charlie says, so anyway, but what I was, so I'll tell you when I see you, but it's nothing. You know he wants to spill, you know he wants to say. Nothing new, nothing new. I'll tell you when I see you. Okay, we'll talk later. And here it is. Here it is. Like, I knew Charlie couldn't help himself, guys. Here it is. Charlie says, but I will tell you one thing. I knew it. He did pretty well, but like he couldn't help himself. Donna says, uh-huh. Charlie says, I'm about 99% sure. And then Donna says, that's what you thought originally? That it's what you told me earlier? And then Charlie says, uh-huh. I'm 99% sure that's what it is, and I'll tell you why. The number reason is this. Too well spoken. So he's just gonna start. I mean, he's gone past one thing. Anyways, Donna says, yeah, the language. Charlie says, no threats. Donna says, uh-huh. And then Charlie says, and I made it clear. Did you now? Oh man. And then they're saying that's not the language. And the thing about do the right thing. And then Charlie's like saying, basically, that's what somebody would say if you're in a high school fight or something. Charlie continues, I mean, just that simple. I mean, listen, that's just how people talk. Your dog shits on the carpeting. Quote, I'm going to kill him. I'm going to beat his ass. I hope nobody talks like that to their dog. I mean, fuck you, Charlie. Ugh. So what Charlie's getting at, and Donna seems to be in agreement, is that they're in agreement that the person that now they've both spoken to didn't actually seem threatening enough, right? Oh, here we go. Yeah. Charlie says, like, do you notice not one time has there been a threat, even an implied threat, like your health or anything like that? Donna says, I mean, what about I'm going to F with you? And then Charlie says, well, that's what patients do when they write on Yelp. Back to the patients on Yelp. Oh my God. And now they're changing topics. And look at George's face. George's face.
So it's, just people. But no, the other thing, I am so sure that and it makes complete sense, even a couple of things. One, the timeline. 2 years later, I mean,
shit right there, right? 2 years later. 2 years later from what, Charlie? This is the first time in these calls, right? These wiretaps that a reference to a date has been mentioned in terms of the event that all these co-conspirators assume the note is about correctly. This is huge. This is huge to me. This has not been said. We had the reference to up north. We had the people, Tuto, Tato, Broward, problem up north, that type of thing. In terms of actually referencing whatever the thing is. 2 years later, this is huge to see this, that Charlie, and remember, what was it not 20 seconds ago when we were at the beginning of this call and Charlie's like, I'm not talking. We're going to meet in person. But let me just tell you one thing. I'm about 99% sure I was right. And now, and just again, he cannot help himself. Just on and on and on. And now we've got he has just confirmed a new piece of information that hadn't been confirmed yet on the wire for the FBI.
you have to understand, they want, and listen, if I had any information, I would talk. I would help out. I don't have it. But You gotta understand, without a question, I would be beyond shocked that the family doesn't hire their own private investigators. Okay, I would be beyond shocked. But really, what are they gonna do? They're not gonna be able to go knock on a door and go, hey, did you do this? Oh, okay, just thought I'd stop by and ask. They have to come up with a plan that's gonna stir the pot so that if there is something going on, like what are they looking to achieve? What are they looking to, you gotta say to yourself, what are they looking to get out of doing this nonsense?
An arrest or two or three or four or five or six or seven. I mean, you know.
The way you collect money is you go to someone and tell them what you're gonna do with them. And you give them 48 hours and you tell them where to meet somebody who's gonna drop it off. And if there's any nonsense.
You know, again, I love this. So Charlie doing this again. You know, like before he gave Katie incorrect legal advice. So now he's describing for Donna how you basically try to extort somebody or something. I mean, and he goes on, oh, right. Then he goes on and on and on about this board of dentistry thing. Yeah, we're skipping past this. Here we go. Finally, ding, 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 ding. Charlie says, so what do you think? What's the one thing they want? They want everybody to start talking. Start talking? What do you think you've been doing this whole time? Hello, Charlie. Hello. Hello. They want us to start talking. What is happening? Are you in an alternate universe where you haven't yet been talking, Charlie? What do you think? Okay. Donna says, uh-huh. Oh my God. Interesting here, some foreshadowing. Charlie says that's what the answer would be, but if you go ahead and make it seem like, you know, you're being extorted or blackmailed or something crazy like that, then what are you going to do? So as if he had the foreshadowing knowledge of his strategy at his own trial. That was an epic failure. Donna says it's clever of them if that's the deal. Then Charlie says, these are not, first of all, this is not someone who started doing this yesterday. Accurate, Charlie. Donna says, yeah, I know. Charlie says, this is not someone who's dumb. This is someone who's super smart. And they listen. A lot of times this is what goes on if someone comes, you know. The amount of time that's passed is insane. Okay, let's see here. Again, back to the whole thing. There's no threats. Back to bad Yelp reviews, Google reviews. Donna says, I just hope they don't go and bother Wendi. Interesting again there. The last thing we want to do is aggravate Wendi. She's been through enough. I don't want to scare her. Oh my God. Donna says if she heard this, she would be beside herself. Yeah, I bet she fucking would. Charlie says, absolutely. Oh my God. Charlie starts pontificating about people that have a confrontational nature versus those who don't. Donna says, but that's what my original feeling was, to go to the police. But Dad said, quote, we've got to protect Wendi. She will be devastated. Huh. She would be devastated if you went and reported this to the police. That's interesting, isn't it? Charlie says, yeah, I really don't want Wendi to then get stressed out and worry about her safety. You mean her safety, aka her freedom? Donna says, right, exactly. And then that's why we'll keep it from her. I don't want her to be upset. And, you know, I mean, trying to read between the lines here, like, are they really saying, like, we don't want her to know that we've gone and fucked it all up, and eventually we're all going to be in fucking prison. That's what I think is happening here. Charlie tries to make himself feel better by referencing, oh, maybe it's the wrong Katie. Very funny. Now they're going on about the voicemail, New York accent again. Oh my God, and again, Charlie again. Holy shit. You got to remember something too, he says. If somebody's going to do something, when they come to you, they're going to come to you with hat and glasses. Charlie, if Charlie's learned nothing else from this entire fucking case, okay, let me scratch that. If Charlie's learned nothing else in his entire life, I hope he has learned that not every undercover agent wears a hat and glasses. Really amazing, honestly. Back to the no threats. Okay. Again, I don't want to scare Wendi, he says. Okay, let's see what happens.
I'm calling her, I won't reach out unless if they go up again, but, you know, whether it's a letter or whatever, but the point is, somebody's being paid a lot of money.
See, I don't think that's what it is, because I think Wendi knew,
right?
Obviously. I mean, you don't know how I feel about
So they're trying to investigate. How do you get the investigation going? You stir the pot of soup.
I mean, you know, there's going to be more that comes out we haven't gotten to yet, but I know you guys have probably already heard this testimony, but the protecting Wendi, right? So again, to me, it seems like entirely likely that if they've gone and bungled this whole thing, you know, Wendi will be devastated to find out that they've gone and fucked it all up and now everybody's going to fucking prison. You know,
what comes up on the bottom. That's what you know. Well, they're doing this. If that's what it is, they're doing. Yeah, listen, you got to put yourself on the other side. If this is your family member, you would hire a private investigator.
Okay, now they're just going on and on. That's interesting. You got a weird vibe from Jeff's interview. Yeah, as far as her being like the infantilizing thing, though, it seems like a lot of that. Well, my recollection from the interview, I haven't listened to it in whatever a number of months, but I watched it many times. My recollection is that it was like, I mean, she was really, really, really infantilized, if you will, by her family, as you guys are well aware. And he references that, of course, in the interview many times. So, you know, I don't know if that's part of what it is.
Our family paid for something to be done, right? So if they paid, it would make sense that someone's come back and won money. So let's either make up some sense or make up some names or.
It is an interesting thought, though, what you guys are saying about this whole thing about like, so, you know, it's one of those things, right? It's like, you like the chicken and the egg, right? If you've got somebody, I don't care what age they are, it could, you know, it's even when you think about like parenting, for example, right? Think about parenting. You've got kids, and let's just say you've got kids that are like 10 or 12 years old or whatever, right? It's like they might be, you know, they might have the capabilities of a 10 and a 12-year-old, let's just say, right? Where they don't need a babysitter. They can maybe make their own snacks, sandwiches, right? They can do certain things without their parents' help, for example, right? Like that they actually could be independent, self-sufficient, right? Capable. But like, if you continue to treat them like toddlers to where you're, babying them, it's like what comes first, right? Because it's like you could have someone who maybe could have been fully capable, self-sufficient, independent, whatever, but like if they were never given that chance, then no one would even know, including that person, right? Like if you have a kid who's always been, I mean, you guys I think you know what I'm saying. But then again, on the other side, you could have somebody who genuinely is helpless and needs a lot of help. Although, I mean, to me, when I think of that, I think of somebody with maybe some sort of like a disability, which is a whole different thing. It doesn't really make sense that like a grown adult, right, who doesn't have any limitations in terms of like disabilities or what have you, right? Like a grown adult, like the way that Wendi is portrayed as being just so helpless and just incapable, like can't make like all this stuff. It's like, it doesn't seem feasible to me unless it's just like, what's the right word? What's the word I'm looking for? Like projected onto her by her family, right? Like it's their thing. Like they're projecting that onto her or whatever. One could think of it in a similar way to like factitious disorder imposed on another type of thing, right? That's a more extreme version, but kind of similar thing of like these people, used to be called Munchausen's, Munchausen syndrome by proxy, right? But now called factitious disorder imposed on another. It's like you've got people who are treated by a parent or whatever, like they've got some certain illnesses, right? To the extent of that, the person actually thinks they have it and actually will have symptoms and whatnot, right? But it's like all fake, but it's because they were only ever treated that way. But you could also have somebody who's legitimately sick and actually needs that type of treatment, right? So Wendi was very babied. Yeah. I definitely agree with that. Northwest. Learned help. Exactly. And that's exactly what I was getting at, Kitsmits, with the chicken and the egg thing, right? Kitsmits is saying, I think it's definitely a projection from her family, but also something Wendi projects herself, whether it's conscious on her part or not. Learned helplessness, maybe. Yep. Again, that I think that's exactly what you just said that in a much better way. But that's what I was trying to get at, is like, it was something that could have been projected onto her. So like, that's what she knows. So she also reflects that back. Again, a similar thing, if you were to think of like a way more extreme version, would be the factitious disorder imposed on another, where it didn't come from the person, right? Like that would be generated from, let's just say, a parent, typically. Like they are the ones that are generating that idea and projecting it onto the child, oftentimes when these cases happen. But then the child actually becomes that, even into adulthood, and exhibits that. So, again, that's the more extreme example. Highly enmeshed. Yep. If it ain't broke. Yep.
Or do something like that and see if all of a sudden it's, and listen, it's, because it's either A.
You get people talking, Charlie says. Well, you're already doing that. Okay. Let's just go forward a bit here. Charlie says, but if they go to Wendi, it defeats the purpose of not stressing her out. And then she'll be the first one to go to the FBI. Oh, you mean like throwing y'all under the bus like she did in her interview? Donna changes the topic. Or sorry, Charlie does. Did you already get a massage tonight? Wow, these people. All right, they're going to take a break. We're almost done with this day in trial. Oh my God, more calls. Let's go. Let's get it done. Okay, we got more completely relevant conversation. We're going to skip past a bit about a dildo here. If it wasn't for the fact that these calls are just exhausting, normally we would embrace that part, right? Like, oh, wow. At this point, I'm like, I just want to get these done. I don't even know if any of this is relevant, to be honest. They're talking about her having the number to get into the garage. Maybe that's the only point here. Camera's on. Oh my God. Okay. Oh, and then they start talking about the cars and the shit he's going to buy her. Yeah, there's that. Okay. Oh, here's Charlie again. He's with a patient. Take the antibiotics. Take a pain pill. Wow. Talking about the farm store, whatever that is. Now they're talking about Charlie's boat, selling the boat, all this, right? They go on and on, as they do. I mean, who's surprised? They go on and on. Why do I even bother to say that? It's the assumption here. No, dude, I love that car. All right, keep going. There are more about the car. They're on and on about the car. They're making more arrangements for having all her bills covered. Okay.
Night to 2:09 a.m.
What's the content of the message that was sent?
So the text read, so you don't take me serious. You think I'm playing. You have some puta call me to see if I'm for real. If you think what Katie, baby daddy did for you can't come back, you're fucking crazy. I want there's actually, I believe, a dollar sign there. Now, or I'm going after the 100K exclamation point.
And are there a few calls generated by that particular bump?
Yes, there was.
Could you set up SS for us?
SS, like the uniform.
Yes, it's
the
same day as the text message. Text message, like I said, was at 2:09 a.m. on the 4th. That morning at 9:08, Katie McMahon calls Charlie Adelson.
Okay, so this would be right at oh, I see. So about 7 hours later.
Correct. About 7 hours later that morning.
All right. Thank you. For this one, we'll publish SS starting at 12:45, please. Up on the gift for Garcia.
What?
Okay, so before we get to that part, they're going to talk about a gift for Alfredo's birthday, sorry. I don't give a shit. We're going to move right along. Reference to Katie's boobs. Okay. Okay, now, we're still on the present. Fucking hell. Dude, I got you tickets to the concert. I don't give a shit. Let's get to the end of these calls. They really, can you imagine, like, dude, the jury having to listen to these? I mean, we've really done the Cliff Notes version of these, and it's still trying, isn't it? Okay. Okay, so now we got Charlie and Donna. Traffic, great. Running errands, okay. Okay, something I think we're getting close. The end is near, guys.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Before we get to so they talk a bit about giving her kid, Katie's kid, like Motrin, whatever. He's not feeling well. Okay. All right. Charlie says, I'm on my way to Miami right now to meet with my parents. They want to talk to me. Katie says, about? Charlie says, I don't know. Probably just business stuff, you know? They're always coming up with new ideas and stuff. Oh, boy.
Even for us, it's too torturous. Let's do WW, please.
Hey, Charlie.
Hey, Albert.
Good, honey. How are you doing?
Good. I'm coming across the bridge now.
Oh, okay. Okay, wonderful.
You want to see the partner, or you want to come down?
You know, we'll meet you outside. Now you can walk to the pool area.
All right, sounds good.
Okay?
I'll see you soon.
Okay, I got it. Bye.
Okay, XX, please.
Ma'am.
Hello?
So,
No.
I'm gonna take my time and you don't
What?
I put the things outside, I'm coming back to the soup, I don't know, to come out of the group.
Oh, you're going?
Yeah, the things out there, shoot you up. So,
So by the way, guys, there's no statute of limitations for bringing charges for tax fraud as it pertains to Harvey there.
Yeah. Not that I would be, no.
At least so.
No, I'm saying that, like, so. Okay. Yeah. I'm like, no.
Okay, we can skip past some of this here. Okay. I may just call you from a landline. Great. Oh, this part, I want to comment on something here because there's something interesting. Okay.
Okay, well, like, trying to find my mother, like, I don't even know where he is.
Just with the lunchbox.
Yeah, probably him, right? Okay, just give me a quick recap because, by,
So she's at the playground and there's kids playing in the background, okay?
like, what exactly, I'm sorry.
And I'm not asking you to do anything about it at all.
Okay, come on.
Can you pause it for a moment?
Yeah, you gotta go up, point it,
I might have this a little out of order. Has the meeting already occurred at the Adelson's condo?
Yes, ma'am, it happened.
Okay, I'm sorry, I had that out of order. When did that happen?
That happened after he made the call saying he was coming over the bridge.
Okay.
Happened right after that.
At that meeting, was there any surveillance effort made?
Yes, we tried to go and get close and do a recording.
Where did they go?
They were in a pool area inside the building, like a private area.
So again, they couldn't get close enough. Okay. Back to this.
Take me serious. And you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, the person said, so you
I'm going to point something out here in just a second, guys, that I just found really disturbing.
take you serious, and you have some puta calling you up, baby, cheese, baby daddy. So,
Right there, the kid in the background, this discussion between these two and the kid in the background. Are you having fun? All just playful and carefree. Like it's just the juxtaposition of that is disturbing to me, like in a really major way.
Yeah, I'm here.
yeah, the person said, so you don't take you serious, and you have some puta calling you up, baby, cheese, baby daddy. So,
Katie's kid.
and then it was like, so you don't know, so you know, there was something, and then there was something about it for you. And there was something about like, you don't respect what was done for you or something.
You don't respect?
Or you don't, no, you know, he was like, he was like 20 words. You could work to start off with, so you don't take him serious. And then it was, you have something.
So Katie's talking to, I guess that's one of her kids, Ethan. And he gets frustrated because she's like talking to the kids. Anyways, let's see here. I mean, I can't believe that they're still discussing. Like, it's just wild to me. Here, we're back to square one. Katie says, obviously, somebody that's fishing. Y'all, I'm saying to them, like, for real? Are we really back here? Oh, my God. Okay, he's worried about his dad's safety because his dad's old. Somebody's trying to mess with you, like read between the lines. This is just craziness. Charlie says, this is really funny. Katie says, all right, like I try to remember so many and it's hard because you throw in so many other details behind it that it's like I have to like think it out of my head. Like I'm all over the place. You just talk so much more of what's not necessary. I think we can all agree with Katie on that one. And then Charlie's like, no, I know. I always do that. Well, you know, it's funny, right? So he's got at least, he does, in other words, he's not devoid of self-awareness. Let's just note this. He's not devoid of all self-awareness. He has self-awareness. Listen, he carries on here, Charlie. I always go off on tangents and shit. So he does have self-awareness. Wow, it blows the mind, doesn't it then? All right, he says, I always do that. I always go off on tangents and shit. I just listen. You're my friend. That's the only reason why I'm going to you. Oh my God. Okay, then Katie texts Garcia, I think here. Oh, calls.
Hello?
Yeah.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
So, will you call when I got your comment? I was saying like, remember when I had asked you that you do me a favor because you correct me when you make that comment?
Yes.
All right, like, they texted yesterday at 2:00 in the morning, not getting a shit, not blocking their number, the same freaking number that I had on.
So again, this is the train cars. I mean, this is just literally exactly as described by the prosecution. It's clear that he has no idea that it's Charlie who hired her. Baby daddies are being thrown out. She's talking about like names being thrown out. Alfredo says he doesn't like anything about it. Charlie and Donna again.
No, that's sensitive. No, you're being shut. I think you're doing the right thing. If I'm thinking, I don't know this. I know if you're doing the right thing.
That's funny.
You can ask. Okay, hear me out for 1 second. Talk to me.
Okay, so I'm just, okay. Receives a voicemail, calls back. Okay.
This is Mrs. Adelson.
Okay. This is maybe my favorite part. Donna, this is what they were waiting for. Finally, right? They wanted, this is the whole thing. Donna calls the undercover agent. And it's funny because she kind of does it without telling anybody, if I remember correctly. Let me just go back here a second. Because I feel like where is it? Like, I feel like she doesn't consult the group, which, I mean, I don't really blame her because they're not getting anything fucking accomplished, going in circles. Okay.
She does.
When does she do that?
She just takes it upon herself to make the call.
She does it.
This is great, guys. Oh my
she
God.
tries to call him on 5/6 at 11:30 and receives a voicemail. She
Right.
calls again at 5:06 p.m. after he tries calling her back.
Okay. And
all right, I got thoughts on this.
Do you have evidence independent of the wire that the defendant downloaded some software to record this call on her own?
Yes.
All right, publish this call, please. It's on 117. It should be call 3 in that exhibit.
Mrs. Adelson.
Oh,
Is
God.
this, Sammy? Okay, my grandchildren had my phone before, so, I
Can you write it?
All right. Let me put this on normal speed. So first of all, this is like all of their efforts, all of the pain that they've suffered listening to all these phone calls, right? By they, I mean the FBI agents. This is what they wanted. This is what they were going for. To me, this sounds like Donna thought about this ahead of time and knew she had to come up. She's planned a, Donna with her scripts, right? She's like, because the instructions from the get-go were for her to contact him. And what has happened? Everything else, right? And time has elapsed, whatever it's been, 2 weeks or something. I don't even know. It feels like a lifetime. And meanwhile, all these other shenanigans. But what hasn't happened is Donna contacting the agent, right? So she's got a plan and she's going to launch right into it. All right, let's take a listen.
Well,
This is Mrs. Adelson. Is this, Sammy? Okay, my grand.
She doesn't even, so first of all, she doesn't even wait for him to confirm. And Kitsmans is right. She actually may have written herself a literal script. This is how you know, because it's like, it's not normal. She's asking a question, like, okay, you would want to make sure that this is Sammy before you say what you're about to fucking say, whatever it is, right? Like, this is not the time to accidentally dial the wrong number and just start talking, right? If you're actually thinking with your brain and you're not just like reading off of a script, but like your adrenaline's going because you've committed a murder type thing, right? Doesn't wait for even a response or a confirmation that this is Sammy. All right.
Is this, Sammy? Okay, my grandchildren had my phone before.
And right into her excuse. Wait for it.
can you write it?
I'm Mrs. Adelson.
He's like Mrs. Adelson or whatever. He's like, and he interrupts her script, which I love. I love it. I would love to know if that was a complete strategy. Like, I bet that was a strategy. Like, just like we see in interrogation, he interrupts her script. She couldn't have planned for this. She couldn't have planned for his difficulty pronouncing her name, right?
Before, so,
Can you write it?
I'm Mrs. Adelson.
Yes.
My grandchildren had my phone.
And right back into it. Brilliant. Right back into it. And that's how you know it was a script, either in her head or written out, probably written out, because it's literally verbatim where she was before she got cut off, interrupted. She got interrupted. Her script was interrupted by the other person responding. It's as if what she would have preferred is the phone rings, hello, and then she just launches into her script and just reads through it without anybody saying anything, and then hangs up, and then she's like, done, right? Because it's a lot more difficult is when somebody does respond, and then you have to actually improvise, if you will, right? You can't, there's no script for that. There's no script for that. Now, I think she did improve with her script writing, because if you recall, and we haven't covered it yet, but y'all have seen it with the jailhouse informants, the difference being when she writes those scripts, she has learned from her mistakes. What does she do in those? She actually does do question answer, QA, QA, QA. I think she realized you can't just do only one side or you're really in big trouble. So let's just listen one more time in the context here of how this goes.
Is this, Sammy? Okay, my grandchildren had my phone before, so,
Can you write it?
I'm Mrs. Adelson.
Yes.
My grandchildren had my phone before, so that's, and I just saw that you called.
Right back on course now. He's going to have to interrupt her again.
Oh, okay. You left a message on my.
Yes, good job. Good job. Notice she was about to launch into her next part of her script. Watch. So we've gotten to the next factor here. So the grandchildren had her phone for, it makes no sense they had her phone for, whatever. but then she has to follow that up in case it wasn't clear that that was her excuse. So that's, I just now saw that you called, right? And then he interjects, but she had a plan. Okay.
So, okay. You left the message
So she was going to continue on. I was, but then, yes, interruption.
on my voicemail.
Right, I did.
No.
This is my problem. You approached me on Alton Road. You handed me an article from the newspaper about my ex-son-in-law. You told me I need to call you and help your friend who is in prison. Now, at the time you did that, I didn't understand what you were talking about.
Yeah, that's true.
I didn't call you back. Then you mailed me a threatening letter. Then
Okay. I want you guys to think back to her call, the infamous jail call where she gets all dramatic about well, there's more than one, but I'm thinking of the one. It's the one where it's a dropped call, right? She gets really dramatic where she's like, what does she say? She's like, you know, I've got, you know, one son who's in jail and another son who doesn't talk to me, and I don't know what to do anymore. And she's like, basically like, gets really quote unquote emotional, I guess. She wants to sound like she's getting emotional. And it's kind of like when she's supposed to be seeming suicidal, right? Or whatever on that call. And it's like, it's really funny because it's almost like she's really being the martyr there. Like, I've done everything for everybody and everybody else has failed me. And now I have nothing else to do but end my life. That's kind of what it is. But if you guys pay attention to that, she's talking and she's actually, I think she goes from like complaining about Wendi and being all snarky and like on a dime, right? She switches from her like really snarky mocking Wendi voice type thing. Like on a dime, she switches from that to like the hysterics and then back out real quick. I've listened to it enough times, I can actually hear it in my head, how she sounds when she does it. If y'all's in your minds can remember what that sounds like, just her tone of voice, and just keep that in your minds, because that's going to become especially important, I think, here in just one sec.
And you send me a text message to my phone that says I'm not taking you seriously. So I am taking you seriously. And I really want you to listen to me.
I'm listening.
I think we get more of it, but if you listen carefully, where you hear it is when she says to me. Let me back it up. It's like she says it almost as if she's like, I really want you to listen to me. Like, it almost sounds like she's kind of going to laugh as if like being emphatic, but then she switches it. When it gets to me, you will hear what I was just referencing with that, like, oh my God, I'm so distraught, like hysterical type thing.
I really want you to listen to me.
Let me back it up one more time, a little bit further. Okay.
Taking you seriously. And I really want you to listen to me.
I think we get more of it, but you can hear it in the way she says me. She's kind of trying to get herself into that mode.
I have to tell you, I mean, this is important.
Okay, yeah, I think we get more of it here.
I've been so stressed out. I have spoken to 10 or 12 people who are close friends of mine, telling them about this and basically picking their brains and asking them what I should do, because I don't know your friend who is in jail. You mentioned a name. I don't even know his name. I never spoke to him. I don't know what he looks like. I've never met him. I'm sorry your friend's in jail, but I don't know what that has to do with me.
You know exactly what it has to do with. You know exactly what. Listen to me carefully. Listen to me. You're
gonna have to pull it out now. Well,
you just gotta listen to me.
You need to ask your friend who this person looks like, what their name is, something, because I know there's a big reward out there, and if you need money for your friends, that's the way to get it. I mean, I'm asking you nicely. I don't know who he is. I am out of.
I'm asking you nicely is really funny, but now you were getting into a little bit more of the hysterics bit.
I'm asking you nicely. I don't know who he is. I am out of the loop. It is not me. If I can help, I would help. I mean, that's what.
Just like I told you, listen to me, just like I told you that day, we know that your family had a problem up north. We know that problem was taken care of about a year and a half, 2 years ago. And we know that Katie has been taken care of and has been taken care of. Now my brother in jail, we were in Broward together. He told me the whole thing, and he hasn't been taken care of. You know. Now, all that's being asked for is 5K. That's all we're asking for is for 5K. And he told me everything, and I know everything. I know who's involved. I know everything, and I'll get the 100K for myself.
You know,
All I ask is to send the 5K. Everybody knows what's going on.
I don't, you're saying everyone knows. I know I lost my ex-son-in-law. I did not have anything to do with it. That's why I said, ask him what.
That's what my brother Tato told me. He told me everything when we were in jail. He told me everything and who was involved. I know everything.
Well, I don't. That's the problem. I'm telling you, it's not me. It's not me. I have had a year of aggravation.
Here we go.
A year and a half of aggravation over this.
I do think it's really interesting, aggravation, but also, what is she even referencing? Is she trying to imply that she's been hassled by this dude or his associates? I've had a year and a half of aggravation over this. It's like, whatever it is that she's trying to pretend is going, like this new, like the murder was designed to solve the problems that they thought they had and needed solving by murder. Of course, there's that. And then, but afterwards, right, they all just went on about their lives. It wasn't until the bump. So what is she even referencing? But then to say aggravation is very interesting. And she says it so many times here.
My daughter, my grandchildren, it is not me.
Yeah.
And when I asked my friends, what do they think? They said, well, this person needs to get a description of you because of what you look like. Or
I agree with the pounding the table thing. And also here, she does reference her daughter, right?
Look at this. My daughter, my grandchildren, it is not me. And when I asked my friends, what do they think? They said, well, this person needs to get a description of you because of what you look like. Or it's not me. I don't know who caused this. It wasn't me. I mean, I don't know.
I'll tell you, just like that day when I talked to you, this is not going away. This is not going to go away because Tato told me everything. He wasn't being taken care of. He needed the 5K. Send 5K. That's all we were asking for. Don't do that.
I don't know who Tato is. You don't understand.
We know you know who Tato is, but you know who Katie is. And you know the contacts Katie has. And she has, listen to me, let's stop.
It really seems like Donna thought that by now he would have been like, oh, okay, yeah, you're right. Okay, bye. Have a nice day. Like, because she's so used to people doing what she says, right? It's like she didn't have a plan for this. She didn't have a plan for any pushback here. So she's just trying. Now she's gone off script. I think she's out of script. And she just sort of wings it here and then pulls out the hysterics or tries to,
Fucking around. Let's stop fucking around. Okay? You know who Katie is.
Now, interesting, right? Because remember, they had made comments on the previous wiretaps about like, oh, he didn't cuss or whatever, right? Just like how they're like complaining, he wasn't threatening enough, right? You weren't threatening enough. There wasn't any cursing, and I would imagine they gave him some of this feedback, right? And so it's just noteworthy to me that he says fucking a couple times in a row, and he's not like threatening. He's not making like overt threats, but like it's a more threatening tone. Like, in other words, I think here it's like, let's start. He's trying to sound a little bit more like an actual person.
And you know the contacts Katie has, and she has, listen to me, let's stop fucking around. Let's stop fucking around. Okay? you know who Katie is. And you know that Katie has somebody that knows Taco. And they took care of a problem for you people. That's just the bottom line. The bottom line is you know Katie, you know who the fuck Katie is.
Look, I don't.
I no more than Mr. No, I'm not fucking around with it. You know who Katie is. You know that they took care of Katie and her people. Nobody's taking care of Tato. I know you don't know who Tato is.
No,
But we know who all of you are. And this ain't going away.
you know what?
So I can give you you send the 5K?
Here's what you need to do. You need to go and.
Don't tell me what to do. I know what to do and I'm doing it.
You're looking for money, get $100,000 or whatever what do you call it, whatever the reward is. It isn't me. You have got the wrong person. That's why I said, ask your friends, your.
You're Donna Adelson.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Well, I know, we know who's involved in all this.
This is not making sense. I mean, if you want the money, you should get it from the police. They can give you a whole lot more than you're asking me for money for someone. I
love this part. She's not actually listening to what he's saying. So what Don, he's like, dude, I'm going to get the reward money. I want the reward money and the 5K. They're not mutually exclusive. And she just she didn't plan for this, right? Her script didn't plan for this. So she just keeps repeating, I don't know why you would just want the 5K when you can get the reward money instead. It's like, dude, Donna, come on. We've been over this. He's saying he's going to have both. And Donna can't adapt.
I can't do this. I have had too much stress and too much aggravation from this, and I don't know what you are talking about. I just don't know. I just don't know.
Good. I think you should talk to Katie, talk to people that are involved in this. You'll know. You know what's going on.
I do not know. That's why I'm.
You can tell me. Adelson, you can tell me all you fucking want, but I know you know. Because I know, because I heard, when I was locked up in Broward with my brother, he told me everything. Everything. He told me everything. I just wanted to take care of him because fucking Katie was being taken care of with her fucking poodle.
I just think instead of asking me, you should get the money from the police.
Again.
There's a lot of money out there.
You're
and
not.
I know.
She's like,
If you
yeah,
think you know
that
who
makes
this is, then go ahead and do it because I know it isn't me. I know it's just me.
And you can hear that emotional thing happening in her voice. Again, fake if you ask me.
Can't take this kind of level of stress. I just can't.
I can't take this kind of level of stress. It's very interesting. Again, just like how we were saying before, it was interesting how she describes like aggravating, frustrating. It's like I can't take this kind of level of stress as kind of like more of a cognitive thing versus like an emotion, whatever it is, even if it's feigned. It's like she's trying to feign emotion, but she can't even accurately or appropriately describe. It's kind of like if you like somebody who doesn't really actually know genuine emotions, you know? And if you imagine that, and then they would have a heart, even if they're like trying to like simulate them, right? To the outside, they would have there would be inconsistencies where it's like they actually can't really describe it. Am I making any sense? You know, like, it's like that, right? Like she's trying to put the emotion in her voice, and here where she would be describing, or a person would be describing the emotion that they just tried to portray in their speech, whether this would be like an intentional trying to portray, or even just like actual genuine emotion, right? You would then be describing what you're that. And instead we get, I can't take this kind of level of stress. It's very interesting to me.
Then go ahead and do it because I know it isn't me. I know it's just me.
Right.
And I can't take this kind of level of stress. I just can't. I know I didn't do anything.
I said the same thing.
To talk to people, you talk to the right people, you talk to people, you make this 5K come to me. That's all I need. Just do it and get it to me. Do it and get it to me.
I'll call you
Bye.
back.
Does she call back?
No, she did not.
Does she call the police?
No, she did not.
There it is.
Do she and Charlie discuss, I guess she shares this recording with him and they have further conversations about this call that she made?
Yes, they do.
Great.
And they're at that
I mean, of course they do, right?
point 100% that the bump is the police, right?
So now we get to the part where it's really funny and they're all like, oh, we're so relieved. And then Charlie thinks he's super clever trying to mock the police. Here we go. Okay.
Did they give any threats or anything, or?
No,
That's interesting.
yeah, I thought it was very interesting, but I definitely want you to, you know, I'll play his application tomorrow, but I wanted to make sure I got those stuff to you. So if that's,
She is, yeah.
Okay, can we go to
That's right.
DDD
That's
next? This is Charlie to Katie about this.
Yeah, and like I said, I think also she expected the FBI agent to just like with her first little script, her first little spiel, I think she expected him to be like, okay, right? She's not used to people either A, not going with what she wants them to do, B, not falling for her. I mean, think about the lengths even that Wendi, you know, she's got, I mean, whole other separate topic in terms of the different issues going on there. But think of it, even the lengths that Wendi went through just to try to keep her mom from learning that she'd made a decision. For example, she's going to put a down payment on a house, or she's going to, I mean, whatever. There's like countless examples. And I think we have even more that we learn going forward here. But in terms of just like having agency as an adult, right? Like a normal adult decision. Like, I mean, I like to give an example, I'm making this up, but just to give like an easy example of like how I picture this. I picture, and we learned about it in this trial. This wasn't the lengths that Wendi went to try to keep things from her mom. We didn't know about until this trial. But like, if you imagine, let's just say that Wendi decided she was going to get her hair cut, but she didn't run it by her mom first. The way I picture this, it would be like as if Wendi would get her hair cut, but then she would, the next time she knew she was going to be seeing her mom, she would like go out and like buy a wig or like actually get like hair extensions. And like, let's just say that that was like really difficult, expensive, time consuming, whatever, arduous, whatever. Like there's a lot of, you know, like do all of that rather than like tell her mom, hey, I got my hair cut, because it would be something that she did as a decision she made for herself. Type of thing. Like that's kind of how I picture it. So anyway, just all that to say that, and look at Charlie as well, right? So Donna's not just used to people kind of like doing as she says. It like goes way beyond that with in terms of the children, right? No wonder, think about Rob. Rob was like, no, I don't want to marry this person. I want to choose who I marry. It's like, peace. You're done. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like either it goes beyond. It's like, it's not just, it's like you, not only do you have to do all the things that she wants you to do, you have to do only those things. And on top of that, you cannot make any decisions of your own that weren't hers. It like takes it up a whole bunch of levels from what you normally see with a lot of people who are controlling or manipulative. It's like way past that. It's really, really, really dysfunctional, like on a whole other level. And you look at, so if you look at the three kids, the extremes, all three of them, the extreme that Rob had to go through to try to get away from that, cut ties. The extreme that Charlie did. How did Charlie deal with it? Charlie's like, I give in. I'm going to just go with everything mom wants, right? Charlie's the favorite. I mean, including this murder, right? Like, And if honestly, the jail phone calls between him and Donna spell that relationship out, and it's clear as day. He goes with it. He doesn't push back. He goes with everything, right? And then you have Wendi, who's kind of in the middle because she doesn't want to go with she doesn't want to do everything that Donna, like, you know what I mean? She wants to actually, I guess, again, it's almost like trying to be like, oh, maybe I don't have to be so helpless. Like maybe I can make a decision on my own, right? Type of thing. It's like, she's like in limbo, it seems like, in a way, right? And, but at the same time, she's like not brave enough, bold enough, or whatever enough to confront. And I think there's even some texts about this, right? Where she says something about not being confrontational, you know, and it's like, and I think that's why she communicates a lot more with Charlie than she does her mom. And they will talk about stuff that's going on in her life because Donna, she like, I think to Donna, Wendy's not allowed to have a life. And so she has to keep that from Donna. Anyway, so each kid, right? They're adults, but each one has had their own, a different way than the others of trying to deal with Donna's relationship, if you will, you know, with them. You got Charlie and Rob on complete opposite ends of the spectrum, right? And then you got Wendi kind of in the middle, if that makes sense. So yes, just pontificating about the level of the manipulation. It's just, there really is an additional element of like wanting to, it's not just being in control, but it's like really an element of wanting your kids, your adult children, right? But to stay like children, like babies. I mean, again, in the emails, the unhinged emails, has that plan all along for Wendi and her kids to move back in with the parents in the home where like Wendi grew up and whatnot. It's just like she has a room, like, I don't know. It's just really messed up. And right. He doesn't just go with it. He's exactly, that's right, kids. But again, that's what's like the opposite end of the spectrum. Like he actively seeks out her approval, right? Yep. That's how he exists in life. It's like, if he has to exist and she has to exist, she being Donna, how do you make that happen? Right. That's the question for all three of the Adelson siblings, right? Rob is like, we can't buy. Charlie's like, I lean into it, right? You know what I mean? Charlie was allowed to be at whoring every night. You know, it seems clear that when it comes to at least significant others, there was a double standard based on gender. Although having said that, she did have that with Rob. You know, I know a family that's like this, actually. I'm just thinking about it, where it's only when it comes to marriage. And that makes sense because think about it, right? Charlie was never going to marry. It's almost like Donna would prefer, has no problem with her kids, well, at least Charlie, right, being a slut or whatever you want to call it, right? Like whatever. But once there's talk of marriage, right, Donna has to be the decision maker. It's interesting. It's interesting. I could talk more about this, but I think, you know, maybe we'll table some of that. Because I think there's a lot of interesting facets to that. I have not seen that movie. Oh, that's hilarious. I mean, if you think about what would a teenage boy do, right? Or a teenager. If you think about, like, in other words, Charlie's whole being, right? It's not very mature, right? Like, it's like, again, always a different girl, buying the fancy cars. Like, he makes it clear he would never buy a house, right? Renting. He's like, rent, right? He has that whole quote he gives Wendi. Charlie doesn't actually do any adult things apart from like having a job, right? But when you look at like, okay, he's renting, he's never gonna marry, you know, he's sleeping around. I mean, his whole attitude, right? And it seems like that's acceptable to Donna. But like, anyway, hopefully that kind of, you guys see where I'm going with that. Charlie owns his house. I mean, in the calls, he talks about, oh, and the testimony, in the testimony, Dr. Obed was his roommate. And I mean, I guess I'm thinking about it in hindsight. You know, I don't know that Charlie bought that house because we know that they owned property. That came up with the testimony from God. Was that today or yesterday? About the different properties and stuff. I'm wondering if that was really something, a house that was owned like by Harvey or like the family. But because Charlie's perspective, I mean, he tells Wendi straight up, right? What is the quote he says? Never, I forget what it is. One of you guys will remember. He has a quote. Basically, it's like never fucking buy a house when you can rent one. And we know he had a roommate. And anyways, it's neither here nor there. I would be shocked, though, if he made a decision to put a down payment on a house. It would just really surprise me. You know?
This recording of his mom's conversation with the undercover?
That's correct. That last phone call was at 11:17 at night. This is the following day, 5/7 at 5:07 p.m.
Okay.
Adelson, do you need your headphones or your amplifier to hear the evidence clearly?
I mean, even having a roommate, though, right? When you're at the age that Charlie was and at that point in life, like even having a roommate to split rent, sorry, not rent, mortgage. You see what I mean? It's just, it's very, it's just funny because it's like, oh, you might have a roommate if you're in, I don't know, college, right? Or like out of college. It's like you have a roommate so that y'all can split rent. I don't know, just my perception.
You may continue.
Yeah, need a bro to party with. Yeah, very college, very college.
Hello?
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Good.
Oh shit, y'all! Charlie's on a boat. He's on a boat and he's going fast, and I could launch into a whole thing. Let's not do that right now. Some of you guys, aka Twiz, definitely knows what I'm referencing.
On a boat.
Are you with it?
I'm with a bunch of people, but I got a new TV that I listen to.
Oh yeah, here's where he thinks he's real clever. This is funny.
Okay.
So it's interesting, but it's 100%. 100%.
How many was that one?
It's 100% record break, and if you want to drop the mic.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, I'm with yours.
You want to play when you're just cruising along, you see a Vietnamese hot dog kid walking down the street.
Is it a long tape?
She's not picking it up yet.
Like the track is over.
How do you use the tape?
The track's long.
I mean, you're about to hear.
So basically, she's like thinks he's talking about an actual CD. Here, he's trying to be like, anyway, he starts talking about the pigs, whatever. It's really, my friend's got the cutest pot-bellied pig. He thinks he's clever, which is funny to me. So takes her a minute, then she seems to kind of pick up on it, maybe. But what's especially funny is, I guess after this one. I think it's this call. What's really funny is when Charlie's like, oh, phew, like, boy, we're in the clear, like, crisis averted. Like, this is really fucking funny. Donna's talking to the two boys. Hang on. Find it. they're just still talking about whatever the fuck. Boys are having piano. Now they're talking about a patient. Back to the board of dentistry. Okay, here we go.
You're, it's not even, you understand, not even, not a question. Yeah. Not even like, oh, no, there's, I mean, Wendi, like, after they were so nice about everything. Right. Just makes you feel so much better. Sure. Oh my God. No, there's no question. You know, originally I said this person's a really nice person. And I always said, I'm like, right. They're really nice. I don't think they're going to go to the board of dentistry. And they turned out to be really, really nice. Yeah, I was really glad to hear that. That made a huge difference. That was really wonderful. Now I slept so last night. Mom, I just, you know. Yeah. Anyway, I have a lot. And then that told you what everything, you know, what I told to ask for if it ever becomes an issue. Yeah, whatever. And I have a question about Kevin Barnes. Did you ever speak to him? No. Okay. All right, then I'm going to tell the girls they need to give it one more effort to try to email him, text him. I would reach out through Facebook is what I'm saying. Oh, that's a thought I never thought of that. I'll go on Facebook and pick it up. Okay. And just keep it real friends, real nice. You're like, hey, listen, we're trying to reach you. We have your case here. What's your status? Yeah. And this is going to be a ruling office change that nobody's allowed to send out unless at the very least the lab work is paid for. Exactly. I mean, otherwise, you deserve it. Yeah. You know, this is just no exceptions. I don't care if it's my mom's case. Unless at least the lab bill has been paid for, ain't nothing getting sent out. No excuse. Yeah. Because I was asking the girls today if they knew if you had ever spoken to them. They said they don't think so, but they weren't sure. So, because that would help all the girls and all the people that had questions about. So, did you ever get paid from those large cases from Dr. Murray's office, from relatives?
Oh my God, doctors, right. So let's just go ahead. We're so close to being done. Oh, wait, hold on. Crisis averted, right there. Crisis averted, says Donna. Right. I think I literally actually used those words as I'm trying to paraphrase what the sentiment that I picked up on. And I think that's anyway, that's what she's literally saying. Crisis averted. I mean, just think about that though. It's like, oh, it's definitely law enforcement who was listening to all the calls. Oh, crisis averted. I mean, okay. Whatever, guys. All right.
How did they react to that?
They seem.
Hold on, we got to hear her question.
So upon learning that they're being investigated for murder, how did they react to that?
They seem pretty happy about it.
Really happy about it.
Yeah.
Sustained. Members of the jury are to disregard the last answer.
And was it the gist of how you got made that the undercover wasn't nasty enough?
Right.
It's not done like that. You got to have a beard and a hat and glasses, and you got to make threats and all that kind of thing, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
After the
one thing I will say too, thinking about Charlie again, like if you think about the vehicles, right? You've got the different vehicles, and think about like the dental practice. Everything that he like owned, you know, or owned at some point was his dad's. When you think about like the cars he's talking about that he gives Katie, there's the Lexus, there's like, I think a couple other cars, even the dental practice. It's Harvey's, then it's Charlie's, then it's Harvey's, then it's Charlie's. It's sort of going along with a similar idea of like, you know, making a decision to like, I'm going to buy this car, or I'm going to start this business, or I'm going to, you know, whatever. that's a very much an adult thing if one makes that decision. But if it's just like, if you just inherit it, just for lack of a better word, or just happens upon you because you're in the family, right? Your dad's a dentist, so you become a dentist. And then it's like, okay, well, it's like the next natural thing to be in the practice. Here's a car, I picked out the car, but here, why don't you just give me $1,000 and now I'll put it in your name? You see what I mean? That to me is different than like making a decision. If you're Charlie or anybody, a decision, I'm going to go and I'm going to purchase this thing, one of those adult things, right? It's like a permanent adult, you know what I mean? To where you could acquire something. It's like passive, if you will, acquiring assets, if you will, in a passive way versus like, what's the right word? A active decision. You know what I mean? Like what's the word I'm looking for? Passive versus like, not, I guess, active. Anyways, hopefully that makes sense. Kind of.
Wire gets made. It's kind of business as usual, right? Back to Wendi and her love life, that sort of thing.
Back to Wendi and her love life. Right.
For them, yes.
Were any more checks issued by the defendant to Catherine Magdalena after the wire got made?
Thank you, Northwest. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah, proactive. That's it. Right. Passive versus proactive. That's it. That's the thing. That's to me is the difference. So like where I could see it being like, if you think about all those things, passive versus proactive, because that's really the thing, right? That's the commonality. If you think about like, it seems like Donna really, the thing is like a proactive adult permanent type of decision is really what will get you blacklisted from the family. So as it were.
I believe that's when they stopped.
That's right.
If I'm not mistaken. I have to go back and look though.
Yeah. Yep.
May of 2016 is when they stopped, right?
It was May of 2016.
And the reason I'm saying that too is because we hear from one of the friends who testified, again, I can't remember if that was yesterday or today, one of the friends of Donna Harvey who talks about managing the rental properties, or, they had multiple properties. I didn't even know that until it came out in that testimony. He's like, so like they had all these different properties that the Adelsons owned that they were managing and I guess renting to people. So there's that too.
Correct.
And after it came off the wire, was there a time when law enforcement went into the Adelson Institute?
There was.
Could you tell us about that?
Yeah, myself and my partner, Investigator Ice with TPD, went into the Adelson Institute with a subpoena requesting Catherine.
Oh, this part's great too. We're almost to the end of the testimony for this day, but this is great. Okay.
McMahon's employment records, and we began speaking with the front desk.
Right. Was Catherine Magdalena there working?
No, she was not.
Did you ever uncover any evidence of Magdalena working for that business?
No, the only thing they ever provided us was basically a list of the checks that we already knew about.
All right. Was a phone call captured from that business during the time that you were present in there trying to serve the subpoena and get these employment records?
Yes, one of the employees called Charlie Adelson while we were there. She walked to the back and called him and he was captured on the wire.
All right. At this time, I'd ask to move into Evidence States Exhibit 100, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 100 is admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, the FBI is asking for records for Katie.
For what?
That she works here.
I would,
Oh.
I wouldn't,
Yeah, and then the ex, did she work out? Like, she worked there, but I don't know if he
Charlie can't even make words come out of his mouth for once. Now we know. If you want to shut him up, here's what you do.
That she works here.
I wouldn't get anything.
Yeah, and then the ex, did she work out? Like, yeah, she worked there, but I don't know if he's doing. Because remember, we sent her. Yeah.
Do me a favor. I'm not there right now. and I'm in surgery.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not my office. It's my dad's office.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't.
Literally, what were we literally just saying? What were we just saying? Literally. Now that push has come to shove, now it's his dad. I mean, at this point, right, dude, now when they're when the FBI is knocking at the door, asking about the records for Katie working there and whatnot and the checks, now it's his dad's again, you guys. So he doesn't start with that. He says, okay, tell them I'm in surgery. Oh, and it's my dad's off. I mean, you see how it is? When it benefits him, now it belongs to his dad. Here we go.
I'm not there right now,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm in surgery.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not my office.
Here we go.
It's my dad's office.
So now it's convenient for him to not be the owner of the Adelson Institute.
I can't give anything out.
Right.
But what's really funny too is like now it's like throwing his dad under the bus, right? Like I was shocked when I heard this because I was like, wow.
I mean, I don't have access to it. I don't know where anything is.
Because Harvey's not going to have
Okay,
any
so you
answers
don't
here.
have access to anything.
I
So
don't know anything either.
yeah, so I would do this. I would not speak to anybody.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can do whatever you want, but it's my dad's office.
Yeah.
So I don't have access to any of that.
I mean, fine. Okay, go ahead and tell them that. Well, then they're just going to show up with a subpoena to Harvey. I mean, oh my God.
Okay.
He had not planned.
So they can talk to my dad, and I'm sure they'll be able to get whatever they want from them.
Okay, understandable.
So if I had it, I mean, you can talk to whatever you want. I just they don't want it. But,
No, you know, we're doing what you said.
yeah, I mean, I'm not saying they don't talk to them. Talk to whoever I'm playing you want to talk to, but it's not my office, and it's not your office.
Right.
So
Just tripling down on that.
you don't have records to give them, and I don't have records to give them, so I'm sure they'll be able to.
I mean, what he's telling her to basically say to the FBI is, you're asking the wrong people. As in, the records exist, but we don't know. You got to ask Harvey. Amazing.
In any way.
That is. Yeah, was Katie working anywhere at the time? You know, does anybody in the chat remember when she stopped working at Sophie Dental? Because if she was working anywhere, I think it would have been there. It might, or nowhere. Because, you know, her job was now being a middle woman for murder for hire.
Where you can.
Okay. So that's what I
Tell them that it's not, I mean, it's not my office. The office was sold back to my dad, actually, a long time ago. So tell them that because actually you're talking to the wrong doctor.
Right.
So what you need to do is tell them.
Northwest. Now, but with enough roommates, right? Enough roommates to offset that mortgage, we can make it happen.
Get in contact. It's not your office. You
So
can't do that, right?
it says within 20 days of court statute, provide a bill of cause, this
Are they there now, or are they?
You're there, that's what I'm in the back.
She's like saying to Charlie, I don't think you understand. She's like, you've got 20 days. Oh, they're here. Like y'all. And the way she's just doesn't have, I mean, she has no idea, right? He's like trying to what you need to do is tell them, watch.
That you will get in contact. It's not your office. You
So
can't do that, right?
it says within 20 days of court statute, provide a bill of cause, this
Are they there now, or are they?
You're there, that's what I'm in the back. They're just waiting for you to come back.
Oh, they want records?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're there, So Charlie didn't get it. They're there. She's in the back calling you. Incredible.
Do me a favor. I'm going to call you from the landline on your cell phone, okay?
So Northwest is pointing out that Charlie's old house has a dock where you can make a quick squirrely getaway. Love that. You know, would we want to take the jet ski or the boat?
During the surveillance of Catherine McVanoa, did law enforcement ever observe her to physically go to the Adelson Institute?
No, we did not.
And she later admitted that she did not do anything to earn those checks that she received, right?
That's correct. She did admit that.
And in at least this call, whose office does Charlie Adelson say the Adelson Institute belongs to?
He says it's his dad's office.
And has been for a long time.
There it is.
Correct.
And that was said on what date? June 1st of 16, is that right?
Yes.
All right, now before we do this early breaking, I have one more thing. I want to try to circle back to the call that we had technical difficulties on, I think twice. So I want to go back to Matt.
Okay, and that one, if I remember thinking, I don't know why they made such a big fuss about this. Okay, they're just talking about how long it will be taken to drive. I mean, okay. And I'm just looking because I'm like, how many square feet is my house? Because I have no idea for the reference there in terms of 1,500 square feet. But we're going to go on to the next day. Yay, we're done with this day. So we're on to day 6. Woo! Good job, everybody. We graduated to the next day.
Is he on his way to the stand? Special Agent, you remain under your oath to tell the truth, and I want to swear you again, but please answer all matters truthfully during the remainder of your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. Ms. Captain, you may continue with the state's representation.
Thank you, Judge. All right, so we concluded the wire calls yesterday. When, in relation to that wire, or just when were the arrests made in this case? Let's start with Sigfredo Garcia.
There we go. Perfect. This is very linear and logical. I love that they're starting the day with this. So we finished the bump. We got through it. Yay, go team. And it's like, now let's talk about all the arrests happened afterwards, right? Okay.
When was he arrested?
It was May 24th, 26th, somewhere around there of 2016.
Okay, and Luis Rivera?
A few days after that, I served him in the prison.
Okay, he was already in prison for an unrelated offense?
That's correct. He was already in prison.
So also May of 16?
That's correct.
Okay, and what about Catherine McVanoa? When was she arrested?
Do it.
Don't remember the exact date. Could I refresh my memory with notes?
Yes. Do you have the notes with you?
Want to refresh his recollection, guys. Okay.
Okay.
And Rivera, I don't have Mr. Rivera's exact date. Actually, it was the...
That's okay. We don't need the exact date. Okay, so now they're going to talk about, Katie, the worst decision of all time when she doesn't take that plea deal, which wasn't even a plea deal because it was just, you just get to go home. It was it wasn't even a compromise. It was like she would have won in every way, as you guys know. It's craziness. Okay.
It was new to us or that confirmed something that we had not known of before.
Yeah, she told us about the first time that Mr. Charlie Adelson approached her and asked her if she knew someone that could take care of someone. She told us about that. And
All right, interesting that the house was bought the same year that Dan Markel was killed. I wonder what month. Do you know what month, Northwest? That's interesting.
And she was able to give us the actual date that occurred based on some surrounding circumstances, right?
That's correct.
What was the date?
She said it was October 31st of 2013, like the year prior to the murder. On Halloween.
All right. And did she say where she was when that when the topic was first broached with her?
I'm gonna have to, at some point when I'm not live streaming, I'm gonna have to pull up the pictures of this house and see if we can add like a bunch of squirrels or something in there. Like, I'm just my imagination. I'm just thinking of all the possibilities here of making this really great. So anyway, can look forward to that.
And she said she was on Lincoln Road at a party with Mr. Adelson.
Oh yeah, the hot tub. That's right. Thank you, Kit Smits. The hot tub. So there should be a hot tub, unless that was somewhere else. Unless that was the place that he was living before there. But yeah, that's right. The hot tub. Thank you, Kit Smits.
Were you able to discover any evidence to confirm that Mr. Adelson was in fact on Lincoln Road that night, as she claimed?
Yes, I was familiar with Lincoln Road because it's a popular road in South Beach. So we looked back and found a text message where Mr. Adelson said that he was on Lincoln Road on Halloween.
I'll show you where I marked this 116.
Okay. So there's the hot tub there. Okay, so the hot tub from Awkward Hot Tub Night. So interesting. So yeah, so that house was purchased like 2 months before You know, what's interesting too, Northwest was saying that it sold for what was it, like 330K, some thereabouts. And if you recall, you remember they were going to offer that $1 million, and the plan was like they were all going to contribute. I think what was it, $330,000 each, or 300,000, or I mean, if you really divide it up, it would have been like 3,333. Anyway, interesting because it's like the numbers are very close to being the same number that was not spent on the bribe that could have been spent on the house. Okay, so let's see here. So now we're making the connections with the money here. Okay, and now we're getting to the infamous call.
Was there a reported call that was intercepted between Charlie Adelson and his mother, Donna Adelson?
Yes, there was.
And in that call, did something happen that caused the defendant to be recorded longer than the conversation between her and Charlie? Can you just sort of explain? She thought she hung up. But
I'm still not ruling out, right? Remember, because who else was going to contribute that same portion? Donna and Harvey. I don't think we can rule out that it wasn't Harvey's 333K, right? Potentially with the house that Charlie's living in. Maybe it's put in his name, but like who actually owns the asset, right? Again, like we talked about, I don't know that I could rule that out without doing a whole lot of digging to prove that Charlie actually bought it. I would be shocked if he had that type of agency, given what we've seen here. It would be the only thing that we've seen where one of the adult children makes that type of a proactive decision and isn't shunned, you know?
Right?
Correct. There was a jail call with Mr. Adelson, and at some point he dropped off the call. She thought the call had hung up, so she just apparently set her phone down and hit end on her end of the line.
And have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 118, the recording of that call?
I have.
So at this time, I'm asked to move into evidence State's Exhibit 118.
Okay, objection to 118. States 118 is admitted at this time.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Yeah, see, I'm not thinking it's about the price, right? My consideration isn't about the price that Charlie could afford it or not. It's being allowed to make a decision to buy a house. That is the thing where I'm like, I don't know. I just don't see that happening.
Considering parties need headphones for this.
I mean, it would have to be the type of thing where it's Donna's decision. But like, if you go along with it, it could look like you consented at least, right? And other adults might think that, might assume it was your decision when it really wasn't, because you wouldn't want to tell them that your mommy makes all your decisions, makes all decisions in life. Yeah.
Look, I have been to the students where I did this one, but there's a lot of things that we have to do, and we've got a very tight time frame. So one of them involves taking care of some things to Roman, taking care of some things to Sanford. It's just been on for a whole day, and Susan was nice enough on school trip. She's going to gather everything up and the drive down. So she and hear about 10 minutes before you pull, so that she can work with us. She got a couple of hours to take care of for Roman.
I can quiz.
We're working on that. And,
Definitely. Definitely.
Sorry to do that to y'all with the headphones, but
I agree with all of you guys 100% here.
a couple questions just to follow up on what she said so far. She says she's taking care of a couple things for Roman. Who's Roman?
Roman is the child of Charlie Adelson, young child.
And she mentioned Susan and Rick on there. Do you know who those people are?
They're close friends of theirs.
Okay. Sorry. Continue.
Very good request.
You're going to be okay. You're going to get out of that stupid room. Once you do, you'll start to feel a little bit better. I know that. And when I have something that I do need to tell you, I'll see you. Okay?
Sorry, one more time. She mentions Dan here.
So by the way,
obviously not Dan Markell. Do you know who she's referencing?
Context clues, if not maybe stated overtly in the testimony, we will get there. But the people who she's talking to, right, without her realizing that the call is still recording, the people she's talking to are the people who testified for her. Again, it feels like I couldn't even keep it all straight. It was such a crazy day in trial today. Was that today or yesterday? Today? Anyway, one of the 2 days, the people who were sitting there testified.
Yes, ma'am.
What Dan is she referencing?
Dan Rashbaum, who was Charlie's attorney.
Yesterday.
All right, thank you. Continue, please.
So, this is, I'll let you know what's on the phone. Can you hear me now? Shit. You can't hear me, right? Sean, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Here we go.
No, we would remodel it. We would remodel it.
Is that he's in this room that so the psychologist wanted to make sure he killed himself. So the psychologist finally came. And he said to her, because he here with no light, no nothing, but it's the next long term. Let me go back to see where I am. So, we don't need me here. And spoke to Google and she said, no, you're going to be fine. So I just have to go back and, I've got to do these reports I have to write. Well, once I get those written, and then present them, and then get them approved, really have to go back. So he was just going back like that in an hour. But it doesn't lose my mind because it's all spirit on the inside. The voice is yourself. The light never shows. Day or night, the rest of life is on all night. Because I just want to go that way. Because I know people, and see people who could hear it on their box. And he's showing you. Well, thank you. I'm sure the whole just because it's there.
Brotman. Harvey's. And it's funny. What was I even thinking? The voice that I described earlier. I mean, here we are listening to it, right? This is exactly. I forgot that this was coming up. So Donna's whole voice, where she does the whole martyr thing. So we're gonna hear that here.
How key did he hear that? His body is slowly starting to deteriorate. Happy, it's not what we look good. I'm really not unhappy. But one of them is just big body. And it's like that. It's not painful. We're born at that property a couple months ago. What's that? I'm like, what did you do this weekend? Because it's something that makes me feel like I'm not going to watch it. It's not going to go well. I know what I need to do.
Trust.
No, nothing's wrong because the winter not here. She's never once. That's all. I hate winter.
I happen to love this part because I'm a big fan anytime somebody's going to complain about Wendi. So just saying. Now remember how I said she does the thing where she mocks Wendi? She snaps out of the emotion in quotes, right? Listen to how she'll change when she starts mocking Wendi, but then I think she then she can go right back.
I'm sitting here, and she didn't say, this is a horrible night for all of us, showing up on her life, whatever it is. But it doesn't really say this. Just sat there, I on the direction. I'm sorry. The voice for us is now, I want to go to sleep and not see my son. I did. Perfectly honest, I do. And what we do, we do it together. We get out of November, come together, and we do it together. That's what's the point. Well, then make a decision at some point. So that's what we do together this morning, and then when they're thinking of their parents, we'll make it happen. So really don't. We're going to remind, or you might just hold it to the airport. And you don't know. That could happen. If it happens, I don't know. But we're trying. I'm probably trying to do it. I don't know what we're doing. I don't know what we're doing. And we have to go to the going into the what was that? What was it? How was it what we done? What situations was who's in charge of it? We got to vote. That was the extra. And then the going in on here and under and the trustee. And on the trustee and on
Now Bree's the baby mom.
So, we make an effort to respond and to call.
Ugh, this is so cringy. Like her, faking emotion, listening to her faking emotion. It's just really, it's like cringe, disturbing inception. Cringeception. Cringeception. But I feel like that's still an understatement here.
Would you do that?
Right? That's right. Let's not forget, he could have gone to Vietnam. I don't even think it crossed his mind, because literally when they arrested Donna, she launches into her whole thing of, my husband, he's, what does she say? My husband, he's whatever years old. How is he going to get home? As if he's like helpless without her. He can't get home on his own. And he literally just he just goes, like, I don't even think it occurred to him that he could have just kept going. They arrested her. He could have just kept going. It's wild to me.
And it was actually not about the case. I said, Mike said, I just said what was true. He's worried about you. He wants to know what yeah. We know you never asked anything about his brother, and she doesn't. And she told me she's a lawyer, that she should have. So we found out it's not true. But we just got off the phone with him.
You can hear she's just matter of fact, back to business, totally normal. We just got off the phone with her lawyer. Da 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 da.
Attorney said, I never told her that. I never could talk to that. I know. So I wrote this last night. We know you never asked anything about your brother. This is 8 o'clock last night. But we just got off the phone with him, and the first thing he asked was, how's Wendi holding up? I didn't have the heart to tell him. They never called up or asked about him. I just said, we weren't up the phone calls right now.
This is just hard for me to even watch her do this. And I feel really bad, because I think that this paralegal, she's totally manipulating this fucking paralegal. You know, she had one of the jailhouse informants, Drina, and she called her, what did she call her? Her jailhouse daughter, or her jail daughter, whatever. She wants a replacement Wendi. And I'm telling you, she's done the same thing with this paralegal, because this paralegal has been this entire trial patting her on the back, helping her with her headphones when she pretends like she doesn't know how to put headphones on. I mean, all of the things. I mean, what happened? There was something early on. Oh yeah, getting her Kleenex. The paralegal is the new the paralegal is the new jailhouse Wendi, which is, and the jailhouse Wendi being the new Wendi. So we're on like the third rotation of the different Wendis here, I think. I mean, I feel bad for her.
Everyone wants to protect you. I think you've done lots of good about it. But then she didn't answer. But then I got another one to tell you. And I said, just got off the phone with Charlie. He's worried about you. He wants to know why we didn't speak. I told him a lie. I said, we're only speaking with you and Dan right now. I could barely tell him the truth. Your sister never even called us. It's the truth. So she said this morning, I thought she'd be racing over here last night. Dear Mom, I know you are upset by the verdict, but the anger directed at me is not justified. I don't know how much anger there is. Really don't. I'm not responsible in any way for Charlie's situation. I am not guilty because I did not do anything wrong, and I was not involved in any way with Danny's death. When I was interviewed by the police and testified in court, I told the truth as I was required to. I cannot control how the prosecutor used my statement to Charlie's trial. Again, I didn't say that. Also, as you know, my lawyer has advised me not to talk to my family or anyone else about this case, which is true. He's never done it. I followed his advice despite your disagreements with the sentence. Please do not text me about this case anymore. It's not about the case, is it? That's what I said. That's her brother. And then what? How are you, Wendi? How's my sister holding up? You don't check. If you have anything further to say about the case, please go through our lawyers. Right now, I have to be singularly focused on taking care of the boys during this difficult time. So I wrote back, okay, we have no desire to speak with you about the case. I guess Dad and I are just shocked that you didn't think of coming to see us or even calling us. We are your parents. We are and have always been there for you and the boys. None of what we wrote matters about the case. That's over. I just want you to know how many times Charlie's asked me about you. Not only did you not ask about us, but not question about Charlie, right? We will need to give you some information shortly.
Right.
And we need some business assistance. Please let us know if you can be of any help. I have a space here. I want you to propose. We want you to bond. I want her to have all this information. I have a predatory property. I want her to see all that. I want her to have all the papers and the will. I want her to see all this. So please let us know if you can be of any help. The other thing is,
so I'm sorry, we just need to clarify. So it's 3 beds and 2 full baths. Is that correct, y'all? With Charlie's old house, 3 bedrooms and 2 full baths. Because that's just unacceptable. Like, because then if you have people over, right, and they're like, oh, I got to use the bathroom, then you have a situation where they have to go through your entire fucking bedroom to go use your bathroom. This is why you need the half bath. This is why you need the half bath, if nothing else. This is why you need the half bath. Like the main floor, my personal, again, we can remodel it, guys. Remember, when we get the house, when we purchase it, we're gonna remodel it. We're gonna do all the things. Everybody's dreams with the house, they all get to come true. So I have a dream, and one of my dreams is that there is a bathroom with the master bedroom, but then there's an additional half bath, like, near the kitchen in the living room or what have you. And I haven't looked at the pictures yet because, I'm live streaming. I will, don't worry. We can totally fix this, right? We can fix this. But, that if it's just 2 bathrooms and there's like one bathroom with the master on the main floor and they're just expecting like that is just unacceptable to me. I agree with that.
Please let us know. If not, we'll try to find someone who can help us. If needs an immediate response, so I can start that.
That's right. That's right.
And then
That's right.
Talk to her. Or don't get nervous. Again, nothing. Capital letters. Nothing about the case. Just like to show you some business stuff and personal things. If you can't do it, we must find someone who can. I hope you understand that it has nothing to do with the case. There is no more case. And then I wrote, by the way, he said you have to focus on the boys. I can show them. So when I got boys before, he said to him, because I was over there at night. I said, well, that's Wendi, but it has not any word for her. So
go ahead a little bit here because we've all listened to these a bunch. We dissected the fuck out of these at the beginning of the year. They're all on the playlist. But yeah, I mean, definitely, like, for starters, we cannot have mosquito problems at the house, at our new house, and we got to have the guest bathroom. Like, those are for starters, right? Like I said, when we remodel it, we'll do all the things. Okay, so they're working on their passports. Oh, did I tell you guys? I had this from a few weeks ago, but it's exciting, quick news. I've got my special courthouse badge. Like, some of y'all might know. Like, if you're an attorney, and you go to court, like, how there's like the normal, like everybody has to funnel through like the metal detector and the security and whatnot. But like the attorneys, they flash their badge and then they can just bypass all that, and they can also bring electronics, and they just waltz in, with their badges. I have a badge now. So I am like on a, whatever you call that, the access, what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, I have a courtroom badge now. So I am able to waltz on in and just, like that type of thing. Which is pretty cool. It's like, what is the word I'm looking for? It reminds me of being like in some sort of like, you're like your elite like level of clearance. You know what I mean? Like the top security level clearance of a thing. I can't think of the word I'm looking for, but like, that type of thing. It's like, yeah, like top security clearance. That's what it feels like to me, just because it's like you either have the badge or you don't. But anyway. I haven't gotten to use it yet, though. So, right. So there's passports. Okay. Here we go. Extradition. This is what you want.
If there's extradition from Vietnam. Because we've looked at all places, I could go to Korea and China, but there's no extradition. But we need to play with no extradition.
Suspicious.
So, really? Maybe she knows that. Maybe she can look up the extradition before we go take their time. You mentioned the way when you get tell, it's got to be done. I need to tell you something as an attorney who doesn't talk. It has nothing to do with the case. It just has to do with mom and I and some decisions that we have to make. Again, we don't know show where anything is. If it's a plain crash, no one can know where anything is or who belongs to what. So I would like her to come up here so she can see it. I don't think that's asking too much. Just look reality. Every time she says, can you do this? Can you come here? Can you do this? Everything is coming times we have plans and we can't cancel when he needs us for this, when he needs us to babysit. So we can do it in nannies and they get our job is done. Because now we go to over this.
Oh, I just love this, you guys. All right. I've referenced this. This is where it becomes really clear, I think. This is just one example. That Donna's motivations are not what, okay. So if you had to, guys, if you had to try to articulate, what is it that it seems like Donna's motivations have been all along, right? In terms of the boys, the grandchildren. She just wants to be able to spend time with them. She loves them. She doesn't get to see them enough. The drive, the distance is too much. And, all that, right? Like, she should be able to spend more time with the boys, more time with the boys, more time with the boys, more time with the boys. It's not fair to her. She doesn't get to see them as much, that type of thing, right? Like, I just love the boys and I just really want to be, I should be able to be with them and bar mitzvah or bust and all this. This is not the only example of this, but this is just one that just happened right now. That is very, I love. This is it. Donna says, how many times do we have plans? Quote, I really can't. I have to cancel. Wendi needs us for this. Wendi needs us to babysit. End quote. So we've been really good nannies. And she continues on. And I guess our job is up because the boys are older. There's more talk of this, but basically this is the complete opposite sentiment, right? This isn't, oh my gosh, I love the boys and I really want to be around them and I'm not getting enough time. It's the opposite. It's being put upon to have to go watch the boys, to cancel your plans and go watch them because you're being used as a nanny. It's the complete it's resentment versus missing someone you love or something, if you will, right? Like the way that it's been, I mean, honestly, even what seems to be the way most people have kind of understood Donna's motivations in this whole case is like she loved the boys so much that she like was lost all sense of critical thinking skills and whatever type of thing, right? Like it's like really loves the boys, whatever. That's kind of how it seems to be portrayed. And it's like, this is the complete opposite. This is resentment for being forced to watch the boys, to babysit as a nanny. You see what I mean, guys? Right? And now we're getting to the part where she goes all out here with the, I've got one son this and one son that. Here we go.
So she was meeting her friend. Okay, rehearsal. What son is what son is supposed to be judged? And I told her who I love is doing this. I don't get it.
I mean, and this is just could there be ever anything more melodramatic than this? I said to Harvey, quote, I swear to God, our family was cursed, absolutely cursed. And I don't know how to take care of it anymore. I mean, the cursed. I mean, what are you, Donna? Do you think you're like writing a Shakespearean play here? Like, honestly, if that's the case, she should say cursed to be authentic. But that's a whole other tangent, whole other topic. It should be cursed. But like, this is just of all, like I mean, in another context, I would applaud it for just being so over the top because it's funny. But in this context, it's disturbing. And by the way, in the jail calls that I have on the playlist that we've listened to, you can actually hear it a lot better. And in case you're wondering why, well, what we're hearing is the audio that's being played in the courtroom, right? So like, obviously we're not hearing, this is not just like the actual file, right? We're, what it is like court TV standing there with their camera or whatever, right? And they've got like a couple microphones placed in different places, and whatever the ambient sound is that's happening is what we hear. So the audio quality is a lot better when you just hear the actual calls not being played in trial. So yeah. This isn't fair. This isn't fair. That's exactly right. I cannot though with this. I can't. I have so many thoughts. I'm gonna just keep playing it. I just no. I mean, she snapped right back out of it, by the way. And now we're talking about the visas. And now she's moved away so quickly from Goodbye Cruel World, and now we're back to the visas. Okay. Okay, let's see. I'm just going to go ahead a little bit here. And then I think this is where they realize the call is still going. I mean, here's an example right here. It says, quote, real property or LLCs, end quote, which is Harvey. I mean, I cannot even with her. Okay. I think this is like, oh wait, not quite the end yet of direct.
All right, so are you aware of the date that Charlie Adelson was convicted?
Yes.
What was that date?
It was November the 6th of 2023.
And was this recording that we just heard that same day after the conviction?
It was the day after conviction on 11/7, November 7th.
All right. And we hear on this call that there appear to be some plans to potentially go to Vietnam. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
And based on this recording, did you
I'm sorry. Let me just say something real quick. The color, okay, how did I not notice before? Georgia's blazer. First of all, the whatever fabric that it, like this is, I mean, she's been looking stunning every day, but I particularly love this one. I'm not a real feminine dresser, if you will. I feel like that's like a vast understatement. Most of you guys know. But if I were in a position where I was wearing a blazer, you know, I would just say that, like, even the concept itself, like a woman's blazer is probably not going to be something that I could find one that I would actually want to wear. Anyway, point being, this I actually really love if I had to wear one. The color is amazing. The fabric looks like one that A, wouldn't wrinkle, and B, is smooth enough to where dog fur wouldn't stick to it, where you could brush it off. That's always a plus. But also, look at that neckline. But this color looks amazing on her. It's like high def. Like, I wonder what would you call that fabric? Like a crepe, maybe? It's great. That's a great, it's a really great choice for the blazer. And I love the cut. And I especially love that neckline. That's super cool. Oh, I do love ball gowns. I know. I mean, but Northwest, let me just tell you something here. The footwear that I had on under that ball gown, combat boots. What am I wearing right now? Combat boots. That's how I roll.
Investigative work to try to look into whether that was in fact really going to happen?
I did.
Okay. And what did you learn?
We didn't hear the call for a couple of days, so it was a few days later. But I did check with another government agency to try to find out if there was an international travel plan. And ultimately, on the 13th, I believe it was, I was told that, yes, there was travel plans made.
Okay. And were the travel plans to Vietnam?
They were to go through Dubai, then to Vietnam.
And is Vietnam, in fact, a non-extradition country?
It is.
And is Dubai also non-extradition?
That's correct, it is.
Okay. And when was that travel plan supposed to occur?
On the evening of November the 13th, 23.
And were you able to intercept the defendant prior to taking off on that airplane?
I was.
Where did you do that?
At the Miami International Airport, right through the gate check as they were boarding the plane on the jet bridge is what they call it.
And that was on November 13th, 23?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. As part of your apprehension of the defendant, did you seize her cell phone that she was in possession of at the time of her arrest?
I did.
All right. And did she willingly allow you to do that?
No, she did not.
How did that go?
That's really funny, Northwest. Yeah, you know, it's really funny. I guess in my mind, I wouldn't think of it. Yeah, I mean, you make a great point about that. Like, I guess it never occurred to me that yes, technically a ball gown is feminine. That's funny. I think it goes back though to like being raised on like loving like the old school Disney princess movies, like like Sleeping Beauty, like they all wore the ball gowns, but also my deeply nerdy Renaissance sensibilities to where in my mind, I know this is gonna sound wild probably to y'all, but like the ball gown that I'm wearing in that picture is extremely practical, and I can explain. A lot of times if I think about clothing I would never wear, like really high maintenance, right? And oftentimes women's clothes can be high maintenance, right? I won't wear anything like that. That ball gown is like set it and forget
Objection
it.
being withdrawn. Agent Sanford, you can answer the question.
It took no effort, and it was honestly, I still have it. It's one of the most comfortable things. Anyways. But of course, I had to make sure that I had it like fiery red, and with like the front of it is like flame shaped. So like that's got a little bit more of the squirrel specific flair, if you will, versus like, I don't know, there's like the princessy ball gowns. I wouldn't put that in that category because it's more like I don't know. Yeah.
Call what it was.
When you seized the defendant's cell phone, did she physically resist you?
Yes, she did.
Could you tell us about the physical resistance that she offered?
Yes, I reached out to the phone, and when I grabbed a hold of it, she pulled it away and said no, and then kept holding it away from me, trying to turn away from me. Another officer who was there arresting her actually grabbed her arm and held it, and then we were able to finally take the phone out of her hand, but she was still trying to keep it from us.
Right. And pursuant to her arrest, was there a search warrant executed at her residence at the Icon?
There was.
And did you handle that, or did another agent handle that?
Another police department handled it.
I'm so disappointed that they did not play for the jury the video of her getting arrested. I thought that was going to happen.
Locally.
And are you familiar with the items that were seized during that search warrant?
I am.
Okay. And was there a planner, 2023 day planner seized pursuant to that search warrant?
There was.
And have you had an opportunity to review that planner?
I have.
Okay. Was there a planner available for 2014 that was seized at the search warrant?
Not seized at search warrant, no ma'am.
Go ahead a little bit. So you guys, I'm sure, are well aware, one of the key takeaways from this was that Donna had Dan Markel's license plate written in there. There we go. Okay, now we're back to the plane.
Or at the time of her arrest.
Welcome
to that a one-way flight or a round-trip flight?
It was a one-way flight.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Yeah, no, they did. I mean, I remember we covered all the pretrial motions, and that didn't. You knew that was be the first thing, but I just can't remember. I feel like because I was expecting to see it, I must have somehow subconsciously, my recollection would have been that as far as the motions in limine are concerned, it was coming in. I mean, I could always go back and look. I've still got all the docs, but anyway, I'm just like, damn it. The jury deserves, after the jury's been put through a lot, they deserve to see that fucking video. I hope that when this trial's done, that's the first thing they go do is watch that arrest video. All right, on to cross, people. Down Northwest. Northwest, you don't have to answer it because I always feel funny like whenever I reference and I'm like, anyway, there's a number of Squirrel Crew friends who are women or females that have served in the military. So I always seem to like have an instinct that you're female or however you want. I mean, I hate that word. Sounds weird, doesn't it? Anyways, not that it matters. I was just going to say like, it's pretty badass, right? Like, I think we've got a couple military dudes too, but I think we might actually have more female, military experienced, peeps, female. Okay. Which I love. Badassery. But yeah, welcome to Justice Jane and welcome to Flash Fan. Long time no see, my friend. Both of you friends, long time no see. Now I'm remembering. I'm like, oh wait, I said on to cross-examination. Did I even think before I spoke? Because so many, there are crosses that are must watch in this trial, but I feel like it's in terms of when the defense is crossing. But they're the rare gems, and I feel like, if I recall, this was not one of those. And is it also? Let me see. Is it also really short? Yep, they're taking a break. I mean, again, there were just a lot of times here where, yeah, that's right. Okay, now it's all coming back to me. I'm having flashbacks. Right. Now I remember as soon as I saw her. Right. This is the one that is so weird where she literally just goes through like, what do you do? How do you do an invest? Like the weirdest fucking cross exam. And it was like, what is happening? We're not going to watch all this. This was just, it was like out of her, like to satisfy her own curiosity. I mean, we'll watch just a second of it just to get the flavor. But like, this is just weird. One of the weirder things.
At the daycare, right?
Not at the daycare, at the.
Like here. Oh my God. This is a great example of what I'm talking about for anyone who didn't see this.
Okay. You are familiar with the text messages that took place between them after that phone call, right?
It's been years since I've looked at them.
Okay. You're not gonna be able to answer any of my questions about those then?
I might not be able to. You can try.
We got other witnesses. We'll go on if you don't know them, okay?
Okay.
Right. That's the other thing. So she asks him all these things that are not questions he can answer. Right. Yeah.
Okay. Based on all of the evidence in the case, Mr. Markell didn't know what was happening, did he?
He didn't know what was going to happen to him?
Right.
No, ma'am, I don't believe he did.
He didn't know he was being followed. You don't have any evidence that he was aware of that?
No, ma'am, we do not believe that.
Okay, and you have surveillance footage at the daycare, right?
Not at the daycare, at the gym and some cross traffic cameras. I don't remember the daycare.
Okay, I might have misspoken on that. I apologize.
This is just this is basically what we have here. And the other thing is he is very generous to her. There's a number of times where she asks him for his opinion on things, and they're like really open-ended questions to where he could totally just roast Donna like easily, right? And I really appreciate this about him because it's like almost like she's asking for it, this attorney, and he stays very professional and in fact will even give answers that are either neutral or even could benefit the defense. And that's really unusual to see from law enforcement, especially if they're put in a position, a lot of times you have law enforcement where they're like wanting to put their narrative forward, right? Then you have other law enforcement officers where maybe they're like staying neutral. They're not going to push a narrative. They don't have an agenda. But if they're given the opportunity, they're going to talk shit about the defendant, right? And that's still a smaller group. But then you have Pat Sanford, who's really unusual. He's sets him apart, honestly. It's very, very, very impressive. Where he doesn't have there's just no agenda, no narrative. He doesn't give all these extra details. He literally answers she struggles. He helps her out. But again, it's just very fair. It's I don't know. It's very refreshing. It's worth watching were it not for the fact that like as encouraging and as great as it is to see somebody like him as a law enforcement officer, right, on the stand, and how he is like the shining example of what you want from really credible, sincere, just excellent law enforcement testimony in terms of not pushing a narrative and not being so, y'all know. It's like, as great as that is, then the problem is that at the same time, you have her, Jackie Fulford, who is the complete opposite, where it's like unbearable. And it's just like, oh my God, like, oh, this is great. And then it's like, oh, like, I would rather be poking my eyeballs out. So it's just tough. But yeah, anyway, that's a synopsis of what happens there. So we're going to go ahead a little bit. Let's just see what's happening here. Like, look look at this. I just pick a random place. You can pick anywhere, and it's going to be something like this.
That we're conducting surveillance, if you will, on the co-conspirators who've been charged. Were they with the FBI, your folks, or were they with a different agency?
The one that I
It's as if she's like brand new to the case, and she's just like trying to get familiar with the case. Like, what are you doing? And the way she says, folks, y'all.
just spoke about with Charlie and Katie, they were FBI personnel.
He's so patient with her. And this after he was subjected to sitting there and listening to like 12,000 hours of those calls. I mean, consummate professional and then some, in my opinion.
Doing that surveillance, the video surveillance I did through the FBI.
I mean, he really could have embarrassed the things he could have easily done that Jackie Fulford put him in the position to do. Like, here you go, right? He could have, as if she was asking for it, he could have really embarrassed her. He could have completely obliterated and roasted Donna. He could have laughed out loud. He could have just, at a bare minimum, just started getting a little bit like snippy or just like frustrated, aggravated, tired. All of that would be completely understandable and warranted. And again, she's actually really asking for it with these never. It's incredible, really. Never at all. He stays just the same demeanor.
I believe all the ones in South Florida were probably all FBI.
In addition to the people who've been convicted of this offense, was my client, Donna Adelson, did someone watch her comings and goings at any point?
Yes.
And when was that?
Leading up.
So she's going to carry on with the things she's doing.
Speaks to Charlie on the phone, and we call it the dropped call that's been played here today, where she can tell Charlie's not on the line anymore, but for some reason it continues to record, right?
Right. I was
because she didn't hang up.
Familiar with that Friday. It's like 5 days after the call was made is when I was made aware of that call.
Okay. And you were made aware of it on that Friday.
Correct.
You had an opportunity to listen to the call.
Yes, ma'am.
And you discussed it with the investigator at the state attorney's office.
Yes, ma'am.
Anybody else in the investigation that you spoke to that about that you can recall?
Not that I recall.
That's on Friday, right?
I believe so.
Okay. So you have the information from that call on Friday. And at what point do you learn that she is getting...
Okay, this is actually important. What this is getting to is the timeline of when did he hear that call versus going to arrest her. As y'all know, he had like, it's something like a couple hours difference between when law enforcement gets word that she's leaving to go to Vietnam and then the flight's going to leave or whatever. And like, he books it over there. And what this is getting at is where in that timeline did he hear this call?
A ticket.
Monday morning.
Monday morning, the date of the flight.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that right? Where were you at?
When I found out that she was flying.
Yes, sir.
I was at home.
At home here in Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. I'm not going to ask you where that is.
This is giving her a lot of credit there. I appreciate that, Kit Smits.
So you're at home in Tallahassee.
I'm not even going to ask what?
Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. I'm not going to ask you where that is.
I don't even know. It's just what?
So you're at home in Tallahassee, and how did you find out about?
I mean, look at how polite he fakes laugh. I wonder if he feels sorry for her to a certain extent, to be honest.
I got a call from a contact that I reached out to. He checked again Monday. He's the same one that checked to see if there was anything on record of flights being purchased. And he called me Monday morning, said he checked again and saw that there was a flight going to Vietnam.
Okay. So this was a contact that you had that was looking to see if she was booking flights. Is that right?
No, ma'am. It's not that. It's a government agency that shows people traveling overseas. They were able to check a database to see if there had been anything.
It's like she doesn't even know how it works. She being Jackie. It's like, dude, we're the FBI. She's been an unindicted co-conspirator. One of the main things they're going to be monitoring for is like, overseas flights. I mean,
that was traveling overseas.
Okay. So they were checking to see if she had arranged a flight to go overseas.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you learned about the call on Friday. When did this start that they were checking to see if she had booked flights to go overseas?
Friday.
And you were concerned about her getting a flight to go overseas based on what was learned in the conversation that was recorded that she was not aware about, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you start looking and you find out, or you don't look, I'm sorry, your contact notifies you Monday morning that she's booked a flight. She's going out of town.
Correct.
At that point, you knew it was Vietnam.
Yes, ma'am.
And you knew that there's not a treaty, I guess. There's not a, extradition happens in different.
This is going to be interesting because I only heard this like while it was happening, so I've only heard this once. I would imagine at this juncture that what she's hoping for, this is one of those things, right? You're not supposed to ask questions you don't know the answers to, with only a few rare exceptions. I think what she's hoping, I think that what Jackie Fulford has assumed here is that, and this would be because of lack of preparation, right? Because this is all knowable, right? This assumption, if she, is what she has, being false is only her own fault. I think that she's got this idea that he heard the phone call and heard her talk about fleeing to Vietnam and heard her talk about non-extradition countries and heard the phone call. And then because of that was like, oh, we got probable cause to arrest. And then scooted off to the airport, right? Because if that were true, and they being the defense, can, in their wildest imagination, attack, the whole going to Vietnam thing, that this is not on you, as we will get to in their case in chief, then it's like saying, in a way, so, but for that phone call, you wouldn't have arrested her, right? It's like almost attacking the probable cause. It's as if Jackie were to say, why are we all here? We're all here because of this jail phone call where Donna said, one-way ticket to Vietnam and non-extradition countries and all that, right? And it's like, were it not for that, we wouldn't be here. And I think that's kind of what she's hoping for. And if I recall correctly, the problem is that she didn't do her homework because he did not hear that phone call until after he arrested her. And the whole thing fucking backfires. But we will find out together.
Ways, correct?
That's correct.
So some countries like Vietnam say that they don't automatically extradite, correct?
Correct. It's much more difficult.
Right. But they do extradite, correct?
In certain cases, they do. Yes.
Right. It's kind of a case-by-case thing.
It is.
And one of the things that they happen to extradite for is murder, right?
I don't know that.
You don't know that? You didn't investigate that?
I didn't investigate that, no.
Okay. So she's booked this flight and she's going to Vietnam. When did you find out that it was a one-way ticket?
I don't recall. It could have been that morning. It could have been later in the day. I'm not sure.
Okay. Before the date that you listened to this call, there was never a warrant obtained to arrest Donna Adelson, was there?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And all you know about leaving town comes from the phone call and your source who tells you that they booked a flight, right?
That's correct.
You don't have any idea besides that phone call what the conversations are that are going on about this trip to Vietnam, do you?
Outside of that, at that point, no, ma'am.
Okay. Any plans that they have actually made for a return without a return ticket at that point, you don't know about.
No, I could not find anything. No, ma'am.
You don't know what they were planning to do.
No.
But you did learn at some point in this investigation, before we sit here today, that they actually had the plan to return because one of their grandsons, one of Mr. Markel's children, had a scheduled bar mitzvah. And they were coming back for that, right?
No.
I heard that. I don't know.
You heard it.
That's very fair of him to say, because there's nothing to indicate that was, very fair of him to say.
And you have suspicion, I guess, that they weren't going to return because this one-way ticket was purchased, right?
Are you asking my opinion?
I'm asking if you believe.
I mean, when you talk about a plan to return, like, it's a one-way ticket. I think a one-way ticket would say, you can say for sure, they have a plan to go somewhere. Right? A one-way ticket would be an example of here's evidence that somebody has a plan to go somewhere. Why? This ticket is the plan. That's how they get there. Right? It's like they have a one-way ticket, but she's like, they have a plan to come back. It's just, we're missing a lot. We're missing a lot of things there.
At the time that you decided to assist in getting a warrant for her to be arrested, did you as a professional in this investigation, come to a...
Now here, she's trying to do that thing that people do, but she's, in my opinion, doesn't pull it off the way that other people can pull it off, where they start to kind of try to, you know, I think she's probably about to finish up her cross, and this is like her big finish. So she's brought in the P word, right? And this is where it's like, this can be really effective. I don't know that she's earned the right to be like this, but I remember, and I'm excited to hear it again. I remember being just so impressed with his response, because it's like, if ever you were going to, here's what I really think, right? Type of thing. When you get asked a question and you're him, and then this is happening, right? Like this is, it's like, I expected him to finally be like, well, here's what, but he doesn't even do it, even with this. I mean, it is like Mother Teresa type of shit here. I'm talking, is like my view of him on the stand with this. It's wild. Or like Gandhi or something.
I'm asking if you believe at the time that you decided to assist in getting a warrant for her to be arrested, did you, as a professional in this investigation, come to a conclusion that we needed to get a warrant because she has a one-way ticket?
It's not my decision to get a warrant. I was not involved in the process of getting a warrant.
You were not involved in that?
No, ma'am.
So you weren't involved in coming to the decision that a warrant needed to be obtained because she was going to leave the country?
No, ma'am. That's not my decision to make. That's the prosecutor.
So clearly, again, she had a plan here of what she imagined the big gotcha moment, but she didn't do her homework. Because this is just backfiring. It's just completely backfiring.
Prosecution's decision.
I didn't ask you if it was your decision. I said you didn't participate in it.
It depends on what you mean by participate. I drove to Miami to participate. Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any communication with any investigation agency in this case about the fact there was a one-way ticket to a country that doesn't extradite and something probably needs to be done?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I mean, because you got on the road then and went to Miami, right?
Yeah, just in case. Yes, ma'am.
Just in case you traveled.
No, just in case they got a warrant.
Just in case they got a warrant. But up to that point, there was no warrant.
That is correct.
From the date that Mr. Markell was murdered, all of the investigation that took place, right?
Yes.
Hundreds of thousands of emails, right?
Correct.
Some of them she says bad things about Danny Markell and
so this is her point, right? So maybe maybe it wasn't this particular call, but this is her point. Her point is, but for this whole Vietnam thing, right? Leaving, like, but for, this is what she's trying to make, this is what she's trying to say. But for that, we wouldn't be here.
Sometimes other people, right?
Sure.
And you've got all of that. You've got all of the call detail records, right?
Like, in other words, you would not have had enough. That's what she's saying.
Correct.
No warrant.
No, ma'am.
And she's been watched. She's been monitored. No warrant.
Yes, ma'am. No warrant.
You got her on recorded calls in 2016 saying what she said. No warrant.
That's correct.
You got a text message where she says, outside your house, no warrant.
Correct.
You got Captain Magbanawa, who's come through her lying and not being completely truthful, and no warrant.
Yes.
And it's not until the time that she has this trip that she's going out of the country that a warrant is obtained.
That's correct.
At the time that she started planning that she was going to go out of town, there were
a couple things. A different attorney could potentially take this strategy and make a really compelling argument here that a jury would be on board with. Okay, let's start with that. Imagine like an Alan Jackson or a Mr. Alessi or others, that this could be done properly, and I could totally see a world where a jury would be like, yeah, it's total bullshit, right? Like, that's BS, like, da-da. Not what's happening here, first of all. Second of all, she's skipping over the fact that just because this is when they got the warrant doesn't mean that they couldn't have got it sooner. And what do I mean by that? What I mean is there's been a very strategic decision in this case from day one on how they do this charging scheme, where they do it one by one by one by one by one, right? So just because they arrested Donna on this particular day doesn't mean that maybe potentially they couldn't have done it sooner, but instead the possibility that they chose not to because that's how the ducks in a row, as I call it, right? Remember, she's arrested a week after Charlie's conviction. And there's plenty of reasons, we've talked about it at length, so that it could just be that they chose not to do it until Charlie's conviction was said and done, potentially. But even beyond that, the biggest thing of all potentially here is that she is kind of, this entire thing is like premised on this idea that the only point of a warrant is to well, let's first start here. There's a difference between an arrest warrant and then being charged. So you can be arrested, and then there can be any amount of time, right, that elapses before being charged, right? Now, she is talking about the arrest warrant, but she's talking about it as if it's the same thing and kind of conflating the two. And here's why this matters. Because, yes, while potentially you could have, okay, like a certain law enforcement agency is going to, with, you know, talking with the prosecution, they're going to put out a warrant for somebody's arrest as soon as they think they have just enough. Like, as soon as they're waiting for enough, don't have enough, and then it's like, aha, we got enough. Arrest them, right? You can have that. But that's not this case. That's not this case. That's not this case. This is not this case. It's not this prosecution. It's not what happened here. Slow, methodical, strategic. And they were not in a rush. So I want to point out that the other reason why you might arrest somebody, maybe earlier than planned, and also still could be later than you could have, right, is to stop them from fleeing the country. It's for practical purposes. See what I mean? Like, especially if it's a non-extradition country. Bringing forth charges upon somebody as soon as you can is not the only reason to arrest somebody. It oftentimes is, but especially when you've got a situation like this where you're not dealing with like a crazy gunman who might harm more innocent people or whatever, right? There's no threat to society. There's no like, you know what I mean? Like, this has been ongoing for 11 years. Well, I guess at the time it would have been 9 years or whatever. But like, they've got their eyes on the family. They know what they're doing. They're biding their time. They're going through this methodically. They're not, and that's to their advantage. But then you've got two of the unindicted co-conspirators getting on a plane to go out of the country to a non-extradition country. It's for very practical purposes. You arrest them because it's the only way you can stop them from fleeing. So that if and when charges are brought in the future, and in the future, what I mean is any time between 1 minute and whatever, anytime after an arrest, you can bring forth those charges because you have to have the body. It's very much akin to like an FTA, right? It's like, even for minor charges, like if you don't show up for your court date, they put out a warrant for your arrest. Why? They need to find the body and bring the body into court and have you stand there and be like, I'm the person, I'm here. It's a very almost like old school type of thing. It's like they need the physical person to be there. And if the person is not there, a warrant for arrest is how you try to fix that, if that makes sense.
Was no warrant.
Correct.
You were aware that she was getting a visa. You all knew that.
Correct.
There was no warrant at that time.
That's correct.
Without a warrant, she's free to travel.
That's correct.
Mm-hmm. And when you're aware in the investigation
Very
that
true.
she actually spoke to her attorney, and it was even on one of the recorded calls, it's okay to travel.
That's
right?
correct. Yes.
No warrant.
Yes.
And you're aware as part of the investigation that someone else actually called the state attorney's office on the day that she traveled, spoke to Jason Newland, and asked the question because they were concerned about them leaving the country. And Jason Newland at the state attorney's office said, there's no warrant. She's free to travel.
I'm not aware of that one.
You've never learned that in the investigation?
Not that I'm aware of.
Sorry, I thought you knew that.
This is incredibly kind of him and just generous.
In one of the calls, because you considered all of them, at least pieces of them, Charlie Adelson says to him, his mother, and that's call G, you've never hurt or threatened anybody. And she says, I know.
Yes.
You at least consider that, right?
Sure.
So Now they've packed their bags and there was no warrant, and they've made their reservation with no warrant, correct?
Correct.
What caused you to leave Tallahassee on the day of their flight to go to Miami? Because there was no warrant.
Because they told me they were considering it.
Who's that?
The state attorney's office.
They were considering getting it done.
Yes.
And you weren't going to wait to see if they were going to do it or not. You just got in your car and headed to Miami.
That's correct, because if I waited, I would get there after she was gone.
Jackie is missing the entire point, which is the urgency of somebody getting on a fucking plane. It's like that. This isn't that hard. That's what she said. This is not that hard.
Waited to see if they made a decision, or waited to see if it was approved?
If they made a decision.
So what time did you leave Tallahassee to go to Miami?
It's probably 9 o'clock maybe in the morning.
Okay. And what time did you arrive in Miami?
Around 6:30, somewhere around there.
It's normally an 8-hour drive, but maybe you stopped somewhere?
I'm sure I did.
Stop to get gas?
Definitely.
Maybe some.
What the fuck is happening here? Is she just, I feel like she's just lost and confused. Like, does she need to be, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of the Murdoch trial. Y'all remember that little video I put together with, you have coroner armpits, but then you have the prosecution dude who literally shows up for that one thing. And then we never, like, what? Who are you? And it's like, what is happening here? Are they like, you know, were they let out of a retirement home and they're playing court day? And it's like, you know, anyways, and it's like, I just get this. I have a similar feeling with her sometimes, which is like, I want. Does she? I don't know. Does she maybe need to be escorted back to her retirement home?
6:30, somewhere around there.
It's normally an 8-hour drive, but maybe you stopped somewhere?
I'm sure I did.
Stop to get gas?
Definitely.
Maybe something to eat?
Possibly.
Okay. So when you drive from Tallahassee.
What? The reason I say it, because like that's harmless. Like that's just completely harmless. It's like, it's all like, but it's just, did she forget where she is? Like it's like something you would ask if you're just like chatting with somebody, like whatever. That's not, I mean, and of course it's objectionable, but like, I mean, it's almost like, I don't even know. I don't even have the words. Like, it's just so out of place and just, I mean, this isn't the only time, this is not the only time she does that. But it's like, especially jarring here when she's like kind of trying to get to like her main point. She's like trying to get to her main point. And then right before this, we had the whole thing. You, a professional, right? The P-word. She did that whole thing, tried to get emphatic. And now it's like, what? Small talk and just like little chit chat. Like, it's not probative to anything. It's just, what? What?
It's normally an 8-hour drive, but maybe you stopped somewhere?
I'm sure I did.
Stop to get gas?
Definitely.
Maybe something to eat?
Possibly.
Okay. So when you drive from Tallahassee to Miami, where did you go to?
When I got to Miami?
Yes, sir.
Went to the airport.
That was a very open-ended. I wasn't asking from Tallahassee, obviously, but you were alert, so you understood.
We're going to watch. I mean, this is just special. I mean, I didn't even need to describe it. I could have just kept playing it because this is just illustrates my point.
Tallahassee to Miami. Where did you go to?
When I got to Miami?
Yes, sir.
Went to the airport.
That was a very open-ended. I wasn't asking from Tallahassee, obviously, but you were alert, so you understood.
Got to Miami airport.
Great.
That's where you went to when you got to Miami.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the first place you went.
It is.
I mean, for real, like their faces, the prosecution's faces are amazing through this.
To the airport.
That was a very
Watch Georgia's face here.
open-ended. I wasn't asking from Tallahassee, obviously, but you were alert, so you understood.
Got to Miami airport.
That's where you went.
You were alert, so you understood. I don't even know where to begin. It's like, my question is a disaster, but like, thank God you're somehow still paying attention. Clearly, I mean, her saying this to me is like her basic, like the jury is gone. Jury's gone. It's like, thank God one person in this courtroom still has a pulse and it's you on the stand. So you can fix my question. Like, I don't even know. is wild.
To when you got to Miami.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the first place you went.
It is.
Okay. And when you got there, had you been communicating on your trip with anyone at the state attorney's office to see if they had decided if they were going to get a warrant?
Yes.
And about what time did you learn they were going to get a warrant?
Georgia.
That they were going to get a warrant or they got the warrant?
That they were going to try and get one. What that decision when they decided that they were going to get a warrant?
Terrible question.
To my recollection, was around probably 3 o'clock, 3 or 4 o'clock.
When they obtained it or when they decided?
When they decided.
Okay, so at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the state attorney's office decides we're going to get a warrant, right?
I believe so. They were still pushing through to see if they were going to get a warrant. That was the decision I thought at that point.
Okay, around 3 o'clock. So you're still traveling at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Not actually there.
No.
Okay. And they know that someone calls you, I guess?
I don't recall. It was either one of the two. Yeah, either calling me or I called them.
Oh, so there was a phone communication.
There was.
You recall who spoke to?
Investigator Newland, I'm sure.
Okay, all right. So he says we decided we're going to try and get a warrant.
I believe so.
So you keep going, and when you get to the airport in Miami, where did you go to when you got to the airport? Obviously, you went inside, but where'd you go to?
I went to the front and met with an agent that I've been speaking with.
So
an agent
from the FBI?
There's an FBI agent that's assigned to the airport. I'd already reached out and found out who he was and talked to him and just to find out if he was going to
I mean, the way he's describing this is like, this is all standard protocol that she should already know. This is like standard procedure. And it's like, he's having to just answer these questions. But again, he answers them and he doesn't, like I said, like I referenced it. She gives him so many gifts, like so many opportunities where it's like to embarrass her, and he chooses not to, and it's just the high road.
To assist, to get the
high road.
to assist.
Okay. And
right,
you spoke to him ahead of time, so when you got there, he's the first person you met with.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and everything was in order then?
I don't know about in order, but he was in communication with the airport police.
Okay. And did you relay to him that we are potentially getting a warrant on someone who has a flight? We are going to be here. There's going to be an FBI presence at the airport.
I don't know if I relayed those exact. I said there's going to be somebody we're trying to get a warrant for, but yes, this is happening. This is where we're at with it. Yes.
You have been an investigator for many number of years, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So I haven't, and I'm sure my choice of words isn't necessarily going to be yours, but at the end of the day, that's what you've been told.
Pretty much, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in addition to you as an FBI agent being there at the airport,
I'm sure
from the time you got there through the time that Mrs. Adelson was arrested, what other agencies were present and assisting?
Right.
Just the Miami, I believe it's the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Department, who have officers that are assigned there. We did talk to, I didn't talk to him. The other FBI agent talked to him, but I believe it was the U.S. Customs enforcement officers, they're plainclothes that work at the airport. I think they were there also.
At some point in that process, from your arrival to the time that she's arrested, did they assist you?
They did. They approached her on the jet bridge.
The U.S. Customs?
I believe they were U.S. Customs.
Have just 1 second, please.
It's like she's like, what? Wow. Mad respect for him. Did she come back with another zinger? LOL.
At the time that you left Tallahassee to go to Miami, were you aware that Donna Adelson's attorney had spoken to the state attorney's office about her ability to travel because there was no warrant?
No, it's not.
Were you aware that as part of this investigation?
No. This is honestly even better in hindsight, having seen the testimony from today and how lofty their goals were with their case in chief and how much they fell flat and it backfired. Like, this is honestly even better now than it was at the time, given what happened today.
Adelson's attorney was told that if they should get a warrant, that she'd be allowed to turn herself in.
Sustained, please approach.
Oh, Mr. Sanford. He's been on the stand for a million years, basically.
Okay.
Oh, wait. I want to get a better look at that blazer. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't do the belt if I was wearing that. Although, I mean, I think she's rocking it, obviously. But, like, but yeah, I think that, I mean, the blazer is just, it's got the structure here. And if I had to wear a blazer. I just love that.
Okay,
That line is so cool. I love it.
Might have lost my train of thought.
You guys. Y'all. I don't. Remember, we're getting to the big finish here. We're getting to the big finale of the cross. This is, this is one of the biggest witnesses. I don't know if you could say it's the most important because they've had a lot of important witnesses. However, in any case, the lead detective, in any case, who typically will go last or almost last for the state, where they're going to like put it all together, just by default is typically going to be the most important or one of the most important witnesses. And it's like, here we are, big finish, right? On cross. Here we go.
Okay. Might have lost my train of thought. Now, approach the witness, John.
I just don't even know. She could just not say that, and that would have made it significant. This like easy way to make it less bad. Just don't say that. Just don't say any. Like, what are we doing? Like, y'all. I mean, she's going to show him an exhibit.
Have you seen that document before?
I believe so.
And that's Mrs. Adelson, meaning Donna Adelson's visa to travel to Vietnam, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to get out of your space so you can have your own space. And I'll ask you questions.
Okay.
Why, though? So gracious how he smiles and laughs as if that was in any way anything other than horrific. She doesn't deserve this kindness from him. Honestly.
Now, you would agree
Oh,
that's the visa that she obtained to go to Vietnam, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it was good for entry, valid. Now, some of it's in Vietnamese, and I don't know Vietnamese, you may,
No,
but
ma'am.
it has it in English, the same information.
Yeah, I'm going to lose. You guys. What? I'm going to lose my mind, guys.
Now, you would agree that's the visa that she.
All right. Show of hands in the chat. How many of y'all think he knows Vietnamese? Like FBI Special Agent Pat Sanford, consummate professional, never wavering, unending patience, would outdo even Mother Teresa and Gandhi. Fluent in Vietnamese. Wait, what? I mean,
You obtained to go to Vietnam, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it was good for entry, valid. Now, some of it's in Vietnamese, and I don't know Vietnamese, you may,
No,
but
ma'am.
it has it in English, the same information
I don't know.
right near the Vietnamese language. Do you see that?
Correct. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And the visa was good for entry, valid from November the 13th, 2023, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And it was
Oh
good
my
until
God.
November the 2nd of 2024, right?
If the dates are read right, I would call that February 11th of 2020.
You know what? I forgot that they do it backwards. They don't have them in the same date. Or I'm glad you pointed that out to me.
Oh
So it was
my
until
God.
February the 2nd.
It just keeps getting worse somehow. How? I just wanted to say, I don't know. I had really lofty goals. I mean, me being an overachiever, right? I somehow was like, oh, we're gonna get through all of the rest of the days and get all. I don't know what I was thinking. Math, maybe. Because for anyone who missed it, I was said at the beginning of this live stream, as far as today's testimony, day 8 in trial goes, I was like, well, 11 years in, there's been another murder in this case. For anyone who hasn't heard about it, there's been another murder in this case. And that would be Georgia murdering that defense witness on cross-examination. Definitely on the, maybe the top 10 most memorable. I mean, it was just epic, dude. But in other words, I cannot wait. I have so many thoughts, guys. I cannot wait to get to day 8. But we're going to really feel like we've earned it as we slog through this disaster.
Okay, and it
We
was
get
good
there.
until November the 2nd of 2024, right?
If the dates are read right, I would call that February 11th of 2020.
You know what? I forgot that they do it backwards. They don't have them in the same date order. I'm glad you pointed that out to me. So it's until February the 2nd
Yes, ma'am.
of 2024. And that's the 90 days, I guess, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because it was a 90-day visa.
Correct.
And according to the visa, it was issued for the purposes of tourism, right? If you kind of go down.
Yes, ma'am. I see it now.
Okay, so it was
Tourism. Yes, ma'am.
tourism, right?
Correct.
And the visa was issued, it said it was good for single/multiple entries, right? That's up near the top.
The top. Good for single/multiple entry. Yes, ma'am.
And what that means is it's not that she can travel to Vietnam and once she leaves, she can't come back, right? It means that she can come and go from Vietnam, right?
Or the word or, single or multiple. It's a visa that covers all of it.
I'm not
In
sure.
other words, if you want to get the like, they're grouped together. You have the option.
If that's what that means or not, I don't know.
You're not familiar with that?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
And as she's already established, neither of them speak Vietnamese. So we've got the dates are backwards. We don't even we don't speak Vietnamese. This is in Vietnamese, and this is where we are here.
May I approach?
Wonderful. I feel like this was very helpful for the jury.
Airport, and you spoke to the FBI agent there.
And now
what did you do
back to
next?
this. Now we're back to this.
Tried to find out what terminal they were at.
I feel like we had to take a trip to Vietnam on some sort of visa just to come back. We did have a round trip here, right? In this particular instance, a round trip back to literally where we were. We were slogging through step by step the minutia for no reason at all of the literal just like process of going through the airport and just step by step and like just, procedure, slogging through there. We took a little detour. We had a nice little vacation in Vietnam. Unfortunately here we had a round trip ticket and now we are right back literally where we left off. And what's really funny is his face says it all, because it's like, oh my God, and we're back. Why any of it? Why any of it, really? I just, so you guys can enjoy his reaction here, because it seems like she's moving on, y'all. Watch. Like his reaction is like me also, but not nearly as generous, because this is just shocking. The genuine surprise.
So when you get to the airport and you spoke to the FBI agent there, what did you do next?
Try to
control his face. You see that? He's like, took a deep breath. One more time.
The FBI agent there. What did you do next?
Tried to find out what terminal they were at, that they were flying out of, and trying to get to that area. It's a pretty big airport, so we tried to move to that area.
It's just like,
when you say
a 2-year-old can answer this
talk
question.
about someone from the sheriff's office, someone from customs, and yourself.
Probably they might have been
We
3 of us,
covered
so we
that.
had to go through security, so that's a lengthy process to get through security to go back.
Oh my God.
And at some point you got to the gate where they were going to be.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you sit down somewhere?
No, I don't believe I sat down.
I don't know how he's doing this. Did you sit down? Did you stand up? Did you breathe oxygen?
Did anybody else sit down?
I don't recall.
So you all just
Anybody else? As in all the people at the airport? This is the most bizarre fucking thing. I don't understand.
Sure. And at some point you got to the gate where they were going to be.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you sit down somewhere?
No, I don't believe I sat down.
Did anybody else sit down?
I don't recall.
So you all just kind of stood up around the area of the gate where they were going to leave.
I believe so.
Okay. And you knew what Donna Adelson looked like, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You know what her husband looked like, Harvey, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're there. You're going to obviously recognize them if they're in the general vicinity of the gate, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah,
and at some point you saw them.
Correct.
Okay. I forgot to ask you this. So the warrant was actually obtained somewhere between 5 and 6. Well, let me say it this way. It was obtained around 5.
Oh my God. Almost. James says, were you standing on the screen button? Almost, James. Just don't understand this. Poor goat. The goat is hanging in there. He did get a refresher. He had like a spa day I think this was before Karen Reed's retrial. And by spa day, I mean, he got new batteries. I fixed his ear. This trial is taking a little bit of a toll, but he's still hanging in there. He's doing good. I'm giving him a little scratch on the head right now. Cute.
Point, you saw them.
Correct.
Okay. I forgot to ask you this. So the warrant was actually obtained somewhere between 5 and 6. Well, let me say it this way. It was obtained around 5. But you learned about it around 6 o'clock, I think you previously said.
His thigh. Did you go from the window to the wall? Thank you, Kitsmits. His thigh is just priceless. Oh my God.
I'd ask you this. So the warrant was actually obtained somewhere between 5 and 6. Well, let me say it this way. It was obtained around 5. It was entered, but you learned about it around 6 o'clock, I think you previously said.
I believe so. About the time I was getting to the airports when I found out it was obtained.
Okay. And when you travel back to where the gate is and you all go together, you said you didn't sit. Where were you with respect to the jetway?
Okay. I think this is the 4th time establishing that they didn't sit. I couldn't do it. I'm not him. If I was on the stand, maybe you get a free pass the first time with the sitting, but definitely as we've moved on to round 2, round 3, round 4, I would not be able to do what he's doing, and I would have to answer one of these questions with something like, no, we decided to just lie down instead, because I don't know how do you, oh my God.
And you all go together, you said you didn't sit. Where were you with respect to the jetway?
We were down a little ways. It's hard to describe how it's set up. There's different gates, and we were across and there's a middle section too. So we were on the back side. I didn't know if they knew what I looked like. I figured they did because they had seen trials, and we knew that they watched the trials. So I figured they knew what I looked like. So I stayed away.
Did you stay away from the other folks who were participating, like off by yourself?
I didn't quite go back enough to the sitting. Yeah, it was scritchies all around. Yes, absolutely. Also, if an attorney is asking a question and they say, yeah, so you previously said, and then they repeat it, it means that it doesn't need repeating. I mean, if it was like from the other day or like whatever hours ago, that's one thing. But if it was like from the previous sentence, don't need to repeat it. Oh, and especially if it's completely irrelevant and useless, like this happens to be.
This way. It was obtained around 5. It was entered, but
Oh my God.
you learned about it around 6 o'clock, I think you previously said.
I believe so. About the time I was getting to the airports when I found out it was obtained.
Okay. And when you travel back to where the gate is and you all go together, you said you didn't sit. Where were you with respect to the jetway?
See, this is where I'd have to be like, I just couldn't not. I'd like, we were on the roof, or we decided we were all standing on our heads, we were laying down, we were playing leapfrog. Like I would have to just do something.
We were down a little ways.
I don't know how he does
It's hard to describe how it's set up. There's different gates, and we were across and there's
you know what he's like? He's like, have you never been to an airport before? Let me describe an airport. Like like what? It's hard to describe. There's different gates. It's like, this is how you describe it to somebody who's never been to or seen an airport.
middle section too. So we were on the back side. I didn't know if they knew what I looked like. I figured they did.
Maybe that would
they
be
had
the
seen trials,
explanation
and we knew
for
that
the
they watched the trials. So I figured they knew what I looked like. So I stayed away.
Did you stay away from the other folks who were participating, like off by yourself?
No, not necessarily.
All kind of together.
A couple of us were together.
Did you
I
watch
don't
the
do a lot
video?
of travel, so you feel free to correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay, so that checks then.
But when I have gone on an airplane, was this airport like
set up like an
you
airport?
get into a section, I forget what they call them, like the gates are like different concourses, right?
It was a terminal. It was a concourse. Yeah, either way.
Okay.
I have my face buried in my hands. I'm going to try to, sorry, because you guys won't be able to hear what I'm saying. My face was buried in my hands. Okay. The jury is not here, and this witness is not spending his third day on the stand so that you, Jackie, speaking to the attorney, can finally learn what an airport is like. Just for your own curiosity. Like, my face is back in my hands. I got to take the face out of the hands so I can speak where you can hear me. What? does she need, maybe she doesn't know what Google is. I don't even know. This is just like, never mind normal life, never mind trial, never mind anything. Let's just indulge her so she can just get a little bit of an idea of what an airport is like, because she's clearly an alien. And she doesn't know what an airport is because she uses like a spaceship, whatever the fuck else, some other spacecraft. And maybe she's not that out of touch. Maybe she's just like too advanced. Let's just go with that. She's just too advanced. She's like, what are these airports you speak of? Gates? I've got fancy lights and just flying saucers, or I don't know. This is what this questioning is doing to my brain, though.
Participating like off by yourself?
No, not necessarily.
All kind of together.
A couple of us were together.
Okay, I don't do a lot of travel, so you feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. But when I have gone on an airplane, was this airport like you get into a section? I forget what they call them. Like the gates are like different concourses, right?
It was a terminal. It was a concourse. Yeah, either way.
Okay, either way. So a terminal. And when you walk down the terminal, are you describing that basically there's a walkway down to the end of the terminal, right? Like a kind of a middle row, if you will.
To the terminal where they're going to get on the plane, you mean?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know the terminology, but when you're walking down towards the gate, there will be gates on one side and gates on the opposite
correct,
side.
Correct.
All right.
And there's some other structures in the middle of this airport in between the gates. So you had some walls, you had some little stores. So it wasn't just like a big open concourse.
Right.
Okay.
Little food shops along the way and magazines.
Sure.
You guys, alien. It's the only explanation. Yeah, just like Elaine, right? Flying off in a helicopter is a great example. It's like the only explanation is that and nothing wrong with that, right? I don't discriminate, but it just is the only explanation.
All that kind of stuff.
Yes.
But the layout is basically you've got a walkway with gates on each side.
Correct.
Okay. And so I just want to make sure I understood your testimony. Their gate would have been on the left or the right. If you don't remember, it doesn't matter.
I don't recall.
You don't recall. But your testimony is you kind of went.
She says it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Then why are you asking the question? If you're going to ask a pointless question, at least don't you yourself own goal by pointing out that your question. It's okay. It's one thing to ask a pointless question, but it's another thing to be like, okay, by the way, and like alert everybody to it. Hey, I'm going to ask you a pointless question. Let me tell you, I'm going to ask you a pointless question. Insert pointless question here. And then after the fact, comment yet again on like what a disaster you are. Why? Why? Tell me why.
Opposite of where their gate was, where you could monitor them, but not be where they could see you necessarily.
Pretty much, yes. I wasn't really monitoring them. Somebody else was.
Okay. Did you see them?
I did.
Okay. And when you saw them, were they seated waiting for the flight?
Oh my God, no way. What is No. What is the deal with her? Does she not think there's chairs? What is her fixation with people sitting? I'm going, any cough drop, guys. Any cough drop?
Seated or standing, one of the two, but they were.
Oh my God. Too nice of him. One of the two. I just seated or standing, one of the two. I don't know how to even, y'all.
Oh, but your testimony is you kind of went opposite of where their gate was, where you could monitor them, but not be where they could see you necessarily.
Pretty much, yes. I wasn't really monitoring them. Somebody else was.
Okay. Did you see them?
Yeah.
I did.
Okay. And when you saw them, were they seated waiting for the flight?
I believe so.
I mean,
seated or standing, one of the two, but they were amongst the other passengers waiting to get on the plane in that area.
Okay. The flight wasn't scheduled to take off until 8:10 p.m.
I don't know how he's doing
That
it.
sounds correct.
Okay, so you were there for a couple of hours and the warrants issued, correct?
No, I didn't get there till about.
What do y'all think Donna's thinking right now? Do you think she's thinking about like how she's going to manipulate somebody when she gets back to her pod? Is she thinking, yeah, my defense attorney's killing it right now? Yeah. Is she thinking, God, I'm fucked? What is she thinking right now? I mean, she could be, those are just three suggestions. Could be anything else. Yeah, and the thing about the oddball questions is we hadn't seen anything yet. Surprising, like shocking, like that was boy, thinking back to that day, it's like she's really gone downhill since then, this attorney. It's like, wow, that was like her best day.
6:30. So That's when I first arrived at the airport. By the time I got back there, they were pretty close to, by the time we got through security, got everything, got back there, it was pretty close to boarding time.
Pretty close to boarding time.
Yes, ma'am.
But you saw them.
I did.
And were the other people who were participating, were they aware of what Mrs. Adelson looked like and her husband?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
They were at this point.
Okay. Was everybody in plain clothes?
Not everybody.
Who was not in plain clothes?
The uniform officers from Miami-Dade.
Stop. Y'all.
Or what Mrs. Adelson looked like and her husband?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
They were at this point.
And by the way, that question was already asked. Could have been an objection there to ask and answered, but anyways, that was asked as well many times. Carrying on. Hold on.
Okay. Was everybody in plain clothes?
Not everybody.
Who was not in?
Was everybody in plain clothes? Not everybody. Who was not in plain clothes?
Plain clothes.
The uniform officers from Miami-Dade.
The uniform officers. I don't know how you top that one. I don't know how you top that, to be honest, guys.
Was the officer standing with you all?
I believe he might have been. One of them was.
Okay. You pretty sure from where you are that she would not have been able to see this group of men, one of them with, I guess, insignia and gun and belt and all that? You're pretty sure that they wouldn't have been
Absolutely.
able to see?
Yeah, there was no way they could see us where we were standing.
Okay. How long did you observe them before they started boarding?
Face, though.
Guesstimating, maybe 20 minutes.
Guessing.
And what do you recall of them having with them?
Yeah, we're just guessing. Not his
Some
fault.
small carry-on items, I don't recall.
Oh my God.
And they were dressed in normal clothes,
Her
right?
demeanor has changed since I asked that question just a second ago, or whatever, 30 seconds ago. Her demeanor has changed, which is interesting here.
And they were dressed in normal clothes, right?
Correct.
They weren't disguised in any way?
No.
No wigs, hats, glasses?
Nope.
Okay.
Is that a little throwback to Charlie there? Now, having said that, Charlie did not mention wigs. He was beards, hats, and glasses, but that's got to be some sort of I don't know that she did that on purpose, but he definitely thought it was funny for that reason. And also, there's a lot. Wigs, hats, glasses. Is this what people think? Is it like what normal, like the raccoons with the trench coat? I have so many thoughts here. Also, is there anyone who has not heard my knife story from the airport? That's a good airport story that meant some of you may have heard, some of you may not. Classic story though. Wow.
And they were dressed in normal clothes, right?
Correct.
They weren't disguised in any way?
No.
No wigs, hats, glasses?
Nope.
Okay.
I don't know how you just.
I'm sorry, what was your answer? How long you were there? You saw him
His face. Oh my God.
I'm sorry, what was your answer? How long you were there? You saw him for how long?
Maybe 20 minutes. I don't recall. Okay. Could have been longer.
Like, not only is it irrelevant, he's already answered this like 5 times. And his answer is consistent. And like,
did you all travel to that vicinity together?
But earlier when I was like thinking like maybe she's on the same level as like, Corner Armpits' friend from Murdoch trial and like, the retirement home. We have long abandoned that theory and we're like way past that. We are into like, is someone going to help her get home territory to me? Like, is someone going to help her get home? Who's going to help her get home and make sure she doesn't get lost? This is insane.
All of us?
Yes, sir.
No, I believe it was me and maybe the uniform officers. I think the customs officers were already there.
George is yawning.
Before we got there.
I mean,
there's only like 3 or 4 of us that walked together down.
So somebody was already at the gate?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. So they had a couple of carry-on bags, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And we talked. I might get the terminology wrong again, but
why might you now? Well, I'm just shocked.
When you go,
why announce it? Never mind. No point in asking.
go up and say, okay, you know, sections, whatever, you can board the flight. Old people, babies, all that stuff, right? They have different calling periods. Is that
Sure.
what's happening? So they started calling boarding
Old people, babies. The way he says sure.
for the flight. At some point, Mrs. Adelson and her husband got in the line to board the flight. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you observed that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And they got in the line, and then they, at some point, I don't know what it's called, but they have to show their phone.
We know. How is the gallery not dying, laughing, like, or crying? Either one. I don't know how they're keeping their composure. This is insane.
Ticket or a physical ticket to somebody to make sure they can go on, right?
I think they scan it maybe. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that's where I call it like a little check-in place to make sure you got your ticket. I don't know what it's called. But then after you've shown your ticket, they let you.
Yeah, let's just make up words. That's totally the thing to do at trial.
Buy to board the plane.
Yes, ma'am.
And the area between where they give their ticket and or show their ticket and before they board the plane, is that what you're referring to as a jetway? Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Y'all, Kane, leave the cough drops out of it. This is some stellar fucking nonsensical craziness right here, guys. I don't even know. This is gonna have okay. There's a bunch of back-to-backers here.
On, right?
I think they scan
I mean, she's really trying to take first place. Like when you can think of like the key moments, like the Elaine moments, corner armpits. You know, you could have like a category of like who's going to get first prize for like dementia and or like Alzheimer's and or not from the planet Earth. So like, you know, Martian, alien, whatever. Like you could have like that, like who's going to get first place. Like she is aiming for, she's like, I'm going to steal it away. It's going to come like she's gunning for gold medal here. This is amazing.
Maybe.
I mean, the way
it's
impressive.
So that's where you can.
That's a high bar. She's got a lot of stiff competition. So in a way, it's impressive.
Like a little check-in place to make sure you got your ticket. I don't know what it's called. But then after you've shown your ticket, they let you buy to board the plane.
Yes, ma'am.
And the area between where they give their ticket and or show their ticket and before they board the plane, is that what you're referring to as a jetway? What you said?
Yes, ma'am. After you scan the ticket in this particular airport, they're all different. This particular airport, they scan their tickets and they walk through these sliding glass doors. And it's like a tunnel that you walk down to go to the plane. Inside of that sliding glass doors where the officers were standing waiting. The plainclothes customs officers were inside of that.
Okay. And that's where they were when Mrs. Adelson was arrested.
This is wild.
Correct.
Yeah, she went past the ticket into the jetway.
Yes, ma'am.
Not actually get on the plane.
No, ma'am.
But you had the warrant before they got in line, right?
Correct.
So now I think the gallery is starting to chuckle a little bit. Again, it's still amazing how they're able to keep it together.
And you watched them for however many minutes before they got called up to put
20
their ticket in, right?
minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
20 minutes. Sorry, I can quote him verbatim. 20 minutes, but that's a guesstimate. 20 minutes, thereabouts. Approximately 20 minutes.
I wanted to get them not in a crowd of people, right in the middle of all these people. Wanted to get them kind of separated off and have to get through the jetway by themselves over there.
Well, before they started, I mean, when they got in line, then there are a bunch of people right there with them, right?
There were people there with them the whole time. There were people sitting around them,
right?
Because it's very narrow seating.
Right.
They're sitting.
Oh my God. The sitting again. What is happening? What is happening?
All these people, then they got in line with all these people. Once they go one at a time, people are going to the plane. Once they went through, those officers just stopped and pulled them to the side, away from the line, and just began speaking to them.
But when they go through the line, there's a line of people behind them going to get on the plane, right?
That's correct.
So when they go through, the glass doors are going to open, and that's where you're going to take her into custody?
Yes, off to the side. Yes, past them, where they're still getting on the plane, but we're past them.
Well, people are getting on the plane. They're coming by through the same general vicinity of where you took her into custody.
Sure.
And those same people were out there while you sat there for however many minutes watching her. Were you going to take her into custody there too, right?
Sure.
But you didn't.
No, ma'am.
You waited until she went through the little gate, and then you arrested her.
Yes, ma'am.
And when she was taken into custody, her husband was standing there with her, right?
Correct.
And you went through the little process that you went through, and you said they had 2 carry-on bags, right?
I believe so.
In your investigation, you learned that with the 2 carry-on bags, they had maybe some additional luggage, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And
check luggage.
Right, a couple of pieces, right?
Correct.
And in those couple of pieces, they had just regular clothing, right?
I assume, yes.
They didn't show up with boxes full of clothes.
No.
Okay. And
well,
then,
I never saw the checked on luggage. I have no idea how much they checked.
okay. So in your investigation, you didn't learn that?
In my investigation, learn what?
That they only had 2 checked bags and 2 carry-ons?
No.
Okay. she obviously had her cell phone, and you've testified that you got that from her.
Yes, ma'am.
And you described this little interaction before she gave you the cell phone. She didn't fight with you, did she? Like, she wasn't swinging on you.
And she did try to hit me, no, ma'am.
You didn't have to take her to the ground and grab it out of her hand.
No, ma'am. I was very gentle.
Okay. You got the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
She was fucking feisty though. Y'all have seen it.
And the phone is part of the evidence of
She
what you
really
went on.
fought. She really fought him on that. She's like, I mean, again, it's like FBI agent, you're no match for me, Donna Adelson, controller of all things. I want to keep this cell phone. I'm keeping it. God damn it. It's wild. Like, not a lot of people, I feel like, I mean, it takes a certain individual to be surrounded by like what she was surrounded by. And to still think like you're gonna control the situation and like tell them what to do. It's just insane.
Somebody downloaded and looked
And
at
she was
you
used to
right?
it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And
right?
her husband, Harvey, he had some credit cards and a little bit of cash, right?
Her husband, Harvey. It's just so awkward. It's like, you know, as if he's not sitting right there.
Mr. Adelson? I didn't search Mr. Adelson.
Okay. Did Mrs. Adelson have a bunch of cash on her?
I don't know. I didn't search her.
Okay. So you're not aware of what they got when she was taken into custody?
No.
Okay.
Guys, I hate to say it. This is just, I don't even know I didn't even realize how late it was. I've got to like get ready for work here in like 2 hours. So we're gonna have to call it. Yeah, so we did well. Like, goal was get through all the way to day 8, but we are like halfway through day 6. Still covered a lot of ground though. And you know, the thing is like, considering Donna's not taking the stand unless some crazy thing happens tomorrow morning, where she's like, I changed my mind. Anyway, beyond extenuating situation, like, if we try to stay in reality, what we'll have happen, right, is we'll have closing arguments. And that'll be it. Like, trial's done. There'll just be jury instructions, closing arguments, and then verdict watch. I don't expect that to be long, and verdict. So in other words, what am I saying? I'm trying to look on the bright side, which is this. Considering it'll just be closing arguments, right? Tomorrow, again, here I go with another lofty. Tomorrow, we should be able to finish days 6, 7, and 8, and then 9. We'll do our best. Let's just put it that way. You know, some of this stuff is just too good to just try to get through it just to be like efficient. You know what I mean? Like, it's just too funny or too disastrous or too interesting, or, you know, we had a lot of, you know, just checking this, checking that. Like, you know, anyways, I think it's more worth it to not just try to get it done, right? Like, I want to take the time, and, you know, save time where we can. And by that, I mean, not put you all like through the misery of all those, like, for example, all the wiretaps, right? Like, we shaved a solid, I don't know, 12,000 hours off of that with still getting all the key points, and sparing everybody a lot of misery as well. Anyways, they're going to finish up cross, lunch break. Then we have the jailhouse informants. Like, some of the, like, we're not going to hear all the witnesses. Like, I don't know that. I mean, let me know, guys. Does anybody feel like we want to see the handwriting expert? I think that's one that could be, you know, is lesser of importance. I mean, it's important, but like, I don't know that anybody's doubting that was Donna's handwriting. So anyways, we'll definitely do the jailhouse informants. And who else who did they finish with? I don't even fucking remember. Oh yeah. And then Chris Corbett comes back, and there's some good stuff in there. Right. Oh yeah. Key bits in here with the text messages. Right. And there's some really good Wendi stuff in here. I can't wait to get to that. Anyways. Okay. But that'll be it for this one, guys. Need to see the script. I think we've already seen the script, haven't we? I mean, I totally agree. If you're saying like just to see the script that she wrote, I think we saw that earlier. It might have been in opening statements, but yeah, no, that's definitely worth seeing. I guess for me personally, I feel like the state is just being very thorough. I don't know that the jury would need an expert for the handwriting in this particular case. But I love that they did it anyway. Anyways. No to jail video. Oh yeah. No to jail video. Definitely. Definitely no to jail video. Yep. Definitely no to jail video. Did she really think she wouldn't get convicted? Apparently. You think no verdict till Friday night, Northwest? What are they going to do all day tomorrow? Are you thinking the defense is going to have more delays in the morning and then they don't start closing arguments until afternoon? If they didn't start closing arguments until the afternoon, probably verdict. They probably wouldn't start deliberating until Friday. But I don't know what the defense at this point. They've really filibustered the fuck out of everything you can even possibly do at this point. I don't know what they have left. I don't know how they could even stall it that far. Like, I'm just trying to imagine how we couldn't get a verdict tomorrow, if you will. Barring, like, I don't know, like something blowing up or like, thank you, Kit. So it's even the defense that they didn't contest it was Donna's handwriting. Exactly. So we can skip that witness, but we'll make sure we take a look at her. We want to take a look at the exhibits, right? We'll take a look at that, but we can skip the witness. Yeah, not all the witnesses are as important, and that would be one. And then again, no to the jail video, definitely. So don't stress. Are you saying don't stress as in thinking it's going to come back like Hong or something? I am for sure saying like 100% like if I had to try to guess, well, maybe you'd better make a guess after closing arguments. If I had to make a guess right now, I'd put it at 2 hours or less for a guilty verdict on this. I don't have any doubt of that. I don't see any way it wouldn't be guilty verdict. Personally, in this particular case. But yeah, I think it'll just be a question of like how quick are these jurors going to be, and will it beat the record from Casodas, which we still need to finish. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten about it. Which was an hour and 17 minutes to that guilty verdict. So far, I think that's the record that I can remember for any trial I've watched, covered, seen. I've racked my brain and I cannot think of a verdict that came back quicker than that. So right now that's in first place with the hour and 17 minutes. So that means we can now be on the lookout. Will there be a trial that will top that? That's a high bar. We'll see. What if they all said guilty before? Well, they can't because they can't speak until like they have to be in the room. Like they could walk into the room, close the door, and say guilty. That's possible. But like, because technically that would be like deliberating before they're like in the room. You know what I mean? But even if they all were to walk in, close the door, and all be like guilty, they have to fill out the forms, and the forms do take some time. And my understanding is like just the forms alone for jurors, depending on what the charges are and how many things and whatever, but the forms alone do take time. So like in other words, I think my understanding is like in most cases, it would be like impossible to have like less than like 30 to 40 minutes. Like that's how much time just for the forms, right? Pretty much. So you can like subtract that type of thing from the total, and then you can get how much time were they actually doing something besides filling out the forms. I say that for a reason, because they might also need to use the bathroom. They might also just want to be like, oh, wow, whatever, you know what I mean? Like they haven't been able to like talk about anything. Like the whole just like whatever it is, like sometimes they just want to chat. Anywho. Kane says I walk around the house saying guilty all day just in case I'm ever on a jury. That's fucking hilarious. Thank you for this. Rest in peace, Dan Markel. Thank you for this. Yeah. And what's interesting is I realized this, I did the math. He passed away like 2 weeks before my dad passed away, which is wild. I mean, like the proximity there is really crazy, right? justice for Dan Markel, 100%. And like, I can't say that or think that without automatically following that one up with they're coming for you, Fievel. They got to come. They're going to, like, has to. Hashtag last delicious lunch. See if we can get that one trending on whatever things people trend things on. I don't know. Right? For her, right there. Hashtag last delicious lunch. That's what needs to be happening. Anywho. But guys, we'll pick back up with this tomorrow. This is really excellent stuff here. Again, she's really set the bar. She's really taken it to another level. Maybe she's just flying off in a helicopter in her mind, and that could explain what we're hearing from this defense attorney. But I love y'all. Y'all are the best. No ox for Wendi is right. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just picturing Wendi not being able to even like walk around in like the yard or rec room, and I'm just like, anyways, really not like that with anybody else. But Wendi has a special place in, has earned a special place for me with things. So, anyways, but yeah, all right, guys, love y'all. Thanks for being here. Remember, keep thinking about our dream house. Remodeling Charlie's house. I need to make sure that I look that up, and we're gonna put some good plans, good solid plans together for remodeling the house. So don't forget about that one as well. Payne, if you want to get on the AI amalgamation of Charlie's idea, the FBI agent, the raccoon, and the hat, and the all rest of it, you can get on that. That would be good. Love it. And I love all of you guys so much. But until tomorrow, y'all, squirrel out.